This revenge manhwa recap starts by talking about freedom, romance, and adventure, all characteristics of the world's best virtual reality game, the infamous Chrono Life. It all begins with a scene of our beloved main character being humiliated by other players in the public square. Being weak and utterly useless, he was rejected by all the hunting parties. He cried, screamed, and threw a tantrum until he saw a beautiful girl approaching him. The girl shyly invited him on an adventure, and our guy, not being a fool, quickly agreed. As they were passing through a forest, the main character bragged about getting a few coins from the previous day's adventure, explaining that he had bought as many starter packs as he could, and even unboxed a sword. The girl acted amazed and praised him. The boy was quickly moved, starting to imagine a lifetime with her. At one point, they reached a deserted location. The girl stopped and warned that they had arrived at the adventure point. The main character was confused for a moment, and right after, he was suddenly attacked by his companion and injured, falling to the ground with red paint-like streaks flowing from his body. He wondered why this was happening, and the girl quickly replied that she was never interested in a loser like him because someone's so useless in the game. It was surely nothing in real life and couldn't even talk to her if they weren't in the game. And to top off the cruelty, she said his parents must be beggars. It was at this moment the boy became enraged, and as he tried to react, he was sliced in half in the blink of an eye. The system announced that the conditions had been met. The transition to a hidden class had begun. Surrounded by a mysterious energy, the girl transformed. She grew wings like an angel and took on the appearance of a cosmic entity. Her new class was called the Goddess of Life, a rank achieved by killing 1,000 players. It was in that moment, just before dying, that the main character understood the nature of the game. Here, the law of the jungle was what mattered. The boy revived in the safe zone after losing a lot of experience. With a dejected face, he recalled all the hardships he had gone through. With great determination, he pulled out his large enhancement hammer and used it to try and enhance the knight's sword, but unfortunately, he failed to upgrade the weapon and it broke. In another desperate attempt, the main character tried to upgrade his gauntlets. And then something unexpected happened. He failed again. When all this equipment failed to upgrade successfully, he lost everything. However, he received a stick, a basic weapon for beginners. The main character was confused because the person who gave him the overpowered stick was a bald man who seemed kind-hearted. And once again, the boy tried to enhance his weapon, but this time it was a success. He kept upgrading it, believing that sooner or later the stick would break, because the higher the weapon's level, the risk of failure increases significantly. After a long time of enhancing the item, he reached an incredible milestone, the ultimate plus 99 stick. The boy couldn't comprehend the meaning of this, because after upgrading the same weapon 10 times, the success rate drops to just 5%. When the boy finished upgrading his weapon, he accidentally tested it by dropping it on the ground, and the continent split in two from just one impact. What happened here on that day? A new Guinness record was set in the history of the game as the boy eliminated 800,000 players in a single moment. Now that's more like it, our main character was inspired to play. It was time to show who the real protagonist of this story is. Afterward, we are introduced to the boy's story in the real world, outside the game. He was just an ordinary person with an average appearance and height, not excelling in academics or sports. To explain his life in game terms, he was around Bronze 4 rank. But now things were different, because he's the main character. During a leisurely stroll, our stick-wielding boy found what he wanted most, a guinea pig to test his special weapon on. He bumped into a buff, bald guy, who quickly pulled him aside for a private talk. The main character basically humiliated the melon-headed dude and then lightly tapped his face with the stick just to make him feel the pressure, and the guy just vaporized. Our main character was starting to feel confident, but unfortunately, a poor man's joy doesn't last long, as his stick was losing durability. He became worried. As it turned out, the weapon needed repairs because it would break after a few hits. In short, the weapon's usage limit was 5 times, and he had already used it twice. With only 3 hits left, the boy started daydreaming, saying he would get revenge on everyone who looked down on him, and especially the girl who betrayed him. Suddenly, we are taken to a different setting, where the ground is littered with skulls. The name of this place is the Valley of Death, which is home to a 2-headed dragon named Urus, the strongest boss in the game, that is, before our boy awakened his hack powers. The dragon rambled on, but soon the boy got tired of listening and attacked. The monster lost one of its heads and became bewildered. The cold and calculating main character commented that he was only interested in claiming the game's strongest reward after defeating it. Urus began to tremble, even asking the boy to wait, but he didn't come here to talk, and launched another blow, injuring the dragon even more severely. Our boy started complaining about the weapon's durability, especially since he only had 1 attack left after this one, and the weapon's durability would be depleted, and the legendary stick would unfortunately break. Hearing this, Urus proposed a contract. The dragon's proposal was to turn the main character's stick into a soul sword. Basically, it would transfer its own soul into the weapon, which would give our boy's sword a soul of its own and evolve it into a soul sword. This would result in infinite durability for the weapon and, in short, even more hacks. The dragon also said that the soul sword is the most powerful weapon in Chrono Life. The main character started finding this interesting, saying that he had already given up on revenge, but it seems the heavens want this revenge to happen. Very well, he happily accepted the contract. A magic circle formed and Oris's body disappeared. A few system notifications popped up, announcing that the plus 99 stick was now a soul-grade weapon and had infinite durability. Once again, our boy reaffirmed that he would get his revenge. Back in the central square of Chrono Life, we see there's an SSS rank bounty on the main character's head, with that world's strongest stick. They said he killed over 800,000 people in just one day, which was the largest kill streak ever known. It was also announced that these wanted posters had been distributed across the 12 kingdoms and 3 continents worldwide. The price on the main character's head was no less than 10 billion gold. A few moments later, some knights appeared on parade. They were the Royal Guard. Leading the parade was the master of the Divine Guild named Sun Tree, who happened to be a rather beautiful girl, but she probably stood no chance against the ultimate stick. Knights from another guild appeared, wearing crimson cloaks with a white cross. The 10 strongest elite knights known as the Order of the Holy Cross. The guild's general was named Suo. To add some variety, the author included a female mage, the strongest of the royal family, and also the master of the Divine Guild named Abracadabra. The final leaders finally appeared. The leader of the Thieves Guild named Hong and the King of Arden Castle, leader of the Justice Guild, the Falcon. These were the 5 largest guilds, all gathered in one place. This was the first alliance to be formed between the world's top 5 guilds. The King of Arden Castle was the head of the alliance, declaring war on the heinous player-killer, or rather, on the main character who wields the God Stick. The story continues with the boy bursting into louder and louder laughter. The equipment's durability had given him greater confidence. Now he just had to wait for the moths to fly into the flame. Suddenly, a head popped out of his stick. And guess who it was? That's right, it was Oris, our dear crybaby, who was trembling like a leaf before his master. Naturally, the protagonist, being curious, asked whose head that was, since it couldn't be his own, right? Oris immediately revealed its identity. The protagonist noticed the monster's size had shrunk considerably, making it look more like a pet than a dragon. The pressing question was, where did Oris's second head go? The 2-headed dragon. Well, even it didn't know. Suddenly, a flyer fell in front of the protagonist. He picked it up and saw his own face printed on it. The miniature dragon quickly got excited, saying he was wanted for wiping out 800,000 players at once. This wasn't an achievement just anyone could pull off. What's more, he had a bounty of 10 billion gold on his head. We're talking real money here, a staggering amount. Meanwhile, the main character wondered how the hell an AI could use a word like money, as it shouldn't have knowledge of real-world terms. Eurus replied that since it was technically dead, it didn't really matter. The dragon then wondered what they would do next, because with such a high bounty, there would be tons of people hunting for his life. So, the little dragon suggested wiping out all humans immediately, but that wouldn't work since our guy was also human. But he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was pretty thrilled about becoming a celebrity. Now that things had come to this, the main character thought he'd have to hide his power, because otherwise people would think he was weak. As he was walking, he was suddenly struck by an arrow. The supreme commander of the 5 Great Guilds Alliance, the King of Arden Castle, was nearby with his knights. The guy found himself surrounded by countless soldiers from behind. While he was still down, they ordered his capture. But you know the saying, even a worm will turn. After being pushed around so much, he had to fight back. So our guy got up, and everyone started attacking him at once. He said that he had now changed his mind about getting revenge, and that he just wanted to live a peaceful life. But of course, that was after. He annihilated everyone there in the blink of an eye. The capital of the First Kingdom was completely destroyed, after which the guy advanced towards the King of Arden Castle. Meanwhile, the Castle King summoned all the members of the Alliance and a massive teleportation occurred, summoning all of the main character's enemies to fight him. They all tried to attack once again, but after just a few blows, the enemy's advantage dwindled significantly. Even Eurus, the game's great final boss, was impressed by such power, admitting that no matter how strong a boss was, it couldn't handle thousands of people at once, and the Guild Alliance was no weak opponent. A group of top-ranked players from around the world gathered to defeat a common enemy. Perhaps even Eurus couldn't handle them if it mobilized its entire army. But in reality, the little dragon had it all wrong. The main character wasn't trapped with the Alliance. They were the ones trapped with him. Then, the strongest mage of the royal family decided to act. She used a spell called Destructive Ancient Magic Disintegration. As a massive attack descended from the sky, our guy could only praise the spell's fancy name. He thought his own attacks should have names too. With just one strike, the spell was easily shattered. And before the mages could do anything, he attacked again. On that day, a legend was born. The World Guild Alliance was utterly defeated. The King of Arden Castle was perhaps the only survivor. The protagonist approached him, saying he didn't mean to kill him. It's just that it was hard to control his power against someone like him. Then, the King of Arden Castle asked why his life was spared. The young man replied that it was obvious. He said it was because the king had shot an arrow at him earlier, as a way to set the bait. Our guy simply slapped the Alliance leader across the face. As expected, that battle became the most talked about topic among people in the real world, not just within the game's own player community, but also among players of other games, and even those who didn't care about such things. After defeating everyone there, the main character struck a total alpha male pose. However, someone else appeared, and you won't believe who it was. Yes, my friends, it was the girl who betrayed the main character at the beginning of the story. The guy was shocked. The girl said she missed him. Who could have imagined such a reunion? A vast sunset plain appeared, with 3 million eliminated players and countless weapons scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, our main character was having a reunion with the girl who betrayed him. Thinking the situation was somewhat dramatic, he wondered why he couldn't stop laughing. The girl quickly started talking, suggesting this must be fate. She didn't expect to find him there. The guy said that fate was bullshit. The girl started talking again, commenting that she had killed him earlier only to obtain the Goddess of Life class. The main character asked if her rank would really change just by eliminating 1,000 players under such a condition. It should have been the Goddess of Death, right? Immediately after, the guy started to attack, saying that since he had heard her ridiculous story, it was time for them to fight. The girl asked if he was being too hasty, as she wanted to talk a bit more. Then, the guy tried another attack, and just as he thought the target was hit, she appeared beside him, saying that as expected, he had gotten significantly stronger. But that level of power wouldn't be enough to win. Eurus was shocked, wondering how that person was still alive, after a direct hit from the legendary staff. The main character was also confused. He was sure the attack had landed, so how could she be completely unscathed? The girl said that she was now the Goddess of Life, so a mere mortal couldn't do anything to her. Hearing this, the guy got angry and tried to attack again. With this final blow, the entire continent shook. But the goddess remained unharmed. She said that it was useless to keep fighting. No matter how much time passed, he would never be able to win. Faced with this, the guy tried a different approach. Since he couldn't destroy her, he would just destroy the planet, and then everything would disappear, including the girl. The goddess didn't seem to think that was possible, but the main character said he hadn't even used his real power yet. At any moment, he said he was willing to sacrifice everything because, in the end, in Chrono Life, the law of the jungle was the only thing that mattered. With a single attack, the guy destroyed the entire world. This ultimately disconnected all the players. Afterwards, everyone woke up in their virtual reality pods and started complaining to the staff, asking if he had flipped a switch or something. He asked everyone to calm down. A moment later, an announcement appeared on the Chrono Life homepage. They announced that emergency maintenance was underway on the server. People wondered if there was really a problem with the game. There was still one person connected to Chrono Life, and as you can imagine, it was the main character. Our guy appeared in a virtual room, where a strange voice mentioned a peculiar name, ST389. The voice said that was the name of the planet the main character had just destroyed. The mysterious man said that place was his mother's favorite. The guy asked who he was, and the voice replied that he was a god. After hearing the answer, the main character didn't believe it and found it ridiculous. He then asked if the girl who betrayed him happened to be there. The god replied that only the two of them were there, and he shouldn't be surprised about it. Since the main character had killed everyone, it was only natural. No one could have survived an explosion like that. Hearing this, the guy burst out laughing. Then he said he was glad he got his revenge and even tried to talk to Eurus. However, the god said the dragon wasn't there either. The curious protagonist started to ask what that being was, since he was the only player left in the room. However, the self-proclaimed god couldn't answer that question because it seemed someone was interfering with the place. So he said his goodbyes and mentioned it was a great chat. Finally, the guy was also disconnected from the game. He woke up furious that the god hadn't answered his question. A moment later, a blonde old man appeared and approached our main character. We finally learn his name is Lee Juju, and he's 21 years old. Lee has been playing Chrono Life for the past 3 months, and the old man even mentioned his legendary weapon, the ridiculously overpowered ultimate staff. The young man was surprised and asked who he was. The old man replied that he was the one who would steal Juju's staff. Once again, the boy's story is introduced. He says he's just an ordinary college student who enjoys playing Chrono Life. He's just a new player. But luckily, he obtained a powerful weapon, and that's when his life in Chrono Life changed. Currently, the boy is in a restaurant with the old man. After a short conversation, the truth is revealed that this strange old man is actually the president of the game company. His name is Choi Dio Bake. The boy doesn't quite understand why the president sought him out, along with a few suspicious-looking men who looked more like gangsters. But in reality, they were just company employees. Troy explains that he came to retrieve the plus 99 ultimate staff, because according to him, it's a bugged item. There's no way a weapon could be enhanced that high. As mentioned before, after enhancing a weapon 10 times, the success rate drops to just 3%. Therefore, the main character's staff will now be monitored by the president. The scene changes to the frontline city of Chrono Life. A party of adventurers is facing a monster. As the creature tries to attack, a girl launches a fire rocket that hits it precisely. Next, the main character's wife appears. A pink-haired girl appears to attack the monster with a punch to the back of its neck. But the girl simply faints after attacking. Come on. The MC is standing nearby, watching the situation. He wonders whether to help them or not. The dwarf dragon is curious and asks the boy what he plans to do. At this point, we see that the main character still has the staff because the game's president didn't want to take his weapon. The ones interested in it were the company's board of directors. Troy said that his item wasn't actually a bugged item. So, the main character can keep the staff and do whatever he wants with it. The old man won't interfere. Back in Chrono Life, our boy continues to ponder what to do. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl's name is mentioned. Her name is Kain Tuka, and she seems to be in trouble with her own party. Because she broke the basic attack formation, she ends up being heavily criticized by her teammate. He says she has no brain. I don't know where she's lacking a brain, but she's certainly not lacking in looks. Fair enough. The young man continues to just observe everything while remembering Troy's words. The old man said that Chrono Life is a good game, a very diverse fantasy world. If possible, he wants the main character to avoid destroying it. This seems like a difficult task for our boy Lee. Back in the game, the girl continues to be humiliated by her teammate, and she gets abandoned by the whole party. Our boy sees this situation. He says that neither adventure nor even romance exists in this game. All that prevails here is the law of the jungle. So, the main character will enjoy the game in his own way. And so, he launches a massive attack towards the party that just abandoned the girl, but suddenly the young man's attention shifts back to her. That's because she starts screaming, saying that this game is total crap, and that her former teammates have no taste, especially since they couldn't recognize how good her gear was. Our boy, Lee, witnessing this whole situation, starts to remember his own past when he was humiliated. Kain continues to yell, saying she won't join any hunting parties from that day on. She will hunt alone. However, a wave of monsters appears in front of her. The girl is stunned. All she can do is close her eyes. There are so many of them. They all seem very hungry, and then they rush towards her. Just when she thinks it's all over, a mysterious man in a cloak, wearing nothing but a pair of underwear underneath and holding a staff, appears before her. With just a single attack, our blessed staff-wielding underwear hero wipes out all the enemies. The girl, trembling with fear, decides to open her eyes. What she sees when she looks up at the sky. The gap in the clouds caused by the main character's attack is clearly visible. And so, our boy starts having philosophical thoughts about empathy and pity, imagining that perhaps he didn't help her for those reasons. Maybe he did it because he thought it would be fun. Anyway, the result is a bit complicated and chaotic. This is just the beginning of the story. The girl seems to have fallen for the main character. Yes, my friends, was my prediction correct, or what? And this is the future Mrs. Staff. Our boy isn't a fool. He doesn't waste time. Right after, he asks if the girl wants to party up with him. It seems the main character's real story starts here. However, the girl refuses and even tells him to get lost, saying she doesn't hunt with noobs. Well, it seems like a bad start. Then we cut to a new scene, this time in the real world, where people are discussing the events of Chrono Life, recalling the main character's exploits. He was the first to cause a massacre of 800,000 people, followed by a massacre of 3 million people. No one knows the identity of the person who did it. Some call him the martial god. Others say he's just a hacker with a bugged item, which is a pretty reasonable opinion. People say that's not a number that can be defeated with stats and skills alone. Many even wanted the main character to be banned from the game, so everyone eagerly awaited Chrono Life's response, until the company made a statement, but it wasn't the announcement everyone was hoping for. The message stated that our main character is just a normal user, and he will not be punished for anything. After all, he didn't break any of the game's rules, and so, part of Lee's problem ended just like that. However, people are still discussing the Chrono Life server crash. They say the service only went down because someone killed thousands of people at once. They all give our boy credit for this. Once again, the scene changes. The boy appears, walking behind Kain. The angry pink-haired girl asks why he's following her. Lee replies that they should form a hunting party, but she says she doesn't agree to that. The girl doesn't want to party up with someone like him, especially since it would be indecent, with him walking around in nothing but his underwear, and on top of that, holding a wooden staff. The boy says she should be grateful since he saved her, after all. Eurus mentions that it witnessed what happened and that her eyes were closed when he defeated everyone in a single blow. So, the main character wonders if she even knows how powerful the ultimate staff is. With that, a brilliant idea pops into his head. Our boy plans to hide his power. So he runs after the girl, asking to party up because he's new to the game. He starts begging and even calls her master. The girl is astonished by this, especially since she was just recently humiliated, and now someone is calling her master. It seems her confidence has shot up significantly. Our boy is also very excited. Pretending to be weak is what he wanted. Initially, the girl is so moved that she doesn't waste any time, and invites him to the party, saying she'll only help him this one time. They go to the entrance of a dungeon to defeat some rabbit bears. I wouldn't sleep with one of those, even if it were a stuffed animal. Master Kyan starts doing some flips and some flashy attacks. She seems quite strong, but is she a match for the underwear guy? After defeating a few rabbits, she strikes a pose and says the rest can just bring it on. The main character just stands and watches. It doesn't matter that the monster's levels are low. It'll be dangerous if she gets surrounded by them. Eurus says he doesn't need to worry because his master has high-end gear. The dwarf dragon says that her weapon alone costs 10 million gold. The main character is very impressed, because that amount is equivalent to 10 million won in real life. Eurus continues, saying all her equipment is amazing, and that in total, they must be worth 100 million gold. The main character wonders why she has such gear when her level is low. Eurus replies that it's obvious. Kyan must have bought that equipment by using some real-world cash, which shocks the guy. It's absurd to spend that much money on a game like this. The girl then walks up to the main character, asking why he's just standing there while she's doing everything herself. Pissed off, she tells her underwear-clad disciple to go fight some mobs. As the master is talking, a rabbit bear appears behind her to take a bite, but unfortunately for it, Underwear Superman was nearby. The girl quickly turns around and asks why he's swinging his stick at the air. The young man is just testing his own limits, because it's hard to hide such immense power. The girl gets a message and says she has to leave for a bit. The main character is annoyed that she's leaving. A moment later, his suspicion arises once more about how the girl has so much money to spend on the game. The dwarf dragon theorizes that maybe she was born into a rich family. In the real world, we see Kyan waking up after logging out. She quickly sits up and puts on her glasses. The camera focuses on her so we can admire her beauty up close. Kyan starts to remember the moment she was with the main character and smiles. The girl is enjoying this moment until someone opens the door. It's a woman who looks quite annoyed. She asks if Kyan has forgotten about her work. The girl replies that she is logged out of the game, but the argument continues, and the woman calls her a game addict. She then tells the girl to hurry up and sit down. The woman asks if she plays Chrono Life while still wearing her glasses. She says she should take her glasses off when wearing the helmet so it doesn't leave a mark on her nose. And after being scolded, the girl talks back to defend herself, saying she'll have an anxiety attack if she doesn't wear her glasses. And the mark on her nose isn't a problem, because her older sister is an amazing makeup artist. It seems this woman is her sister. After the incident, the girl goes to get her makeup done, lets her hair down, and prepares for a proper performance. In the real world, the girl is a K-pop singer. It's said she's an incredibly famous idol. It seems her real name is Han Sarang, the best singer-songwriter of the moment, holding the top spot on the charts for 13 consecutive weeks in viewership. It can only be your love, your first love. The hobby the public doesn't know about her is online gaming. Scene change. We return to the game, where our guy starts training a bit to warm up, or rather, to turn the monsters to dust. His goal is to train his ability to control his power, to effectively hide his strength. Suddenly, we see an entity that calls itself a god, watching the main character train. He says that this is an interesting exercise and even mentions his mother. Who could the mother of this madman be? Han Sarang is 18 years old this year. She is a high school student and entered the entertainment industry at a very young age. Previously, she had a period of obscurity. However, she has now established herself as a top singer. We see Han in an interview. The interviewer asks how she can write such moving lyrics, like in her debut song, The Mermaid's Story. The girl says it's a product of her imagination because she loves reading poetry and fairy tales. Based on that, the interviewer then asks if that was the inspiration for her debut song's title. Han acts shy and says it's a rather childish hobby. Just that alone is enough to make the entire audience blush. Even the interviewer can't contain himself. Through her sister's words, we learn that Han's inspiration is actually her hobby of gaming, not reading poetry or fairy tales. This is a truth the public is completely unaware of. Continuing with the interview, it's mentioned that Kyan is an actress and has played the role of a rude girl. The girl quickly asserts that this role does not reflect her real personality at all. She says she has never sworn a single time since she was born, but her sister knows this isn't entirely true. After that, we're taken back to the game, where Han and the boy meet. They greet each other in a very friendly manner. After getting beaten up, the main character is advised by the dragon to just deal with this girl, since she's so rude. The boy doesn't react to the insults or punches. He wants to continue pretending to be weak. So, he has to obey all the commands of his new master after being thoroughly humiliated. He realizes that his goal has been achieved. He has officially become a loser once again. The girl asks if her disciple has been training hard while she was away, and the boy replies that the training requires a lot of patience. Controlling his strength is not easy at all. At this point, it's clear this will be a very long journey. Kyan suddenly remembers that she doesn't know the boy's name yet. He was about to answer, but why bother knowing his name when she can just call him Kakuna? The two continue to chat so casually that they don't realize someone is watching them. It seems the pursuers are targeting Kyan for revenge. A member of the group asks what they should do now that they've found the girl. The leader orders all guild members to the dungeon. Perhaps what they want is to set up an ambush. The main character and his master encounter a wild rabbit bear, but this time, Kyan tells our boy Lee to handle the situation. Trembling with fear but with a face full of excitement, he approaches the obstacle and draws his legendary stick. He then delivers a light tap to the monster's fur. The poor rabbit bear was just grazed by the tip of the stick, but the pressure was so great that it started spitting out strawberry juice from its mouth. The boy is happy that he was able to control his strength a little, and his master feels proud of him for taking down the rabbit with a single blow. But this joy doesn't last long, because a surprise enemy attack appears. The female protagonist pulls him back and deflects the incoming sword. Look at the girl's flexibility. The attack rebounds back to the attacker and lightly injures him. With a smile on his face, he announces his arrival to say hello. The girl asks who the man is, and suddenly, the whole gang appears. It turns out this guy is the guild master of the Hallison Guild, Mr. Kim. The girl seems surprised. The old man orders his cronies to charge. Kyan tells our main character to leave because it's dangerous here. She gets into a fighting stance and immediately takes down the first guy with a kick, using his head as a springboard. The girl jumps up and activates what seems to be a special skill, Dragon Kick, while the main character remains a loyal spectator, wondering why things have come to this. Meanwhile, our master is dealing with a few grunts, but they are just bait. A short-haired female elf joins the battle and activates a steel skill. That skill took some of the master's equipment. The boy is very impressed by this. Yura says the power to steal equipment belongs to the thief class, but it shouldn't be that powerful. Our boy Lee is indifferent for a moment until he remembers that if the female elf has a steel skill, she could take his stick. So the boy starts running for his life in fear. Who would have thought, right? The enemy spots the main character running away. The old man doesn't seem interested. To him, he's obviously just a worthless noob, but the female elf has a bit of a mean streak. She thinks stealing from those who have nothing is even more fun. And so, the chase for the boy begins. She simply can't control herself, lusting after our boy Lee's legendary stick. The kid panics in the face of danger. He tries to fight back before getting robbed, but it's too late, as his piece of wood is already in the female elf's hands. Now that he's lost his stick, it's time to lose his cloak too. The only thing she doesn't plan on stealing is his briefs, our main character's trademark. She's going to loot everything else. Her party ends when Urus awakens. In just a moment, the stick frees itself from her grasp. The dragon doesn't accept anyone but the boy using it. It's an exclusive, after all. We finally see a bit of humanity from our boy Lee. After hearing Yura speak, he pats its head. The dragon acts shy. What a beautiful friendship. Meanwhile, the female elf is sprawled on the ground, trembling with fear. She simply can't comprehend the bizarre situation that just happened. She just experienced something paranormal. No, it was too real to be a ghost. Kim starts questioning the female mercenary. After all, the mission should have been completed by now. The female thief composed herself and said she hadn't forgotten their agreement, and our master once again stepped in. The girl tried to launch a surprise attack but failed. Kian demanded her equipment back. Unfortunately, she targeted the wrong person, as Kim was the one holding her gauntlets. Seeing this, the girl exploded in a rage, threatening to kill everyone there until Lee intervened. He used his secret technique, strike without killing, to take down his master. The female elf was confused as to why he would attack his own ally. Little did she know that in reality, the protagonist only knocked out his wife, his master, so he could mop the floor with everyone else there. Afterward, he began to reveal his true power, first dealing with the small fries next to the female elf, then going straight for the main dish. Filled with rage, the boy closed in on her in the blink of an eye. Attacking with his strike without killing skill, he quickly took her down. The boy said he didn't like the feeling of fear she caused, and with that, he continued to beat her up. What's this? Our protagonist doesn't go easy on women. He must believe in gender equality. Changing scenes, we see a very interesting sight of the protagonist's future wife lying unconscious on the grass, but unfortunately, that didn't last long. The boy asked if she was awake, and the girl could only fire a barrage of questions at the protagonist. Asking about the enemy's situation, our boy, not one for boasting, said that they had already left. The girl started asking how she passed out, and he simply returned the stolen gauntlets. Dodging the question, the kid instead started questioning his master back about the Hallison Guild. His goal was to find out as much information about them as possible. Kyan seemed angry for a moment, but then she blushed and smiled as if she was very pleased. I don't know, but I believe the wedding will happen before the end of this year. If his little staff is already causing this much trouble, just wait until it grows into a full-fledged tree. By then, it won't even fit in his underwear. The girl said she would tell him everything. Kyan asked if our main character had ever heard of the term pay to win. In short, you use money to buy in-game items with the goal of becoming stronger. She added that the players of Hales in the guild spend a lot of money to buy in-game equipment. The master also mentioned that she had bought the pair of gauntlets at an auction. Coincidentally, one day, the guild started hunting her down with the intention of stealing that equipment. But of course, they were no match for the kid's wife. The girl asked how the protagonist got the gauntlets back. She even asked if he stole them back. The kid said they just left the item there. Maybe they forgot. Kyan was suspicious but accepted it. She said that Mr. Kim was a complete psycho and would probably try to steal them again. The protagonist found it strange. Why did they want that piece of equipment so badly? The girl calmly replied that it was because the gauntlets were worth 10 million gold, but the protagonist pointed out that those old geezers spend billions in the game. Obsessing over a 10 million gold item was ridiculous. There was definitely more to it than that. Now, at the guild's hideout, we see Mr. Kim kneeling before a mysterious man, begging for another chance to complete the mission. The man called him useless and said there was no time to waste. It would be better to assign this mission to the 4 heavenly kings. Afterward, 3 other men entered the room, discussing Kim's failure. The elf-looking king even said he should have been exiled. Another man in a blue robe said that hiring any mercenary for such a mission was a terrible strategy. Then the king with fox ears spoke up. He announced that he would take responsibility for retrieving the master's gauntlets within the next 12 hours. Finally, as we are introduced to the grinding king, who seems to be at the top of this hierarchy. The leader ordered them to show their capabilities. A moment later, they noticed a boy standing in the middle of the room. Everyone stared at him for a moment. The boy said that everything they were saying was nonsense. The king asked who the boy was. The kid just wanted to get this over with quickly. If those kings kept pursuing his master, it would be harder to hide the power of his ultimate staff. The king then ordered the boy's elimination. All the other nameless kings obeyed the order and advanced towards the protagonist, but as usual, one attack was enough to take down the elf, and the one in the blue robe as well. When the fox-eared king tried to attack, he was also quickly taken down. Outside the house, we see a girl singing as she walks, and this is the very girl who betrayed the protagonist at the beginning of the story. I wonder if she's immortal. No matter how beautiful she is on the outside, she's ugly on the inside. Not that it's a big deal. I mean, it's best not to get involved with people like that. Continuing the battle, the king ordered all guild members to attack at once. The protagonist calmly stated that if they wanted to win, they would need at least 3 million people. Our main character easily defeated all the enemies there. The king was very impressed by this. Kim warned the grinding king that he needed to escape or he would be the next target. But the supposed king wasn't too happy about all this. He simply couldn't understand it. All the members had good items, and yet they were still defeated. Not even the 5 major guilds could underestimate them. That's when the grinding king started to use his brain. Could this boy be the legend himself? The kid with the staff. Now for a little backstory on the boss. His real name is Mr. Wine, and he started playing games when he was a kid, and they weren't as sophisticated as they are today. Leveling up was also harder. However, Wine really enjoyed playing games, so much so that he became addicted. As he grew up and had more responsibilities, he stopped playing until he realized he was 40 years old. At this age, he decided he would start playing again. This would be a gift to himself after so many years of hard work, but soon, he realized that things were no longer the same as in his childhood days. His memories were shaken by the current situation. After the protagonist defeated every single one of Hallison's minions, only 2 were left standing. Or rather, 1 standing and 1 kneeling. King Wang and Mr. Kim, who happened to be brothers. The boy said this was the end for pay to win and that it was time for both of them to get a beating too. Back to Wang's memories, he said the game had changed a lot. Before, it took effort to become strong, but nowadays all you have to do is spend money on the game to become as strong as you want. Then one day, he encountered Chrono Life, the most critically acclaimed game. Wang hoped to find a game that would make him feel like he did as a child. We return to the present, as the protagonist is giving the grinding king a sound thrashing. I'm starting to suspect this kid is a disciple of Saitama. He solves everything with a single blow from his ultimate staff. Wayne stood up and asked if the boy was the rumored legend, the one who defeated the alliance of the 5 largest guilds. He then asked the boy, wondering how much he had to spend to obtain such power. Our main character replied that he didn't know what the grinding king was talking about, but he did admit to spending a little money on the game. The king thought the boy must have spent tens of billions, when in reality, the protagonist said he only bought a starter pack for a total of 55,001 won. With this answer, Wang seemed to relive the feelings of his childhood and began to laugh. He said Chrono Life was a fun game. The girl who betrayed the protagonist appeared behind him and agreed, saying it's a god-tier game. Greeting the Hallison Guild, the girl said it had been a while, and asked if everything was ready. The Grinding King said the preparations were going well, but he didn't want anything to do with her anymore, breaking their partnership agreement. The girl decided to eliminate him and the whole group at once, just as she did with the protagonist. Kim broke down over his brother's death. The girl wondered if she should ask why someone would break a deal, but since she was in a bad mood, it was soon Kim's turn to be killed. The girl then returned to her goddess of life appearance. Admittedly, she's very beautiful. Too bad she's a traitor. She had so much potential to be the protagonist's wife. In fact, before the chapter ends, the girl mentions her beloved captain, our main character's master. Will she go after Kyan to fight for the main character's staff? Following the boy, a system notification appears with a counter, tallying the experience for defeating all of Hales, and the guild's contribution is being calculated. Then, a notification congratulates the main character for reaching level 999. He'd been fighting all this time without even knowing his own level. This results in a ridiculous amount of attribute points. That's right, folks. If a legendary staff was already game-breaking, then now the main character is about to awaken his inner hacker. Out of nowhere, a random boy appears. In an interview, he says it would take decades to reach the game's max level, even if he played all day for years. The system congratulates the main character. The boy is speechless. Yura starts to speak, saying he's proud of our main character, who begins to recall all his adventures after eliminating millions of players and destroying the planet. The final result finally appears, becoming the first person in the world to reach the highest level in the game. Suddenly, the boy is kidnapped, and then the scene cuts to our master, who is angrily looking at the scenery, wondering where the kid went. The boy had told her to wait until he returned, but a long time has passed. Then she remembers that Lee had treated her well before, so she decides to wait a little longer. Returning to the main character's kidnapping, he finds himself in an unknown location. A strange creature appears and welcomes the kid, saying that he is an extraordinary person. The creature introduces itself as the Transcendent Guide. The small blue creature continues, saying it respects the boy for reaching the game's max level as a beginner class. Yuras can't believe it. The main character explains that he never changed his class, but since the conditions have been met, the boy's class change process begins. The one and only soul enters the boy's body. He now belongs to the hidden class, Beginner Master. This class's privilege triples the main character's attribute points. The dwarf dragon starts explaining how ridiculous that is, though the kid in the loincloth doesn't seem very impressed. He starts dumping all the points into a single stat. The dragon thinks it's a waste, but the young man says it's not a problem. After that, Yuras is certain this kid is crazy. At the Chrono Life company, a man informs Choi that a user has completed the game, so they head to a room, where they monitor the kid with the legendary staff's progress. The old man asks why he's there. The employee reports that the issue isn't the kid's level but his allocation of points into a single stat. Curious, Choi asks which stat he's leveling up, and when he gets the answer, he bursts out laughing. That kid is truly enjoying the game. The company employee comments on how useless that stat is. Choi insists that the company cannot interfere with a player's choices, and heads for the room's exit, saying he can't believe what the main character has done, and even adds that the worst and strongest character has just been created. Back to the kid in the loincloth. When faced with a choice between several divine weapons that the guide is holding, the main character says they're all cool, but he's decided he wants all the weapons. The Smurf-looking guy refuses. At this, the kid asks if he's going to hand them over now, or only after getting a beating. Everyone watching is impressed by the kid's craziness. The guy doesn't like that one bit and lunges to attack the main character, who draws his legendary staff. It seems like the blue baldy wants a beatdown, and as they're about to clash, the result is... Hold on, folks. Let's pause for a moment. Place your bets on who will win, the kid in the loincloth with the supreme staff or the blue baldy. Now that you've placed your bets, let's continue the fight. That guy attacks our protagonist with an axe and slashes him hard, but just when he thinks he's won, the kid reappears and says the attack was quite painful, probably because it came from a god. Here we find out the stat the main character was leveling up like a madman. He invested all his points into Constitution. This attribute makes him immune to certain things and positively affects his recovery ability. The reason it seems like a bad stat is that if you invest everything into a single attribute, he'll be weak, unable to equip any gear other than his staff, but the kid insists that's all he needs. Then, as if that weren't enough, the kid in the loincloth awakens a hidden ability. Healing Factor. All damage the kid receives is converted into recovery. It makes him immune to poison, disease, and paralysis. The main character seems very happy with this new ability. The Smurf-looking guy decides to counterattack and fires a laser beam at the young man. It hits its mark. Urus becomes very worried, but the main character just bursts out laughing. The kid starts to regenerate. While healing himself, he takes a few more hits, but he doesn't seem worried at all. Now, the kid in the loincloth is done playing around. He orders the other guy to hand over all the weapons. Then we start seeing things from the enemy's perspective. The blue baldy warns that the main character's greed will one day consume him. Having said that, those were also his last words, mostly because the kid couldn't care less about any of it. With just one blow from the Supreme Staff, the Transcendent Guide simply ceased to exist, and the entire place begins to disintegrate, forcing our kid to return to the world of Chrono Life. But there's a twist. All the Transcendent weapons now belong to him. They will always answer the call of the kid in the loincloth. This makes him quite happy, unlike his master, who is extremely annoyed. She says that after waiting for so long, she won't let this slide, no matter what excuse the kid comes up with. He arrives with an excited look on his face, but is greeted with a punch and a few kicks. The kid thought he would be back soon, but some things delayed him. She's quite disappointed and says she's going to log off. The main character says goodbye. She gives him an angry glare but quickly calms down. The girl informs the main character that at 7 p.m. the next day, she'll get off work and log on. With a cute face, she warns him not to be late again. After this situation, even the dwarf dragon can feel the dating vibes. The kid also decides to leave the game since it's past midnight. Our kid wakes up in the real world, feeling tired. On his way home, Lee passes by a restaurant, and since he's hungry, he considers going in but then realizes he's broke. Tired of being poor, the kid thinks of a way to earn some extra income, maybe working extra shifts at his job, until a good idea pops into his head. Remembering that his master bought some expensive gear with real money, he realizes he can sell in-game items. So, the main character starts running with extreme enthusiasm. The world's #1 game, Chrono Life. All players acknowledge that there's a forbidden place in the game, the intersection of life and death. The Tomb of the Mortal. It's the only adventure that no player has ever been able to complete. For an unknown reason, the dwelling place of Chrono Life's strongest boss has been hidden. The Valley of the Dead. After this introduction, we see the main character at Yuri's house. Lee, with a calculating look, says that he's in the care of the dwarf dragon. The kid was so obsessed with revenge that he forgot to pick up the items from the Valley of the Dead. Then a few monsters start to appear. The kid says that from that moment on, it's the end of his miserable life because he's about to get rich in the blink of an eye. The story continues, showing some monsters from the valley, Turban of Despair, Lapis of the Abyss, and finally, Tristan of the Dawn. These three are the strongest and have the largest armies. However, with just 2 attacks from the Supreme Staff, all the creatures in the valley were annihilated. Thousands of valuable items start raining down from the sky. Urus says the main character finished it in the blink of an eye, and did a great job, but our kid in the loincloth says it's just the beginning. He expects the monsters to respawn. The dwarf dragon is sad about this situation. After all, that used to be its army. Unfortunately, the main character spares no one, as this is the first time the kid is selling items. He imagines he should grind about 100 times, which, in the real world, is like being taken to a Harvard lecture, where they'd say Bill Gates is a very rich man and that even if he found $100 on the ground, he wouldn't pick it up because he makes about $150 per second. So it would be a waste of time to spend any longer than that, to bend down and pick up the money. In other words, he'd lose $200 by doing it. However, in our protagonist's case, it takes about an hour to accumulate 100 monster respawns, generating a total of approximately 15 billion gold. According to the lecture, Bill Gates makes 500 million won an hour, but our protagonist has surpassed the earning speed of the richest man in the world. Back in reality, we see the kid leaving a Gucci store. We also see him in a Lamborghini, with everyone looking on in awe, including plenty of girls. It seems the kid isn't just breaking the game, but is also breaking real life for his own amusement. He intentionally crashes into a truck just to get a new car. After that, the scene changes. Old Man Choi is receiving a report from an employee who says that recently, items worth about 15 billion won have been dumped on the market. And because of this, the game's progress has jumped forward by about 2 years. The employee wonders if he should make a run for it, but Choi says he can hear him thinking. Then, he asks if there's any way to block the transactions to prevent the items from being sold, but unfortunately, that's impossible. Faced with this, the chairman calls our protagonist. The kid says he's busy spending money, even having the gall to ask if the old man left him a present. The chairman isn't too happy about that and starts cussing him out. The kid simply hangs up on him. Damn, this kid is really something else. To be honest, he didn't have a penny to his name before this. Now his only concern is how to spend this massive fortune. Soon enough, our protagonist remembers the most important thing, buying a super luxurious house. But he's forgetting something. When are we going to get this guy a new pair of underwear? He's been wearing the same single pair since the start of the story. After moving, the young man decides to get acquainted with his neighbors, so he bakes a cake. He goes to a nearby house and knocks, saying he just moved in and brought some rice cakes. The person asks our protagonist to wait a moment, then opens the door and guess who it is? Our dear master, who's even wearing a school uniform. The two of them stare at each other for a moment. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and we're taken back to Chrono Life, in the Valley of the Dead. A demon-like figure appears. A few monsters try to attack this demon. The figure calls them a bunch of fools for not even recognizing their own master. After absorbing all the monsters there, the demon's identity is revealed. He is the lost head of Urus, whose sole purpose is to destroy all of humanity. His name is Yurekin. The scene changes. The idol of the music industry, Han Se-rei, whose in-game nickname in Chrono Life is Love. She meets him for the first time in real life, and she's considerably gentler than her in-game persona. The girl thanks him and says she'll enjoy the food. The main character doesn't recognize her as master. Instead, he recognizes her as Hansarang, the famous singer. Obviously, neither of them can recognize the other. That's because they're quite different in the game versus in real life. The girl goes inside and meets her sister. For a moment, Han feels like she has met her new neighbor somewhere before, but she doesn't recognize him. A guy like him would be impossible to forget. She's sure she'd recognize him if they met again. Her sister advises Han to change since she's still in her school uniform, and the photo shoot is about to start. The girl gets angry, saying she just got home, but she soon remembers her promise to the main character and goes to get changed. The sister realizes her little sis has found someone special in the game. She wonders who it is that's stolen her sister's heart. It's official, folks. Our boy's future sister-in-law has spoken. So who are we to argue, right? Our guy heads back to his farming spot, but he realizes all the monsters in the area have vanished. He asks the dwarf dragon if its minions deserted. Urus replies that this is impossible because the monsters are programmed to act in a specific way. It's as if they simply vanish into thin air. The guy says that it doesn't matter. He'll just go hunt somewhere else. Urus reminds Underwear Boy that he has to meet Master at 7 p.m. The protagonist leaves, disappointed. With the monsters gone, the dwarf dragon says it can sense a familiar, yet menacing aura in the valley. Suddenly, we see a giant serpent in the snow. Its name is El Rose Alexandro, and it's facing off against Hurricane. It's fighting Hurricane, who easily defeats it. Then he absorbs it. The demon says it's still not enough. There's still a long way to go. Suddenly, the goddess of life appears. She's very impressed with how far Hurricane has come. The goddess says it's understandable, since he eats so much. Unexpectedly, she's attacked by the demon. Urus's second head believes this girl looks delicious. So, he tries to absorb her too, but fails. The goddess tells him not to scare her like that. Eurekan asks in confusion if it was an illusion, since he was sure his attack landed. The goddess says it doesn't matter. She explains that he probably can't eat her, adding that they are of a similar nature. The goddess points to a village and says there's plenty of food for him there. The second head of Urus becomes excited and starts laughing, commenting that his sole purpose is the destruction of mankind. He quickly heads to the city and starts absorbing the populace. All players in the area become his food. It's a place where both newbies and veterans are active, but new and even experienced players are no match for that monster. Back at the Chrono Life company, an employee reports more problems to the chairman. The employee says the company is receiving a lot of complaints from users. The reason for the outrage is that players' characters are being deleted. When absorbed by Yurekin, it seems Urus's second head has become a sort of character-deleting virus. Chrono Life is being heavily flamed for this. However, the chairman doesn't seem worried about it at all. In fact, he already knew about Yurekin's existence. Choi even ordered his staff to monitor only two characters, one being Yurekin and the other being Luna, the famous merchant. Back in the game, we see a chaotic scene. The dragon scale guy is still standing in the middle of a city engulfed in flames. The goddess of life also appears. She didn't expect that the second head of Uruz would eat the whole city. The dragon scale guy says, this still isn't enough, and asks where he can find more food. The goddess says his next meal will be the tastiest. We're taken to Master, who's eagerly waiting for Underwear Boy. Looks like he's late again. He's so dead this time. Noticing a presence, she turns around, excited, thinking it's him. But the person there is none other than Yurekin. It's revealed that the monster has reached the game's max level. Is there finally a worthy opponent for our main character? Back in the city, we follow the former king of Arnhem Castle. It is said that he once had an empire but lost everything. Ever since he and his alliance were defeated by our protagonist, who then claimed all the guilds for himself. He can't accept giving up everything. Suddenly, there is an explosion and a giant monster appears from it. That day, the former king of Arden Castle witnessed hundreds of players being wiped out. Wondering what that was, he checks the announcement board and sees that all the absorbed characters are being deleted. The only one who recognizes the former king's presence is the goddess, who says nothing. Then, she and Yurekin head towards their next prey. The loser from Arden Castle just laughs nervously. The scene shifts again, and now we're following our MC's waifu, who is facing two powerful enemies, The goddess of life says she's pleased to meet Captain Love, whose name she's heard of. Master innocently asks if the goddess knows Underwear Boy, since he's the only one who knows that name. The goddess says she almost struck Eurus's second head because it startled her. The goddess of life continues, saying it seems that Captain Love and the main character are very close. Master replies that she's really just interested in messing with him, even though she disliked him. The goddess of life revealed a grim expression and a mischievous smile. She recalled what happened before eliminating Juan, the king of mules. Concluding her reasoning, she called the main character's master a nuisance. Then, Kyan was attacked by Urakan while the goddess just stood by and watched. The scaly guy said that the meal was delicious. The girl said that was obvious since Kyan was a fragment of a god. The second head of Urus asked what that meant, but the goddess refused to say as it wasn't important. Then, she invited him to find more delicious meals. However, their plan was interrupted because our boy finally arrived with a serious look on his face. He confronted the enemy. The goddess asked how he'd been. The main character told her to shut up and to get her foot off Kyan's clothes. Luna said she had accidentally stepped on the remnants of his master. The kid in briefs warned that he was about to start beating the crap out of the scaly guy. He attacked with his staff, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to defeat Urakan, who counterattacked. The main character wondered what kind of creature could survive a hit from his staff. The monster asked what was so surprising when he could easily dodge that kind of attack. Then, the boy said he just needed to attack with more force. The second head of Urus thought that was just a bluff, asking if the previous attack wasn't his full power. The main character said all the attacks they'd seen so far were just normal attacks. Suddenly, he activated a unique skill of the Novice Master class, Swordsman Spirit. That was the first staff technique our boy would use. The scaly guy had better go all out to dodge it. Then, the main character activated the Continuous Slash skill, allowing him to attack relentlessly. It was a skill so powerful it could reach and destroy a planet. The story continues with the former king of Arden Castle live-streaming to gain fame. He believed that slandering the company's name was the best way to quickly get engagement. So, he made many criticisms about the game. We return to the main character's fight against Urakan. Our boy asked where the monster came from. The scaly guy revealed his identity, admitting he was the second head of Urus. The dragon said that it found Urakan's presence very familiar, but thought it was just his imagination. Urus warned the boy to be careful, as he might be the reason for the disappearance of the monsters in the valley. The dragon concluded by saying that his master had also died before and her character had been deleted. The scaly guy got tired of just watching and tried to attack the main character, who calmly defended himself. Now that he was sure Kyan's character was truly deleted, he wouldn't let the enemy get away with it. The loser from Arden Castle was approaching the battle scene. Meanwhile, the kid in briefs was beating the scaly guy to a pulp. He used a version of the continuous attack to beat the monster without destroying it. The former guild leader arrived at the battle scene and flew into a rage when he saw the one who had taken everything from him, standing there. He drew his bow and prepared to attack but was interrupted by a message. It seemed everyone was recovering their game characters. Thus Urakan was continuously losing levels. The kid asked the monster what was wrong with it for becoming so slow. Urus announced that the energy that the Scaled One had absorbed was returning to the original characters. A company employee reported that the player's data wasn't deleted, but had been transferred to Urakan. The main character understood that if he defeated the Scaled One, then his master would also return. The monster became extremely enraged and tried to attack the main character, but it simply had no chance of winning. The viewers of the livestream realized the one fighting was the living legend, the Divine Stick Briefs boy. A lot of people were watching the livestream, including the kid's future wife. While watching the livestream, she discovered that the kid had never been weak and recalled the day they met. The battle unfolded with the Scaled One on its knees. He was once at the highest level in the game, now he was only at level 180, because he had lost all the energy he had absorbed. Our boy was ready to end the fight, but Urakan tried to resist. He stabbed a tentacle into the boy to absorb his energy. A sad moment unfolded, but only for a short time, as the Briefs boy's recovery ability activated. He began to materialize inside Urakan. It was very bizarre. You could say the boy was reborn. Urus asked if that manifestation was the main character, and he answered yes. The boy confronted the monster that had devoured thousands of players. In the end, he absorbed Urakan itself and returned to his original form thanks to the recovery factor. Along with that, a new ability called Gluttony was awakened, allowing him to absorb the level and stats of any target by eating it. The Goddess of Life asked if the fight was over. It wasn't what she expected, but it was fun nonetheless, as the girl called herself Urakan's mother. The main character said he had accidentally killed her son, but the girl said she wasn't actually the Scaled One's mother, and pointed out that they were both the same age. Lee asked how she knew his age, but she didn't answer. The girl opened a spatial rift and said goodbye to our boy. The chairman ordered the team to resolve this quickly by creating a reward event, and also to keep an eye on Luna. The boy returned to the beginner's village and welcomed like a hero. He struck a pose and wondered if someone had revealed his power. Everyone recognized the Brief's boy as a good person. Even a random elf tried to insult him, but failed. The boy felt a bit uncomfortable with so much attention and started running away from the village. He ran so fast he slammed into a wall, but it was actually a golden statue of himself. It seemed they had gone too far. It was weird, but that wasn't all. Some even more fanatical fans appeared, dressed exactly like the Brief's boy. This city was even crazier than the main character. The king of power leveling had been promoted to leader of the Guild of Fools because he had spent a fortune just to honor the Brief's boy. Wang said he was the one who ordered the statue to be built. Even the main character found this reaction excessive, considering it came from the craziest guy in the story. Or maybe not. It's hard to say. We are taken to the building where Han was holed up, thinking about how she didn't realize the boy was so strong, even after he retrieved her gauntlets for her. She wondered why the main character had deceived her. What was the reason behind him pretending to be weak? A sense of horror began to form. Perhaps this girl had suffered some kind of trauma as a child. We returned to the village where Li was walking around and met his master. He said it was good to see a familiar face, but she didn't seem happy to see him at all. The girl started to let out her feelings, questioning why he had lied. The boy said he didn't know how to lie and denied the accusation. Kian then asked if he was the boy who brought her rice cakes. It took the main character a moment to realize, still asking if she was Han Se-rang. The girl confirmed it was her, revealing that she was a Chrono Life player had caused many problems. Her older sister started judging her for it. Han didn't understand why things had come to this. She never intended to hide it. After all, is playing games a sin? It seems she was going through what many of us have experienced, being ashamed of being a gamer in real life. Her sister said she was just worried about Han's true personality being exposed. The girl said it was her sister who forced her to hide the truth about who she really was, and that she never wanted to lie to her fans. She knocked on her room's door and returned to the virtual world. Here we learn a bit about Han's childhood. She had been singing since she was a child, considered a star from a very early age. She was happy about it, but something terrible was happening behind the scenes. The little girl was forced by her own parents to perform more and more shows, and it was clear the motive behind it was money. She had to fulfill many different work contracts. Even an adult couldn't handle such a heavy workload. The little girl tried to cope with it, but at some point, it became impossible. She reached her limit during a performance. The little girl started throwing up right in the middle of the stage, seeking comfort in her parents' arms. She received proof that all that mattered to them was how well she could perform on stage. Their only real concern was satisfying their thirst for wealth, and so, she suffered an unimaginable pain she could never forget. Back in the present, Han found herself lost in intrusive thoughts about her past, and the main character tried to start a conversation, but she wasn't interested, so the boy asked Euros if he could tell him what the problem was. The wise dragon said Han was angry at him for hiding the truth about his power. He didn't know exactly what to do, but quickly apologized for deceiving her in the first place. The girl asked if he thought things could be solved that simply. The main character tried to explain but was interrupted by a giant bird that snatched the girl. A man was sitting on the bird's back, notable for the obvious stitches on his neck, challenging the main character. This guy must be insane. The guy noticed Han was unconscious and said that wasn't his intention. Li asked who he was. The guy simply apologized and said some people wanted to meet the girl. Li quickly lost his patience and attacked with his staff. The stitched-up guy used a skill to counter the main character's blow, even managing to wound him, but he recovered very quickly. The dwarf dragon said this was no ordinary human. His name is Habek, the water god, another one for the main character to beat to a pulp. The girl was still unconscious in Habek's arms. The guy said the main character was very strong, but not worthy of possessing a fragment of a god. Meanwhile, at the water god's hideout, Han woke up, completely bewildered. As she didn't understand the situation, Habek tried to reassure the girl. He said some people wanted to meet her. Han still didn't understand until she saw the people in the room. Her father and mother, the ones who had scorned her after she collapsed in front of thousands of people. After suffering public humiliation, the girl had decided to give up her career. But her parents wouldn't accept that, so they forced her to keep working for years, until their income dried up. At this point, her parents crossed all lines of common sense. They tried to sell their own daughter. Han had to face two monsters. But they were very different from game-type monsters, because these monsters were real. The little girl managed to escape and sought help from the police, and through that, she finally freed herself from the prison she had been in for so long. However, the damage was immense. The girl had a mental breakdown. After that, she could only stay indoors. Over time, her eyesight deteriorated from spending long hours on the computer. It was all because of the memories of those days. The girl started to tremble. She asked how they could be in front of her. There was a restraining order against them. But her parents replied that this was just a game. They couldn't be stopped from finding her here. They concluded by saying they only found the girl thanks to articles talking about her playing Chrono Life. After Habek left, the two of them continued talking in private. Han's mother started talking about how much she had grown up and how it was a shame she couldn't witness her daughter's growth, because this world is a cruel place, always separating children from their parents. Her mother said she was very sorry for what happened in the past, that they had wanted to apologize for a long time. We know this girl has never been shown affection, and it's a shame that such a void needs to be filled. Only the main character can do that. The scene cuts to Habek taking a leisurely stroll around the hideout, along with his beautiful bird resting on the grass. Both remained calm until they noticed the presence of a man. When he appeared, Habek theorized that the boy only got here because Euros led the way. But Lee cut the conversation short, telling Habek to shut his mouth. All the main character really wanted was payback for what happened a while ago. Even though he lost that battle, they had to fight again to satisfy his desire. The enemy snapped his fingers, ordering his chicken to attack. The situation unfolded with Kukuna's indignation. How could a bird be so arrogant, daring to challenge a primate? And then something surprising happened. The bird started to multiply. Thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him, the boy tried to regain his composure. But then he realized it wasn't just a few chickens, but now there were thousands of them. Habek used a skill called photocopy, and as the battle continued, the monsters flew towards the main character, who decided to make some last-minute roast chicken. After all, there was a whole flock charging straight at him, and an opportunity like that doesn't come every day. Unfortunately, the attack wasn't enough to destroy the enemy, and both Kukuna and Euros were astonished by that power. The wise dwarf dragon, who always provides the intel, explained the enemy's power. He possesses an extremely overpowered item called the Mirror, whose power is known as the 8 Great Illusions. Euros commented that this was the 4th variation of Habek's Mirror, and that each of the item's abilities had a unique effect. For example, when Habek countered the main character's attack, he used the first illusion. It allows him to reflect any physical or magical attack. Kukuna started complaining about the existence of such an unbalanced item. And this is coming from the guy who holds the most overpowered weapon in the entire world, and he's still whining. The dwarf dragon found this ridiculous but continued, saying it didn't matter, because the company never intended to balance the game in the first place. This was no ordinary player. It was a monster that needed to be defeated, unhappy with the situation. The boy continued to complain, who had the brilliant idea of creating a boss in human form that can also move freely. Suddenly, a surprise attack was launched, and the boy was hit from behind. In a brief moment, the flock of chickens prepared fireballs and launched them at Kukuna. It seemed the tables had turned. Before, it was Lee who wanted to cook something. But now he was the one about to be roasted and eaten, or at least that seemed to be the enemy's expectation. But the boy survived amidst the sea of fire, saying that it gave him a fright. Lee activated his talent called Continuous Slash. The move quickly defeated all the birds, but Habek said it didn't matter how many times they were eliminated. He could always create more copies with his ability. Kukuna now asked if that was really true. Maybe he should just destroy the mirror. Habek looked on with a hostile expression, while the main character once again activated his special move, destroying the birds again. He repeated these attacks thousands of times while the enemy reappeared through the 4th illusion ability. Until Habek noticed something strange, the mirror was starting to crack. The boy noticed the same thing and went straight to Habek to taunt him, calling him weak. Habek said that actually, the boy was too strong. There was no way to predict such an absurd amount of power. The boy was annoyed by the enemy's smile. An expression from his opponent reminded him of the girl who had betrayed him in the past. In the end, he demanded Habek tell him why he kidnapped Han and what the connection was to the fragment of a god. Of course, the enemy refused to reveal that information so easily, asking in return if he should even answer those questions. This made our boy furious. Habek said that the mirror was broken, but it could be used one more time. Then, a copy of the main character appeared. At first, the boy thought it was a bird, but he quickly identified what was in front of him and was shocked, because now his greatest enemy was himself. The copy mimicked the target in every aspect. The only noticeable change was its appearance. Since it was a mirror image, everything was reversed. The mirror copy used Continuous Slash to attack, the move hitting him straight in the face. And besides nearly killing him, it also ruined our boy's handsome face after he was hit by his own technique. The main character lost all his health, observing the damage dealt by the copy. Habek thought that if he had known this from the beginning, he should have just copied the boy thousands of times. Euros asked him what his purpose was, and the young man cheerfully talks to the short dragon, apologizing for not greeting him sooner because he was busy. By the way, Uruz looks much cuter than before. The short dragon tells him to cut the crap and answer the question. What was the intention behind fighting Kukuna? Then Uruz wonders if that person is involved. Habek's true desire is revealed when he asks for permission to pinch the short dragon's cheeks, at least once. Suddenly, some kind of image appears between them. What is that? You probably already guessed it. It's our dear Kukuna, the man who was vaporized just a few minutes ago. But now he's regenerating thanks to his ridiculously overpowered, game-breaking regeneration ability. Although this form is a bit strange and scary at first, even the villain is horrified to see the boy in this state. The main character focuses on his greatest enemy, the fake Kakuna. Uriz declares that in that state, the copy looks even more real. The clone tries to attack the boy with a downward slash skill, but it's neutralized by the opposing technique, an upward slash amidst a huge impact. The two clash head-on to see who will gain the upper hand as they use their skills. The destruction caused around them is immense, but they still frantically exchange blows, until they both land a blow on each other's head. Havoc thinks the fight has ended in mutual destruction, but then their recovery factor kicks in. These guys are like ghosts. Havoc wonders if they can really recover like that. After regenerating, both continue the battle. Meanwhile, Uriz continues to question Havoc about his intentions. He says that Uriz should pay more attention to others, that even that person can't act carelessly against the short dragon, because he is, or was, the strongest boss in the game. Now it's Havoc's turn to ask a question. Why did that person in Muris, who never cared about anything in this world, suddenly get involved? And most importantly, he asks why the short dragon is accompanying the main character. Uriz replies that he should already know the reason. The young man then clarifies that he has no interest in the boy, because the target is the fragment of a god. The remaining question is whether that divine fragment is Han's Sarang itself. Havoc tells Uriz not to be foolish. Of course, a human wouldn't be that important. In fact, she is just the owner of the item. Then we return to the hideout, where a family reunion or something similar is taking place. Han's mother apologizes once again and asks if the girl can forgive her. Han looks uncomfortable, and a moment later, the girl's mother grabs her hand and with a strange smile asks where the gloves of silence are. During the conversation between Uriz and Havoc, it's revealed that this item is the fragment of a god. Items in Chrono Life are divided into categories. First are the weakest items, the common rank. Second is the rare classification. Third is unique equipment. And finally, the Newman rank, where the divine fragment belongs. Havoc concludes by saying that he has heard of the transcendent rank, but has never seen one with his own eyes. Uriz recalls seeing a few such items with the main character. Ultimately, regardless of power or rarity, the fragment of a god is different, although the transcendent rank is also unique, especially for the gods. Then we see Luna, the girl who betrayed our young main character. This girl seems like she'll never die. If she keeps causing trouble, she'll end up like divine porridge. She's shocked that Havoc has revealed so much information. What a man who can't keep his mouth shut. Speaking of which, the god who appeared when the world was destroyed is with Luna. He states that the girl has been collecting various divine fragments for a long time. The goddess says that just as she suspected, that man has known about this all along. The blonde man asks if for some reason the girl believes that Uricon can absorb the fragment of a god. Answering the question, she admits that she was a little worried because the result was slightly different than expected. The scene shifts back to the battle between the fake Kukana and the original boy with the blessed staff, locked in a stalemate. Our boy finally loses and is quickly struck. Uriz becomes agitated by this. Havoc declares that although they both have identical stats, there is a fatal and decisive difference. It's the gap between a player and a bot. Unlike the main character, the clone doesn't make any mistakes due to fatigue or the like. This is how the outcome of this battle will change. The dragon flies to Lee's side while Havoc simply watches. We see that Lee has been completely defeated. Kneeling on the ground with a fatal wound, Uriz rushes over and shouts the boy's name. The regeneration ability activates and the main character suddenly seems extremely pleased. It seems like he's having a lot of fun. Both the short dragon and Havoc are stunned. Kukana reveals his true feelings, showing that he's a genuine masochist. He remarks that all his battles so far have been boring because he always won with just one blow. Uriz assesses the situation and asks if their situation isn't bad enough already for the boy to keep messing around. Then Kukana asks if the short dragon really thinks he's in danger. The clone approaches with an aerial attack, and the young man seems even more excited. Declaring that there are two ways to end this battle, everyone watching the fight is impressed with the main character. Wondering if he really has a way to win, we once again see the two clash their staves. But unlike before, the impact this time is much more resonant. Havoc is curious about what method the boy will use. Luna continues her picnic and says the main character is bluffing, adding that compared to the other masters of Chrono Life, a Stitch is on another level. The mirror's ability is strong enough to be considered absolute. It's not a boss that was created to be defeated, and she highly doubts the boy will win. This girl never learns, as if a mirror could ever be a challenge for the main character. The boy's brilliant idea is to end the world like last time. This way, he'll return to the starting village. And the clone would consequently disappear too, but Kukana isn't in the mood for that. It's time to try something new. The blonde man and Luna are incredibly relieved. And next to them, Joe is so worried he's biting his nails. The chairman starts praying that the boy won't destroy the planet again. At this rate, the old man will die of stress. We return to the cave where Han's mother is holding her wrist. The woman says she won't be angry if the girl does her a favor. Habak will give Han's parents a lot of money if they can get the fragment of a god. The old woman reasons that she's not even asking her daughter for money, so Han should just give them the item. It's the least she can do for her parents. After all, they were the ones who brought her into this world. But when the girl says she lost the gloves of silence, the item they're looking for, her father steps forward and glares at her. The man asks if she's hidden them somewhere. The girl says no, she really doesn't know where the gloves are. The father gets angry at her answer, slaps Han, and calls her an ungrateful brat, and asks if helping her parents is a waste of time. As if that wasn't enough, he asks if the girl has forgotten who fed her, changed her diapers, and put her to sleep. The man gets even angrier, demanding to know where his money is. Meanwhile, our boy continues to fight his clone. Suddenly, a magic circle appears and surrounds them. Yuras wonders if this is a new skill for the junior master class. The main character activates his talent called Gluttony, and a tentacle comes out of his mouth. The boy attaches his tentacle to the fake Kukana's neck. Habak is relieved to learn that using that skill was the boy's plan, because the clone has also copied that power. As he says this, the clone uses the same attack. A Stitch says that his opponent is a mirror and that he should have understood that from the beginning. Completely believing that the boy's strategy has failed, he lets his guard down and is attacked by surprise. The boy's real plan was to attack the main body, the one who summoned the clone. Habak realizes what happened at the last second, and the main character starts to say his goodbyes. But it's not over yet. The opponent regenerates and severs the tentacle, the hand holding the mirror. He said he didn't expect to be cornered, and the scene shifts to a conversation between Luna and the blonde-haired man. The truth is revealed that the god's fragment was absorbed by Urakan, but Stitch is unaware of this, because Luna decided to hide it from him. Back to the fight, Habak decides to run away, because in his current state, continuing the fight would be a huge disadvantage. The main character calls him a coward, and he agrees. So, he takes out the mirror and offers it as a reward for winning the battle, reasoning that maybe the kid will spare his life. But the kid says that if he simply eliminates the boss, he'll get a few more items anyway. Habak argues that he needs to be alive for the mirror to work, so it's better to let him go. He then says his goodbyes and disappears, and a system message appears, congratulating Kukana on becoming the owner of the mirror, but he doesn't really care about that. His main goal is to save his friend. It seems our main character has a heart after all. We cut back to the cave where Han is still being tormented by her father. It would be better if she just followed the orders she was given instead of being a rebellious girl. As the girl lies on the ground, a quick idea pops into the man's head, believing that the silent gauntlets aren't worth as much as his daughter's assets. So, from now on, they can just take money from her. Han can't take it anymore. Her mother continues the conversation, explaining that since this is just a game, a restraining order won't work, meaning their daughter can't even try to call for help. The girl starts to tremble, and her parents just smile because from now on, their family will be united forever. So, as a final plea, the girl begs for a hero to free her from this suffering. That's when our beloved Kukana arrives and asks if the two of them are crazy, because all they have to do is stop playing the game. The couple can't stand the kid's intrusion, and as the man opens his mouth to spout some nonsense, Kukana decides to shut him up with a slap to the jaw. The main character says he's usually polite to his elders, but these two are an exception. Han's father calls the kid rude, asking if he doesn't know who they are. They are the girl's parents, Kukana asks. What kind of people threaten and steal money from their own child? Kukana is furious at the couple's behavior, especially for bringing real-life problems into this place, which makes the game incredibly tedious. Han's mother starts to say something, but at this point, she can't even form a complete sentence. The main character asks why Han is still on the ground after all this humiliation, pointing out that in this world, her level is much higher than theirs. Han explains that she can't do anything to her parents, a response the kid scoffs at. That reaction is ridiculous, taking this game so seriously that she does nothing. Even after being humiliated like that, it's still not enough to make her understand. So, the kid says that if she's just going to run away like she does in real life, then Han should just stop playing the game. The girl then gets up in anger. How can someone who doesn't even know her life story tell her how to solve her problems? Kukana has no idea what she's been through. The girl's mother approaches and slaps her across the face, showing blatant disregard for her daughter's pain, focusing only on herself, not caring if the family falls apart, because they will always be her parents, and Han will always be their daughter. Even if that's true, the weight of those words stirs up terrible emotions for the girl. The main character can't believe the woman's callousness, so the girl has been trapped in fear for a long time. She decides to confront her mother with her own two hands, remembering everything that has happened. Her punch is not just an act of familial revenge, but also an act of overcoming herself. She is her own savior, solving her own problems. In the end, the old woman even loses a tooth from that punch. After everything is settled, we see Han giving a speech in the real world. She finally goes public with her hobby, admitting that she loves playing virtual reality games. and introduces herself as a Chrono Life player, not to mention revealing her true personality. She even confesses in an interview that fighting monsters is a way for her to relieve stress. When asked about her controversial nature, about her excessive kindness in real life, and her apparent violence in the game, she says that the violent side is probably part of her true nature. Although she can also be a sweet person, everyone blushes at that answer. The girl concludes her thoughts by saying, "Who knows if these things really matter? Does it really matter if I'm one way or another? And if you're looking for reality in a game, then why play a game at all? After all, its purpose is to be a distraction from the world's troubles." After all these statements, the girl becomes even more popular than before. And now, even Shukuna, who witnessed all of this, has become a fan of Hansarang. The main character logs into the game and finds the girl very annoyed. He's greeted with kicks. Because he was late for their meeting again, he makes the excuse that he was delayed, because he was watching her interview on TV, but the girl says it was just a recording. Despite all these events, she hasn't stopped playing Chrono Life. On the contrary, she logs in even more frequently. After their usual greetings, Han tells him to follow her, and the boy simply agrees out of fear. She smiles and says she'll let him off the hook this time. But on one condition, only if Kupina gives her a piggyback ride, reminiscent of the events of the day they met. It was the main character who had asked for the piggyback ride, but in the present, it seems the tables have turned. The girl says she doesn't know much about the game and humbly asks him to carry her. Finally, she calls him Master. Due to the large number of players in Chrono Life, there are many guilds, and among them, a few stand out. They are known as the top 5 guilds. However, one group followed a completely different path from the other organizations. They had an excellent intelligence network, surpassing even the World Guild, as well as a vast operational force that covered the entire continent. All its members were at least top rankers. The name of this guild was Robin Hood. One night was all it took for this entire organization to disappear, completely wiped out. We follow a man on a mountaintop observing the chaos below. He is a member of the Robin Hood Guild, and as he sees everyone falling into an eternal slumber, he decides to leave the area, but someone appears behind him. The masked man reacts by instinctively slicing the person in two, but it's not enough to kill the stranger, and the masked man realizes this. In an instant, the person reappears behind him and stabs him with a sword. The stranger admits that this guild member is different, but still pretty much on the same level as the others. It's clear he's not going to make it, but before he goes, the masked man asks who this person is, and what the purpose behind this is. The stranger says the reason is obvious. He's doing this just because it's fun. And then the scene changes, and we're in the middle of a forest, and we see a carriage being pulled by a giant cat. The driver appears to be a friendly old man, and he tells the passengers they will soon arrive at Stone Mountain. Inside the carriage, we can see who the customers are. The main character and the girls seem to be traveling somewhere, and we are told the story of their mode of transport. This type of vehicle is very popular in Chrono Life, called a Manhwa carriage, named after the demon cat. It was domesticated and brought into the human world, where it learned to pull carriages. The creator of this service was just some player with a professional taming talent. His profits are extremely high due to the success of the business. With this short story concluded, the passengers finally arrive at the stone dungeon. The main character looks at us with a chicken leg in his mouth, and it's said that this is a huge dungeon that reaches 1,205 meters above sea level. Various level 30 monsters spawned at that location. Since there were so many, it was a popular spot for beginners to level up faster. At least that's what Lee had heard, but he'd never actually been there himself. The reason they were there was to power level Han. Right now, she was much more serious than the guy had expected. After she asked him for a piggyback ride, they ended up in this situation. The guy said that helping someone level up would be boring, and as he mentioned this, he remembered the surprise gift he had prepared for her, a pair of transcendent, grade gauntlets. He gave them to her because she had lost her old pair. Han was incredibly grateful, which you could tell from the look on her face. The main reason for this happiness was that it had been a long time since she had received anything. The protagonist couldn't understand how that was possible. A celebrity like her should have been showered with gifts. The girl said she received plenty of things from her fans, but they couldn't compare to Kuna's gift, and the guy agreed with that. The girl made sure to emphasize this point. Afterward, Han said she would put this gift to good use, and as she paused to think, his in-game character name was still a mystery. The girl asked if he had ever told her his character name before. The girl said she'd seen it when she invited him to a party a long time ago, but unfortunately, she had forgotten it. As he tried to say his name, he was suddenly interrupted by the cat, which got startled out of nowhere. The jolt sent items and food flying into the air. Not only that, but due to the sudden stop, Han ended up falling on top of Kukuna a moment later. The girl realized she was holding onto a rather unusual stick, because this one was what the protagonist kept hidden in his pants. Yuraz was shocked by the scene outside the carriage. An injured person appeared, pleading for help. Everyone stared at him for a moment, and then inside the carriage, the masked man began to tell his story, explaining that he had been attacked by a man with a mysterious system. The only thing he found out was the guy's name, and he was only sure about one thing. This guy was no ordinary player. He seemed to have the ability to duplicate items. He had created an exact copy of the mask he owned. That character's name was Passive Kid Yuri, and Han found this nickname to be quite strange. The protagonist asked who he was, but the masked man didn't need to answer, as Han already knew his identity. "That's Hong from the Robin Hood Guild," she said. The guy asked if she knew him, and she replied that even a child would know who he is. Uraz added that Hong had once fought against the guy. On the day he wiped out the entire alliance of the 5 largest guilds, Hong asked for help to defeat Passive Kid. To Lee, none of that mattered. Everyone has their own problems. Why should the protagonist help? Sure, the guild was wiped out by some random dude, but that wasn't a good enough reason. Hong took off his mask and apologized, saying that since he was asking for help, he should at least introduce himself properly. The guy remarked that Hong was quite persistent. Then, Hong introduced himself as the leader of the Robin Hood Guild. The guy's expression changed instantly. If it had been a man, it would have been one thing. But since it was a woman, helping her was nothing less than his duty. The female guild leader thanked him for his kindness. She assured him that he wouldn't regret this decision, as this issue also concerned him in a way. At the Chrono Life building, it was quitting time for the employees. One employee complained that he was jealous the team leader got to go home. Some decided to work overtime, but the boss asked who gave them permission to stay late. They could go home. Taking care of everything related to the team was the team leader's job. The employees asked if the boss was serious, pointing out that they had already worked overtime the day before. Maybe the boss still hadn't made up with his wife. The boss immediately told them to shut up. Everyone said their goodbyes and left, leaving only the boss in the building. The man's demeanor quickly changed, grumbling that young people these days just pretend to be naive and take advantage of everything in life without wanting to work, which is why they're stuck living in poverty. Now that everyone had left, it was time to make some money. In the game, we see the man flying through the air. He draws his unique grade weapon called the Execution Sword. It seemed to have terrifying destructive power, but that wasn't all. Another standout feature was his level, 999, the highest in the game. He said that now his real work could begin. An interview revealed that even professional players from Chrono Life couldn't beat the game, but when someone reached the max level, they would receive a transcendent grade item as a reward. This information was leaked after it became a hot topic in the community, but no one had ever seen one of those items before. They were the stuff of legends. We see Han admiring her new gauntlets in awe. She asked the boy if the equipment was really transcendent grade, and he confirmed that it was. He told her she could use it as much as she wanted because he still had plenty of weapons like it in his inventory. Hearing that, the girl equipped the gauntlets, and a notification popped up stating that she was now the item's new owner. Han marveled at her new gear for a moment, but because her level was too low, she could only use a fraction of its true power due to a lock on the weapon along with a seal. The gauntlet's appearance also changed into something much simpler. It seemed pretty inefficient to use such weapons without meeting the requirements, as the user couldn't tap into the gear's full potential. It would be better to have a unique grade weapon, at least that's what Han thought. But when she gently touched a rock surface, she caused an immense amount of damage with just the slightest tap. Even though the item was sealed due to her lack of power, imagine if it weren't. Our poor protagonist had nothing to do with the whole thing but ended up becoming a victim of the minor disaster that just occurred. Uraz commented that he couldn't wait until the girl experienced the true power of such equipment, and the boy agreed. Uraz was curious about what the boy would do about Hong's request, and the boy replied that he would accept it since the situation seemed to involve him. Back in the carriage, the protagonist was confused, asking how this had anything to do with him. What connection could he possibly have with Passive Kid when he didn't even know the guy? The masked woman mentioned that the man claimed to attack others for fun, but that was clearly a lie. His real goal was to make money by duplicating and selling items, pocketing large sums of money in the process. According to the Guildmaster's information, Kukuna was also a merchant-class player, and while selling rare equipment posed a big problem, it wasn't illegal. However, Passive Kid's case was different. His actions were illegal, involving an abuse of power. The boy didn't understand a few things, but Hong just continued to explain. Regardless, if they let this guy operate freely, the market economy would collapse and the game itself would be ruined. The boy remarked that there was no problem with that. All they had to do was report the criminal's behavior to the company's customer service. That way, the user's bank account would be frozen, leading to a happy ending. The masked woman said the protagonist was more naive than she had thought. He was confused. Hong explained that if they reported him, they would only receive an automated response from the company. At this point, the only person who could stop Passive Kid was the master of the energetic stick, as Kukuna had single-handedly annihilated the entire World Alliance, not to mention his other feats. With a serious expression, the boy stared at the masked woman, who then disappeared. Now, it was all in Kukuna's hands. The fate of the entire game would be decided by him. As they say, the bigger the stick, the greater the responsibility. Thinking about it, Lee realized he had no choice but to fight to protect the game. Han asked if he had any ideas, since they couldn't track down Passive Kid without any leads. If they couldn't report him to customer service, the only option left was to go after the big bosses. Yuras and Han seemed surprised by this turn of events. They shouldn't have been so shocked. After all, this kid was completely out of his mind. In the real world, Lee was calling the game company's chairman, and to make sure Choi would answer, he threatened to destroy the world once again. The old man asked what on earth he wanted, and the protagonist burst out laughing before hanging up. Choi was furious, but don't worry, it was all part of the plan. Since customer service wasn't working effectively, talking directly to the game company's chairman was the way to go. As the boy opened the front door to leave, he saw Han outside, still in her school uniform. She insisted on talking to the old man too. The boy first asked if that was okay, considering Han was a celebrity. But the girl said she didn't mind, and since it was already late in the afternoon, no one would notice. In the real world, Lee had to call her Han Surang. Kukuna felt embarrassed. Before leaving, the girl told her older sister she was going for a walk with Kukuna. Afterward, the scene shifts to a restaurant. Choi walked in, fuming with anger. How dare some punk be so disrespectful to him? The chairman approached the protagonist to give him a piece of his mind, but when he saw the girl sitting at the table, he asked if she was Kukuna's girlfriend. The girl blushed, wondering if they looked the part, but the boy denied it before she could say anything. The two argued until Han told them to shut up, and Kukuna trembled in fear while the old man analyzed the situation. After they calmed down, the chairman was informed about the problem with Passive Kid, saying this guy was duplicating items to sell, but the old man didn't seem too worried. He thought it must be something important for him to have come all this way to see Kukuna, but something like this couldn't be resolved so easily, as there were various laws concerning currency trading and item sales, and the company couldn't intervene directly. The protagonist explained that someone had seen the duplicated equipment, but Choi remained stubborn, saying they were probably mistaken. After all, this could only happen if Passive Kid hacked the game. Kukuna hypothesized that it could be a game bug, but the chairman insisted there were no such issues in the game. Then, Han told them to focus. If hacking from the outside was impossible, then it was possible that someone inside the company was using admin tools to duplicate gear and sell it. Choi looked worried, but said this was also impossible, as even those in the company with admin accounts wouldn't add a duplication feature because it's useless. The chairman left, saying he was busy. He quickly said his goodbyes and wished the two a great date. Outside the restaurant, we see the old man lighting a cigar, surrounded by a few employees. Choi ordered 5 trustworthy men to be prepared. Back in the game, we see Han and Kukuna looking dejected as they've made no progress. But the boy said it didn't matter who the enemy was. He would just use his ultimate club to crush Passive Kid. Was there anyone else who got in the protagonist's way? The girl commented on how quickly he got over it. Han wondered what Passive Kid's goal was. The whole thing was strange, no matter how much she thought about it. If it was just for money, why attack the entire Robin Hood guild? The boy suggested that perhaps the enemy's interest was in stealing the guild's valuable items. Han replied that this only made things more suspicious. If duplicating gear to sell was possible, why go around hunting down normal players and even wipe out an entire guild? Kukuna thought for a moment and admitted he had no idea. The girl called him an idiot. A huge explosion occurred nearby. Han believed it was a power similar to the protagonist's. Kukuna rushed toward it. We cut to the scene of the disaster, where we see Habak on his knees, badly injured. Passive Kid was standing above, looking down on him, saying this monster was nothing like the rumors said. He was nothing but a weakling. The Patchwork Man asked why this person was doing this. As a coordinator of this world, his actions would not be tolerated. If caught, could he face the consequences? The enraged Passive Kid grabbed him by the collar and questioned him, where that arrogance came from. How dare a mere piece of data speak like that to an administrator? The cheater threatened to destroy Habak unless he revealed his master's location, the infamous merchant known as Riot, the Sin of Sloth. The Patchwork Man scoffed at the situation, and when the admin saw he was being mocked, he lost his patience and raised his sword to deal the finishing blow to Habak, but he was interrupted by a mysterious presence ordering him to stop. The admin seemed pleased to see this person, as she was one of his targets. The newcomer was Luna, also known as the Goddess of Life. The hacker told her to wait her turn, because he was still finishing off Habak, and once he was done, he would turn his attention to her. The goddess smiled and said all of this was unnecessary, and that the man was nothing more than a mule. The guy felt insulted, but the goddess continued speaking and called him trash. The man still held his sword high, but it seemed his anger had subsided. Throwing Habak aside, the hacker said he wouldn't waste any more time. She was next anyway. As he advanced on the goddess, he asked where Riot was, but the girl didn't have to answer right away. After all, it would be too easy if things ended quickly. The guy threatened to do all sorts of terrible things to the goddess. Remaining silent, She recalled our protagonist and said the two of them were very similar, but at the same time, complete opposites. The hacker said he didn't understand what that meant, and before he could say another word, he was completely crushed by a monster. The goddess watched coldly, answering the man's last question. Yes, he seemed similar to the protagonist, but at the same time, he was very different, because that hacker was utterly disgusting. Then, the goddess started to walk away as if she were about to leave. But something unexpected happened. The enemy was still alive and getting up, and asked if the monster that crushed him was her subordinate. He immediately assumed that was why she was so confident. Luna looked confused, surprised that the man was still alive, but it was clear he wouldn't be for much longer, because now the girl would make sure he died. Trash like him didn't deserve to live. The guy ignored the insults and said he didn't care about that. An aura erupted around them, enveloping the entire space. They were teleported to the admin area, a privilege granted for special purposes like game testing. The hacker told the girl not to think the place was like the real world. After all, she was just a fool. The goddess turned back and focused on the enemy. Then, we are taken to another scene, where Han and Short Pants are running toward the explosion site. Han asked if the situation had anything to do with the hacker and Short Pants. With his intelligence, very likely believed that the hacker worked for the game company. Based on their conversation in the restaurant with the chairman, the old man had denied this assumption, because Choi said a hacker on the team was impossible, but his expression said otherwise. She had also heard about the cheater's feat of single-handedly wiping out the Robin Guild. That's why he was sure the guy had an account with various powers. Han said that was an excellent explanation. But was there a way to run faster? The boy said it was impossible because he had too few agility points. But it didn't take long to reach the battle site, as they noticed the strange aura in the area. They wondered what it was. Habak was leaning against a nearby tree and explained the situation. It was the trace of the other guy's skill. Habak then greeted the protagonist, and the boy asked why he was there. The girl recalled being kidnapped by the man standing before them. Habak said he had been attacked by the admin, and moreover, the hacker had dragged Luna into the testing area. The protagonist asked who Luna was, and the patchwork man was surprised that he didn't know. After all, she was the goddess of life and his first love, and she talked a lot about him. The boy was confused by this. While Han gritted her teeth in anger, Habak began to describe Luna, saying that she was a woman with long black hair and a curvy body. Only then did Lee realize it was the girl who had betrayed him. Han felt jealous, saying she still didn't know Short's kid's type. But the young man made it clear that he was no longer interested in Luna, at least not right now. The goddess was the one who spread those rumors. He even considered it an insult. To think he would like someone who had insulted his parents. Han pretended to be indifferent, but on the inside, she seemed quite pleased. The dragon that had been missing for the past 10 years appeared. Just to say that they were a cute couple, Habak's condition began to worsen, and the boy commented that the patchwork man would probably die soon, but Habak insisted he was fine and begged for help from the main character. The boy asked why he should help. It would be much better to let the guy die and then pick up his dropped items. Han thought it was a great idea, but Habak argued that if he died, the mirror would also disappear. This made our boy a little worried. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Short's kid said he would heal him at all costs. The patchwork man called the main character worse than trash. The girl asked how they were going to help the monster. Since they were out of healing potions, the boy told her to calm down. Activating a skill called Monk's Spirit, he used his talent to heal the guy. It was indeed a healing skill, but it took a long time to restore health. Perhaps the main character should have invested more points into his intelligence stat. Short's kid asked what happened to Habak's arm and went on to say that the body would regenerate, but completely damaged parts wouldn't recover. The patchwork man explained that bosses like him only fully recover after death. So, the boy came up with a great idea. He just had to kill the patchwork man and the situation would resolve itself. But it wasn't that simple. Special monsters like the patchwork man don't respawn after being defeated. This is because special-natured bosses won't cause any major changes to the world if they disappear. It's said that Uriz was also a rare monster, which is why he desperately begged Short's kid to spare his life when they fought in the past. Besides them, Luna is also a unique boss. After this revelation, we see the main character's surprise. Inside the admin area, we continue the battle. The hacker is advancing on the goddess. The girl tells him he can attack her with all he's got, and a series of incredibly destructive attacks are unleashed by the guy. But none of them are enough to defeat the girl, who remains unharmed. She says she is the goddess of life, and repeats what she told the main character. Humans cannot kill a god. The admin calls it childish, implying that the girl is just imagining herself to be so strong. However, in the current situation, the hacker has the upper hand because after working at the company for so long, he was able to access all of Luna's skills. None of the girl's attacks could surprise him. The battle between Luna and Short's kid was recorded and shared with the senior team leaders at the company. The true nature of her power is revealed, even when attacks hit the girl. None of them seem to have any effect. This is the goddess's hidden ability called life creation. However, the attacks aren't nullified, but quite the opposite. Every hit she takes is effective, but her power allows her to be reborn at the moment of near death. Continuing the fight, the hacker attacks her again, and the girl immediately activates her talent and remains unscathed. The admin says it's a predictable outcome. That power is just ridiculous, which is why it was the most criticized ability during the game's early stages. We also discover the origin of Huracan. It was created from the goddess's life, a creation skill and fragments from Uras's lost head. Apparently, the girl can create extremely powerful monsters. Luna says the hacker talks too much. If he can't win, all that knowledge is useless. With a single attack, the man is cut in half. The girl seems to really enjoy this method of destruction. Now, the fight seems to have truly begun. But suddenly, the goddess's staff returns to its normal form. At this point, the man asks if she knows why they're in that space. The goddess being downgraded to her initial level is a huge surprise. Leaving her completely defenseless and worried, the enemy delights in the expression on the girl's face. Even though it's annoying, she can still make a cute face. Then, Luna is mercilessly pierced by the hacker's sword. If he kills her, Habak's master will surely appear. As his final act, the admin bids farewell to the goddess of life. In the real world, we're taken to a hotel-like place with a few bottles of drinks on the table. The guy is drinking with a woman and another man, saying it's good to have some fun after working so much overtime. The other man with him agrees, saying they've made a lot of progress with their plan, because they've been working so hard. It's the final stage of the project. However, the hacker tells his friend that he was wrong. He wasn't able to find Habak's master. So the other guy congratulates him on managing to kill Luna, but we find out that even that was impossible. The man is shocked and the admin brushes off his failure, saying there are other ways to meet the master. Something isn't clear to the companion. Who exactly is this master his boss is so eager to meet? The cheater asks if the man has been his subordinate all this time without knowing the main goal behind his actions. It seems this guy was dedicated enough to work without asking any questions. Basically, this master is one of the game's raid bosses. Tied to the main storyline of the criminal world, this being is the greatest merchant, known as Sloth. Even with this explanation, the subordinate seems unsure, asking if that monster is really a merchant. The answer is clear. If Sloth wants to be a merchant, he will be. That's the freedom in this game. Trying to jog his memory for related information, the subordinate says he's heard of this boss before. As he thinks back, a monster named Huracan caused a lot of chaos and was known as Gluttony. Because of its ability to absorb others, his boss feels embarrassed. The guy didn't even know that these monsters are classified as the 7 deadly sins. It's a concept often used in movies and games. The sins include pride and greed, envy, wrath, lust, gluttony, and finally, sloth. These sins are the origin of all other sins, hence they are called the 7 deadly sins. The team leader asks if the subordinate now understands the concept behind the game's main story. Uraz represents pride, Huracan represents gluttony, Riot represents sloth, and finally, Luna represents lust. The subordinate starts using his brain to try and figure something out, saying that it's obvious. As expected, Luna is also a unique boss in Chrono Life. Of course, someone with such powerful abilities couldn't be a normal player, otherwise it would completely upset the world's balance. Continuing the story, the admin tells his subordinate not to get it twisted. The girl may be a unique monster, but she isn't an NPC. The guy asks what that means. Can a normal player really become one of the greatest monsters in that world? The old man explains that the freedom in the game is so great it defies any simple interpretation. Just as a monster can become a famous merchant, a normal player can eventually become a special grade boss. We return to the journey of Little Shorts, the most wanted man at the moment. Look at his cute little face. It seems the group is discussing the same topic as those guys from before. Suddenly, Luna became famous, and Breeze Boy grew increasingly impatient, not knowing who this girl really was. He asked Habak, but even the patched-up man wasn't sure if the girl was a combination of an NPC and a player, or just one of the two. However, the coordinator of that world would surely know more about it, because that passive guy is an administrator. Great, another reason for our protagonist to give him a beatdown. Han said there was one thing he didn't understand, why the cheater was so desperate to meet Riot, the sin of sloth. If his goal was to make money, he could have just put the copied items on the auction house and waited for a few suckers to buy them. Then there was his pointless attack on the Robin Hood Guild. Personally, his actions made no sense at all. Habak had a theory as to why the admin did all that. In his opinion, it might be related to a god fragment. It was likely a mythic grade item. Breeze Boy remembered hearing about god fragments before. Uraz had mentioned that possessing a divine fragment was the reason Han was kidnapped. He further explained that the term god fragment was just another name for mythic grade items. Out of nowhere, Hong appeared. She seemed to have been hiding in the bushes, to eavesdrop on their conversation. Do you think this girl is a strong candidate to become the protagonist's second wife? Or is our boy Han already too much for one person to handle? I'm not sure one is enough. Back to the story. The leader of the Robin Hood Guild apologized for her disappearance. It turns out there were ways to get information, so she left to conduct her own investigation. Along with her explanation, the masked woman asked everyone to form a temporary party. She said she'd found the thief's hideout at the supposed location of the enemy's base. Everyone was astonished by the simplicity of the house. Hong said there was no doubt about it. She even checked the owner's identity with her judgment skill, which confirmed who the master of this place was. Brief's boy asked where the bastard was now, but there was no sign of him. The leader said it was a shame they couldn't see inside the house. However, our boy with the stick recalled a lesson from his past. When something doesn't work, you just hit it to fix it. In this case, if the door won't open, just break down the wall. Everyone went inside and stood before a massive pile of gold. Han was amazed by the number of items. Could they all be copied goods? Hong said none of the equipment was copied, and what's more, they were all mythic grade. Estimating the value, everything had to be worth around 5 billion. She also saw a few items that were stolen from the Robin Hood Guild. The thief must have stored them in that house because he didn't have enough space in his inventory. Just as they suspected, the bastard's goal was to collect mythic-grade materials. Brief's boy asked if the cheater was doing this because of the market price of those items. If so, it would be better to collect a bunch of weapons by defeating monsters in the US nest, just like our protagonist did in the past. Hong said that if the passive guy did something like that, the company would definitely take notice, just like they did with Brief's boy. Mythic items were on a whole other level, and there was one entity who would buy them at an exorbitant price. Our boy quickly realized who she was talking about. The buyer was the greatest merchant in Chrono Life, Riot the Slothful. Habak said he was thinking the same thing. The leader of the Robin Hood Guild considered the situation seriously. In any case, it was a brilliant plan. Riot the Slothful wasn't an ordinary player, so there was no risk of information leaking. Not to mention, selling the items individually wouldn't affect the game's economy. This made it difficult for the company to catch him. But now, they had proof of his crimes. All they needed to do was report it to customer service, and action would be taken. The admin had collected the items in his personal space. This was all the evidence needed to ruin his career. With a smile, Hong congratulated everyone on their work, saying everything would be fine now thanks to them. Brief's boy asked her with whose permission she was planning to report this. Was she directing a play or something? She'd been talking nonstop all day. The female leader was confused and asked if there was any other option. Brief's boy cheerfully replied that there was. Of course, they were going to teach that bastard a lesson he'd never forget in the starting village. We see our protagonist wearing a mask from the Robin Hood Guild, and in front of him is the infamous cheater. With a look of pure delight, Han wondered if this was the man he'd been hearing so much about lately. If this guy was the bastard, then he'd taken the bait just as Brief's boy said he would. Right in the center of town, the cheater asked why he was wearing a mask, and our boy said he borrowed it because he's a famous figure. Anyone would recognize him if he walked around without a disguise. Hong watched from a distance with a few of her guild members. They asked if that was the murderous kid, the one who wiped out a large part of the organization. She confirmed the members' assumption, and added that everything was still under control. So far, the plan was proceeding as intended. A guild member asked what the purpose of meeting in the middle of the village was. Back in the Beastkin boy's cabin, the protagonist continued to develop his plan. First, they had to collect all the items from that place. His future wife asked why, and Brief's boy just told her to do it. Besides that, he asked to borrow a mask, preferably the one she was wearing. Looks like Han is already marking his territory. A single critical hit would be enough to dismantle Brief's boy on the spot. Sometime later, we see the idiot arrive at his house, only to find half a wall still standing. He quickly assumed he'd been robbed, and when he went in to check, that was indeed the case. On the floor was a note, and the message told the victim to come to the center of the starting village at 7 p.m. if he wanted his stuff back. Sincerely, Brief's boy. After reading that note, the man ground his teeth in anger, maintaining that same expression until now. Facing the most overpowered person in the entire game, the thief asked why the protagonist dared to take all his money. Brief's boy told him to calm down and not get too close. Then he asked Hong for an item. With the weapon in his hand, the protagonist threatened to sell it to an NPC shop if the cheater kept getting closer. In disbelief, the passive guy told Lee to stop. That piece of equipment was worth 200 million in Indian currency, and if he sold it to a bot, he would only get 300 gold for it. Finally, the man asked what the protagonist wanted. Brief's boy said he wanted nothing more than to have a little fun with him. Was there a problem with that? Now, how would the passive guy react? Watching him tremble with rage was so satisfying for our boy with the stick. Amidst the provocations, the cheater lost his cool and used his special privilege, called the admin zone. The battle began inside that space, and his opponent wondered how someone could dare to go against an administrator. He probably didn't even know that Lee doesn't flinch even in front of the chairman, let alone someone of a lower rank. A blow landed on the protagonist, sending him flying and shattering his mask. Beast Boy scorned the man's attitude, calling an insider player useless. His opponent charged forward, saying that game addicts like the protagonist forget reality. They get too immersed in the game to the point of going crazy and treating characters like people. According to Lee, it was pathetic to blame players for no reason. Was the cheater having a midlife crisis? The murderous guy backed away to prepare an attack. The protagonist tried to predict its trajectory but couldn't, getting hit by thousands of blows at once. This time, the cheater seemed to want to convey a deeper message, saying that all players are equal. No matter how much effort the developers put in, all they received was humiliation and criticism. 7 years ago at the Chrono Life headquarters, there was a young developer, but we cut back to the present because our protagonist isn't interested in pointless chatter. How dare he try to use a villain's sob story to justify himself? Short's kid doesn't care. All this annoying guy is going to get is a staff to the face and a lot of screaming. The careless opponent takes a full hit from our boy but regenerates thanks to his recovery ability. Short's kid wonders what other abilities the admin can still use. Since they're trapped in a room where he holds supreme power, the item thief uses a skill called Titan's Spirit. Impressed, Lee imagines which stats were boosted when this skill was activated. A massive aura forms and begins to envelop the man. This is the Titan's Spirit. When this talent is activated, damage and attack range are increased by a mere 1000%. Just by swinging his sword, the attack covers a ridiculously large area. The protagonist quickly realizes this is clearly a hack, so he activates his gluttony skill to absorb the cheater's stats. But the admin reacts by activating a speed skill, starting another chain of attacks. Short's kid doesn't seem to be in good shape, the ragged man says. The outcome of a battle is decided by stats and calculations, and he has all attributes at level 99,999. The protagonist then takes a punch to the gut, and the admin says, it doesn't matter how good his control is when faced with such a massive power gap, there's no chance of victory. He even scoffs at our boy's use of game mechanics, saying that from his perspective, he's just an idiot who relies on items to reach the highest level. This doesn't sit well with our boy. It's annoying hearing this from everyone. But that man is also just a criminal exploiting an admin account. However, you can see the cheater's nonchalant expression. He even asks if the protagonist is jealous. After all, he just needed to make a few data adjustments to become the strongest character. Before the admin can finish his thought, he gets headbutted by our boy and sent flying backward. Disoriented, he wonders how he got taken down so quickly despite his opponent's low agility. Short's kid, lying face down on the ground, says it's just a game mechanic. Once again, the battle escalates as the cheater decides to use another talent. It's called Speed of Light, which seems to be an improved version of the previous skill. Full of confidence, Short's kid's enemy tells him to come at him with everything he's got and that nothing he does can compare to his power. The protagonist uses a strike from his staff to launch himself and accelerates, allowing him to ram straight into his target. Pretty cool, right? He just had to turn off the bounce control option in the game settings. He even asks how it feels to be hit like that, but his opponent refuses to give up and keeps talking about how the game's mechanics are trash, so Short's kid shouldn't get too excited. Our boy agrees, saying it's true because it's much slower than using a speed skill. But he concludes that it's time to end this. The angry guy tells the protagonist that he doesn't understand the situation just because of that lucky hit. Short's kid has gotten too confident. A mere player can't win a fight against an admin. However, the protagonist says there is a way, raising his hand toward the enemy. Our boy says goodbye to the admin. It was fun while it lasted, even though he was fast. Suddenly, we cut back to the square, where Han is sitting and wondering about Short's kid's situation. Hong is beside her and comments that she doesn't know the details either. Even his girlfriend doesn't know. It must be confidential information. Han feels giddy after being acknowledged as the protagonist's girlfriend. The guild master of the Robin Hood Guild says something is bothering her. The reason for Short's kid's disappearance must be related to his method of defeating the admin. We return to the battle, where the protagonist seems to be summoning something, and the admin is trembling with fear, thinking he's about to be defeated. Then, our boy activates his summoning skill. The cheater bursts out laughing. How does Lee plan to win with something so simple? Even though his character class is special, it's impossible to summon a super powerful monster. However, the cheater quickly shuts up because the man standing before him is Choi, the company chairman. Seeing his opponent's surprised face, the protagonist starts to laugh. It was worth the effort to bring the chairman here, even after all the work the day before. We see the criminal in the real world, having just left a small party he had with his intern. His friend invites him for another round of drinks, but the man refuses, citing some in-game obligations and the need to finish some calculations. The employee is very impressed with his boss's passion for work and says he respects that. In response to the compliment, the admin tells the kid to stop messing around and go home, as they'll be very busy tomorrow. With his arm around a blonde girl, the intern says he's going for a few more drinks. He's calmly walking away until he's stopped by Choi and a few of his men. A few moments later, we see the young man with a completely bruised face admitting to all the schemes he carried out with the cheater, revealing that he was just following his boss's orders. After hearing this, the chairman orders his goons to take care of the kid. Then Choi turns to thank the protagonist. It's thanks to him that they caught a traitor, and before the situation got more complicated. Lee is terrified, wondering if this is a game company or the mafia. The old man warns that he'll kill Short's kid if he summons him again without a good reason. Getting back on topic, the chairman says he has started the process of dealing with the admin. They plan to involve the legal department to sue him in every way possible, and of course, they will also fire the cheater. The protagonist asks if the old man has any plans for 7 p.m. tomorrow. Choi says no, so Lee smiles and invites the old man to teach the power abuser a lesson. Back in the admin area, we see the criminal trembling in the chairman's presence. Desperate, he tries to log out of the game, but that's impossible during a battle. As a last-ditch effort, the man tries to dissolve this admin area. Short's kid warns the chairman that the bastard is trying to escape, so Choi immediately activates his chairman's domain. The cheater turns pale with fear. But it doesn't matter anymore anyway. He's about to get fired either way. So he decides to attack the old man, but he can't even touch the chairman. His in-game stats have no limit. They're literally infinite. He prepares to unleash his ultimate move. Choi fires the cheater and gives him a punch to the eye as a parting gift. One punch is enough to destroy someone like him. And just like that, the problem is solved. All the stolen mythic items have been returned to their owners. It turns out other guilds were also affected. Not just Robin Hood, but the culprit was fired that very day. And even in real life, the cheater got a beating from the chairman, after which he tried to sue the old man for assault. But that just made things worse for him. No one was interested in pressing charges against Choi, so all charges against the chairman were dropped. Now, that guy will have to spend the rest of his life compensating the company for material damages. Some rumors say he's been permanently banned from the gaming industry. After that day, Short's kid's life as a merchant returned to normal. In the beginner's village, the main character meets his 2 wives again. They greet him happily, everything is back to normal. Logging out of the game, we see Lee looking annoyed, because he didn't get to ask the cheater about Luna's true identity. Looking ahead, our boy sees a beautiful girl sitting on the sofa in front of him. The girl says it's been a while. Shortly after, we see them eating at a table. The girl compliments the food's presentation, saying it looks very appetizing. At least now, there's no doubt. Luna is clearly not an NPC. What a beauty, folks. She was a player all along. She looks at Lee, and their eyes meet. Then she asks if she's really that beautiful. The boy says that's not why he was looking. You're probably just getting ahead of yourself. You should stop talking nonsense and eat in silence. Sip was getting really worried, remembering the past, and realized he couldn't let the girl's appearance sway him, so he started asking who she was, and how she knew his address and passcode. Since Lee had given her food, she felt he deserved a reward. Besides, he must be curious about a lot of things, and this was his chance to ask anything. The girl said she would answer everything. The boy said he understood and started with a light topic. What was her natural hair color? When they first met in the game, it was light pink. Luna was happy that the change in her appearance had been noticed, and she confirmed that yes, that was her natural hair color. Luna grew curious. Maybe Sip preferred pink hair. Should she go dye it? No time to waste. The main character wanted to know if the girl was a special boss in the game. In the past, the goddess of life had seemingly died at his hands. If that had really happened, her account should have been deleted. In response, she said that she had been defeated, but her character didn't disappear. That's because her death occurred while she was in her human state, something she didn't know at the time. But if you're attacked by an administrator in a test area, your divine powers disappear. It was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, she would have died as a unique boss and not in her human form. That would have meant her account would be deleted. The MC asked if she planned to kill 1,000 players again, to become the goddess of life once more. Luna asked if he really thought that, just by defeating 1,000 players, she could get her old class back. The boy was confused. She explained that was just one of the conditions to become the goddess of life. And on top of that, you need to complete very complex quests. Only then can you change your class. Plus, the girl had full control over her form. She could turn into a human or a goddess at will. She asked if that was all, and the main character thanked her for answering all his questions, but Luna still hadn't said who she was. Lately, wherever Sip went, the girl followed as if she were stalking him. Doing it outside the game was just crazy. If things weren't cleared up, he would call the police. Trying to explain her situation, she said that many people were obstructing her goals. The reason she came all this way to our boy's house was to make an offer. Luna begged Lee to become hers. What a lady killer, making the girl take the initiative. Thinking it was a marriage proposal, Sip was completely flustered. The doorbell rang, thank heavens. Just imagine being in a situation like that. The boy quickly went to the door, thinking it might be an escape from the awkward atmosphere, but it turned out the person at the door was his future girlfriend. If she found his side piece or guest in the house, it would be a huge problem. Han was invited in and said she was impressed with the house. It was very tidy. She noticed the food on the table, and Sip trembled with fear. The longer they talked, the greater the chance of a disaster. So, Lee asked why his neighbor had come to visit, and she replied that she came to talk to him about the game and asked when he was free. Unsure, he said they could play in the morning. We see Luna hiding behind a wall, listening in. Their conversation was about to end. Han said it was decided they would play early in the morning. If Lee was late, he wouldn't be forgiven. Before leaving, we see her ask for the MC's cell phone number. She couldn't come over every time she wanted to talk. It's not every day our boy gets a celebrity's number, so he asked if it was okay. Done. Their numbers were saved. Han prepared to leave, but before she left, she warned that if her messages weren't answered, he wouldn't want to know what would happen. The main character said he understood. On the other side of the door, we see the girl freaking out. She finally got his number. Is this okay? Maybe it was too sudden. All right, I'd better text him soon. Inside Sip's house, he wondered why all of this was happening, especially in the middle of the night. Luna asked why he told her to hide. It's not like they were doing anything shady, but the boy said that just her being there was unusual. That's right, everyone. The girls just keep coming to Sip on their own. Sometime later, we see our black-haired goddess recalling what happened that day. After offering to form a party with the main character, the young woman ended up being rejected by him. He had asked why he should play with her when he'd been backstabbed last time. Besides, he was in a party with Captain Love and would probably get his ass kicked if he stopped participating. After that, we see our waifu stalking the main character and his teammate. From a distance, she said she was jealous and it made her want to ruin the other girl, but she would let it slide this time. Because he would kill that woman eventually anyway, and he would become hers. It was all for the end of Chrono Life. And we see the annoyed little dragon saying it can't carry her, because the level difference was too big and it was impossible. Then, the young woman finally noticed something strange, and saw the main character talking to the wind, thinking he was schizophrenic. She asked why he was talking to himself, which confused the main character. He asked if she couldn't see the projection of this dragon. However, the dragon spirit warned that only the main character could see it, but if he shared his mana, the dragon could be materialized. The boy asked if it would really work since his intelligence and wisdom stats were low, but the dragon confirmed it would, so he began to channel his mana into it, creating a huge bolt of purple lightning, and the spirit of Yuras began to materialize. Seeing that light concentrating in front of the main character, the young woman was completely confused about what was happening as something started to take shape, and our little dragon Yuras appeared in reality with a very cute face, capable of landing a critical hit on the young woman, making her squeal. She asked the main character if she could pet it, but hearing these words, the dragon became grumpy, asking how a mere mortal dared to want to touch it. But the main character confirmed it was fine, and she moved towards it. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling him, and when he looked back, he asked what he was doing here. Then we see it's Habak next to a griffin. The guy said that the situation had gotten a bit worse and he had rushed over to see our main character. But our hero asked how he found him, and it turned out that this was actually one of his abilities. The guy created a GPS-like mirror capable of locating someone who was once his opponent. Habak said it wasn't time to talk about that, and that right now, that person was about to appear. But before he could finish his sentence, the main character interrupted him, saying that his arm had regenerated and he figured out it was his master who did it. Suddenly, they both felt a powerful tremor, which confused the girl, who was hugging the little dragon like a teddy bear, while the patched-up guy just smiled and said that he had arrived. His eternal master and also the master of the Great Throne, the one known as the Slothful Calamity. The girl was impressed by all of that and by those armored angel soldiers, but the main character was quite wary of this calamity. At first, he thought they were all humanoid monsters like Habak, but his throne was enormous. The patched-up guy rode his griffin and approached the throne, apologizing to his master because he didn't have time to explain the details to the hero. But the Slothful Calamity said it was fine because he himself would explain the situation to him. Hearing this, Habak looked a bit scared but soon understood the situation, as that giant throne fell and crashed violently into the ground right in front of the main character, creating an impact so powerful it nearly sent them both flying. The god of sloth said it was a pleasure to meet him, as he had heard a lot from his subordinate, and apparently he was the current hero. Now, seeing the true appearance of the god of sloth, the main character was terrified while he looked at him with a menacing gaze. Elsewhere, we see an abandoned temple, where the former goddess is calmly walking through it, until she finally found her target. We see her standing before a throne with someone sitting on it, who turns out to be the first hero, Lord Yopi, who had been dead for hundreds of years. She figured out he was the first hero, thanks to the game's description, as he was a legendary, perfect, and familiar man. A part of the symbol on her forehead began to glow, but our girl already knew this was going to happen, and it was exactly as she predicted. Then, she placed her staff in front of her. And even though she didn't know who came up with such a childish and cliché story for the game, she still loved it because that was the charm of Chrono Life. Her staff began to glow brightly, and soon after, a golden aura started to envelop her entire body. Meanwhile, near the beach, we find out that the disaster of sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, is commanding the army of the strongest angel tribe. He's also known as the Great Merchant, a presence befitting this giant throne made of 100% pure gold. However, the grand and majestic presence of the disaster comes in the form of a small angel, standing on a throne that is clearly disproportionate to his size. This leaves the main character and the love captain bewildered by the sight, while the little dragon calls him a brat, and says that he still has the same attitude as always, even after they've known each other for so long. The disaster starts to float and approaches the main character and his party. He introduces himself as the Great Merchant and the Disaster of Sloth, asking if he's the hero his subordinate mentioned. The main character confirms it's him, while wondering what this feeling of being tormented by a child is. But the kid in front of him gives him a terrifying look and says that the hero's standards have dropped significantly. This angers the main character with the sudden insults, but before he can say anything, he gets kicked by the disaster, sending some ketchup flying from his mouth while he's still in shock. Right after, the little boy prepares another attack, landing a roundhouse kick to his face, and violently throws him into a rock. Habak is confused by his master's actions. He asks why he's attacking the hero since he was the one who helped him. But the sloth tells him to shut up because if he wanted to talk, he wouldn't have come here. They are beings who are always in opposition to humans, and he can't believe his subordinate approached him unnecessarily. Hearing this, the patchwork guy is a bit shocked by his master's words, but the main character gets up, saying that he's right, and that a player and a monster can never be friends, so now that he's made the first move, there's no problem with hitting a kid. The disaster still looks angry and tells him not to get it twisted, because it was the main character who struck first. He then licks his foot and stomps it hard on the ground, creating a massive shockwave, reminding him that the main character killed the sin of pride. Urus and accelerated the whole process, then throws a huge boulder at him, and while preparing to fight back, the main character asks why he's complaining about it now. He destroys the boulder with a single attack, which then turns into a huge shockwave, blasting everything in its path. Quickly, the little angel appears. He says that Uraz was the strongest boss in the game and kicks the main character in the stomach, and says that the sin of pride was supposed to appear in the final raid of the main story. However, he was killed, messing up the entire order. Furthermore, the sin of gluttony wasn't supposed to be eliminated that way either, and was supposed to be defeated in another 10 years. The young lady says that at the time, it was Urekan who attacked them first, while the main character was just defending himself. But the sloth just tells her to shut up, which automatically makes the young lady break out in a cold sweat. While with a threatening gaze, he asks how she dared to interrupt him. Falling to the ground in fear, she wonders why she's feeling all this pressure inside a game, and that she wasn't like this even when facing Urakan. The little dragon Uriz is observing all of this with a neutral expression, until it realizes something and starts staring at the little sloth in front of it. He explains that Urakan was born because Uras was killed, and ultimately, the main character caused all of this, and the problem that's been growing ever since is about to explode. The first hero, Yopi, known as the strongest human in Chrono Life, will soon be resurrected. Then we see that this process has already begun, and a brilliant aura starts to surround the skeletal body, while the goddess smiles and says she knows it's not time to wake up yet, so she had to personally go there to share her power with the dead. The aura surrounding her body begins to regenerate his armor, until it's 100% complete. The main character asks the little boy of Sloth what the problem is with this guy being resurrected, since if he was a hero in the past, he should be on humanity's side. But hearing this, the little angel sighs, and says the main character is dumber than he thought, explaining that the hero won't be resurrected as a human, but as one of the 7 deadly sins. Destruction will be his sole purpose. Then we see a symbol suddenly form on the ground. Small cracks start to form, and a skeletal hand emerges, materializing as a skeleton soldier. Suddenly, the hall is filled with countless soldiers, while the goddess says that he is the strongest human, and the first hero, who loved and trusted humans but also hated them more than anyone. It's truly a childish story, but perfect to represent the deadly sin he has received. The undead army is fully prepared, while Yopi introduces himself as the first hero in the sin of wrath. The continent of Chrono has existed since ancient times, a place without war, not even disputes, a blessed world full of peace. However, one day, demons appeared. They attacked the residents and destroyed their homes. In an instant, the continent turned into a hellscape, but at that moment, a light appeared amidst the disaster. It was Yopi, who would later be known as the first hero. But before the story continues, the main character charges forward because he's not one to listen to in-game stories. But he understands that the dark hero has been revived. However, that little brat is just here to beat him up and say whatever he wants. Our main character says he defeated Urus with just one punch, So, he doesn't understand why he should worry about the first hero, let alone be afraid of him. The sloth says the main character is dumber than he thought and can't believe he doesn't know human fear, even though he's also a human, so he warns that everyone will be attacked by that very hero. Right after, he turns to leave. The main character still asks the little boy where he's going, because he thought he came there to fight, but the sloth says he was wondering about the current hero's situation, but it seems there's nothing serious, and leaves a warning that he once fought alongside the hero Yapu, who was also the only human he acknowledged, so he can state this very clearly, and that the main character has no way of defeating him. But our hero just says this makes him want to beat the guy up even more, and while preparing an attack. He says he won't let him go that easily after being attacked, but before he can do anything, he's stopped by the other kid, who looks extremely annoyed and orders him to let go immediately. But the kid tells him to calm down and that there's no need to fight because the conversation ended well. The main character remembers he was just attacked but is still being told to calm down, because he's making a lot of money from selling items. The kid explains that the person who bought all of the main character's items was the great merchant who spent 15 billion gold. Meanwhile, we see the face of a giant skeleton dragon along with the entire undead army. The hero is talking to Luna. He says he understands and that many years have passed since he died. She says he should have been resurrected much later, but the main storyline is already a mess, and since she has provided enough mana, he won't need to worry. The hero thanked her and said he'd repay her later if he got the chance. Then his wife, Yu, asked him where he was going. But the hero said she was asking the obvious, and right then, the dragon began to take flight. And even though its wings were made entirely of bone, it could still soar through the sky. The skeletons also quickly advanced, and the resurrected great hero declared that right now, he would destroy the world he once protected, activating instant teleportation and vanishing immediately. Before Luna, she let out a sigh, seemingly pleased that her work was finally done. But remembering the consequences of her actions, she wondered if everything would really be okay. Someone asked if she had any regrets, reminding her that she did what she wanted in Uriken's case. Luna replied that this time was different, as that boy seemed to be a mere shadow in the main storyline. Then the man talking to her apologized and said they should just enjoy it. He then turned back to observe the game's entire planet, looking curious to see how this world would be cleansed. We cut back to the beach and see the protagonist fearfully asking if it's true that this kid bought all the items that he had sold. Disaster said that, to be exact, he spent 15,303,890,000 gold, but then put them up for sale for a total of 51.7 billion, making a profit of 37 billion. Our protagonist was stunned to hear that. He even called the kid Hyun right after, begging him to teach him his business tricks. Suddenly, they both started to hear a massive tremor, but the little angel already knew what it meant. Everyone around seemed terrified by what they were seeing. Then the disaster of Sloth warned that he had arrived, and as the bone dragon flew past the group, we realized that this is truly the apocalypse. Even the protagonist looked scared seeing that, and just like that, a battle had begun. The skeleton soldiers advanced while wiping out the players in the starter village. Due to the alarming number of soldiers, they couldn't do a thing. They even wondered what kind of surprise attack this was, since monsters shouldn't be able to invade the village so easily. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, explaining that this was a main quest in the game, and the players had to protect the world from the sin of wrath, while he was confused by the fact that there was a main quest. In Chrono Life, the cat-eared man was attacked by a skeleton soldier. Right after, everyone realized they didn't have time to look at the quest window, or else they'd die, but their chances of survival weren't very high either. Because monsters were everywhere, the skeleton soldiers seemed to be laughing menacingly. While the remaining players tried their best to survive, the bald guy wondered if the hero wasn't supposed to be on humanity's side, questioning why he was destroying lives in Chrono Life. Then a mage appeared, casting a firestorm, wiping out many skeleton soldiers at once. Everyone there recognized her as the strongest royal mage, Abracadabra, and she explained that she received orders from the royal family to protect this sacred land. Seeing this, the heavily injured players started to feel a sense of hope because the strongest mage, and all the royal guards had been mobilized. Their response was swift and precise, much better than the last event against Gluttony, but a stream of light began to shine from the sky, and when they looked up, they saw the bone dragon preparing a large-scale spell, a fireball forming in its mouth, and soon after, it fired upon the city. We realized that the reason for their failure was because they weren't ready, as this event was a main quest, and since it was supposed to happen in a few years, the current players didn't have enough resources to fight it. So we go to the Hill of Heroes, as the former hero, also known as the Great Sin of Wrath, appeared. He looked at the graves of his friends and thought that it had been a long time. The first headstone had a musical instrument, so he remembered his comrade, who had thanked him for letting her sing to the whole world. The second headstone had a pair of small wings, representing the saintess who always prayed for her comrades. The third headstone had a mage's hat, representing a man who didn't care about world peace and just wanted to be by the hero's side. Remembering his comrades, the disaster began to cry tears of blood. The good memories he had with his comrades were soon overshadowed by the bad ones. And Yopi started to release his aura while ordering the dead to rise. From the graves, 3 skeletons emerged while the hero warned that he wouldn't allow them to follow the path of honor as they once did. The respectable mage was missing a part of his skull. The priestess had holes under her eyes, symbolizing crying, and the bard had large scars on her jaw, like someone who had sung past her limits. The hero, with blood-red eyes and a menacing gaze, ordered his old comrades to get ready, because it was time to end the story that never ended. Then we cut back to the protagonist picking his nose, and said that this so-called hero would also lose to his staff just like everyone else as he walked away. He said it's been a while since he used an intercontinental attack. Then Disaster asked if that was really okay, because normal players could get caught in the crossfire and die. Besides, there's an army of the undead, and if his attack doesn't have a divine attribute, it won't have any effect. So the powerful attack he's so proud of would be useless, and when the server reboots, the army would still be alive, warning that no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to face this fight alone. The protagonist said it sounded fun and he'd still try it alone. The war would be stopped by him and his loyal guard. He then readied his wooden staff. He turned off the bounce control option and with a huge impact, launched himself upwards, quickly flying towards the city like a superhero. The confused captain wondered where the kid was. Soon after, he discovered that he had used the bounce to fly off. Sloth watched the protagonist head to the city, while thinking that he liked the protagonist's "I don't give a damn" attitude. The main village had now turned into a sea of fire, and the starting point of everyone's journey had now become a player graveyard, all because of one monster, who had turned this once peaceful place into a city of death in the blink of an eye. Outside the game, at a rental shop, a few people were cursing, saying that Chrono had gone crazy and that something like this happens every time. Hearing everyone's complaints, the part-time employee who was about to quit started trying to calm them down, explaining that the server might have crashed, and that they should try logging back in. But right after that, an angry man explained that a bone dragon had appeared in the village, and if they logged in, they'd just die again. In fact, the man was so angry he wondered if he should start playing something else instead of. The woman next to him said that this was more fun than mindlessly grinding every day. The guy who was just fuming a moment ago started agreeing with everything she said just from hearing a woman talk, asking if she wanted to play with him, but he was flatly rejected. While looking at his cell phone, he noticed that the Chrono Life website had just published an update note, but as he read the contents of the note, he fearfully wondered if this was really an official announcement. Soon after, everyone in the shop also read the note and started arguing about whether the devs had gone crazy. And if this announcement was real, it could mean the game's servers might shut down soon. At the chairman's office, a man said that this was insane, explaining that the main scenario couldn't be completed with the players' current levels, and that this was an issue the company's management team should intervene in. But the chairman asked if he was crazy, reiterating the company's non-interference policy. The man remained suspicious of the chairman's actions, reminding him of the announcement he posted on the website, which stated that Chrono Life's main scenario had begun, and from now on, the fate of the world would be decided by the players if they failed this quest. The hero will win and the Dark Age will be the new setting where all life is slaughtered, explaining that the future of the game is in their hands. Back in the game, we see the village engulfed in flames, while the skeletons that had cleared the city just stood still, but soon after, they looked up at the sky. Seeing something strange, a meteor had just landed in the middle of the city, and from within the smoke, we see the meteor is actually the main character, who says that traveling this way is really fast, but landing is another problem. Just then, he hears a piercing scream, and as he looks around, he finds himself completely surrounded by skeleton soldiers, but he's just glad he came to the right place. The soldiers charge to attack, and he just swings his staff. He smashed the skulls of the skeletons, but due to a moment of distraction, another one attacked him from behind, and soon after, all the skeletons stabbed him with their swords. They screamed and laughed joyfully for having eliminated their enemy. But the main character's serious voice caught their attention as he asked what they were doing, while we see that none of the swords could pierce his skin. Soon after, he annihilates all the skeletons there, and says they're just small fry, wondering if he put too many points into Constitution, because his speed was so bad he couldn't dodge. Despite witnessing their comrades being defeated, a skeleton still advanced towards him and launched an attack while the kid opened his status window. The skeleton didn't give up and continued to attack, but saw that none of its blows were effective. It finally gave up and just waited for the main character to finish his business. Observing his gluttony skill, he realized he could absorb a target's stats. Then he started to flash a sinister smile, frightening the observing undead, and all the soldiers he had hit earlier started to get up, while a strange tentacle emerged from his mouth. He said, "It's showtime," confusing the skeletons. At the same time, the gluttony tentacle shot up quickly. It lunged at one of the nearby monsters, pierced through the skeleton's bones and began to absorb its stats. Then a few seconds later, the immortal skeleton turned to dust, while a notification popped up saying his stats had leveled up. This made our hero extremely happy, as his stats were originally very low. They started to rise rapidly, and he realized his strength had increased by 220, so he could now use equipment. He couldn't believe he had overlooked this broken skill, but from now on, he wouldn't be picky, and would eat anything in front of him. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the undead monsters, creatures that were neither truly alive nor dead, lost what little sanity they had, leaving only one thing: the purest natural instinct they possessed. The strongest immortal army, those who didn't even fear death, but instinct told them to run for their lives. Meanwhile, the cause of their sudden retreat was laughing wickedly, while we find out they were running simply out of absolute fear. Suddenly, we see the gluttony tentacle dart towards a target, stabbing into the spine of one of the fleeing skeletons, which was immediately absorbed by the main character, while its body was left as nothing but dust. After that, he attacked many other skeletons, leaving none alive, as they all became nutrients to make him stronger. The initial number of skeletons that invaded the village was about 2,000. It should have been a force capable of devastating an entire nation, but in just a few moments, it was turned to dust by one person. However, the strongest undead monster of all still remained, the Bone Dragon, who, after Urus disappeared, became in existence, considered the new supreme being of the dragon race. But this very supreme dragon was attacked by the kid's gluttony tentacle, despite its enormous size and crushing power. Its head was absorbed in the blink of an eye. After a few hours, all of the main character's stats were maxed out. The little dragon celebrated our hero's victory, saying that now the other hero wouldn't stand a chance against him. But while he was boasting to his ghost pet, someone approached, making him very excited, wondering if there was any dessert left, since it would be rude to leave food on the plate. But soon after, the person introduced herself as the Sin of Lust, Luna, making the main character wonder why she was here, and that they had been meeting a lot recently. The young woman deactivated her divine mode, reverting to her pink hair and black outfit. The kid asked why she suddenly turned off that mode, and she explained that what she was about to do shouldn't be observed by anyone, leaving her hero confused by her words. But then he was utterly surprised when our waifu moved towards him and gave him a passionate kiss. What did she mean? After this woman's unexpected action, the little dragon looked extremely shocked watching the scene, while we see a scene of devastation. The main character wondered what had just happened. He came here to defeat the hero Yopi, but now he was committing the great sin of lust with the Sin of Lust once again. He wondered what was going on as he looked at her with an extremely terrified expression. Their lips finally parted. Still in shock, he took a few steps back while blushing and looking at her. Trying to make sense of what just happened, he still stammered and asked what was wrong with her and why she did that so suddenly. She had just stolen his first kiss. Hearing this news, Luna gave a happy smile, and while stepping back to pick up her fallen staff, she replied that it was just an accident because she accidentally slipped and kissed him. It wasn't on purpose. Obviously, our main character isn't an idiot and knew what she said was a lie, because she even wrapped her arms around his neck while kissing him. But with a slight smile, she said that he had noticed everything, even though everything happened so fast, and knowing that our loser boy had maxed out his agility stat, so he could have easily dodged if he wanted to. Realizing he'd been found out, the main character started to stammer in denial, but she came closer and asked if he wanted to know something, announcing that it was her first kiss too, which sent our virgin gamer boy into another world. However, he still tried to play it cool, and kept asking why she kissed him so suddenly, but the young woman insisted she just slipped. But changing the subject, she had an item to give him. The game addict asked about the item, while our waifu said she only came here for that. Then she held out her hand, and revealed a glowing orb that looked like a miniature sundae. This item was a jewel from an undisclosed person, and it had a divine rating. She continued, warning that her giving him this item must not be seen by anyone. That's why she had deactivated her divine mode. However, the main character was still suspicious, and although he didn't know what she was talking about, it seemed serious, so he would accept it. Still, he was annoyed about the sudden kiss and asked again, but she still insisted she just slipped. Then she said this was an important item, so he must keep it safe because it would be extremely useful. Then we hear a voice calling the main character and see her approaching, running and complaining that he had gone ahead alone, but as she got closer, she saw something that terrified her. It was the beautiful woman standing next to our main character. Seeing this, she automatically stopped while analyzing their situation, noticing that they were standing very close to each other. Her woman's intuition and jealousy were activated. Normally, Lee would apologize to the captain, saying he got too excited and rushed ahead. However, this time the young woman just approached, tugging on his jacket and asking in a strangely suspicious tone who the woman next to him was and demanding an introduction. Her face was all smiles, as if she wasn't bothered by the situation, but behind that cute facade, he was immense malice. The main character asked if she didn't remember him since they had met in the past. Then the Sin of Lust sighed while activating her divinity, creating a brilliant golden light that illuminated the entire area. Finally seeing her true form, the young woman became terrified. Realizing this was the woman she had faced in the past, Luna asked if she recognized her now. While calling her overrated, Han finally recalls the events of their last encounter. Meanwhile, the waifu asks if the main character intends to fight against the hero. Yopi warns that it won't be easy since he has reached level 999 with the energy she shared, and now he must have arrived at that place. A place that exists in the center of the demon world, the Demon King's castle, where we see the hero and his party approaching, as he appears even more powerful than before in the Demon King's Great Hall. Someone seems to recognize him, calling him the first hero who defeated the Demon King. Yopi also knows who that creature is and offers a word of praise. The extraordinary vitality of the Great Demon King's direct aid. The ghost reminds him that its body is immortal. It asks what brought a hero from decades ago to this humble place. As it approaches, Yopi says his goal here is all too clear, and he stops before a greatsword stuck in the ground, explaining that he came to this place for his precious item, the hero's god-tier longsword. With a sinister look, the ghost asks if he's okay, because the Demon King's energy was sealed in that sword, and by using it again, he probably knows what will happen. The Scourge, with an emotionless expression, continues to look at it, while warning that he knows exactly what's about to happen, perhaps better than anyone else. Then he grips the sword's hilt, as a powerful green energy begins to spread throughout the area. Then the system announces that a class change is underway for the hero, and that he has awakened a hidden class. A sword that initially had bright orange features, like the hero, gradually begins to be filled with green energy, while the little ghost seems quite pleased with what's happening. The overpowered one, now holding his old sword, has finally completed his class change, becoming the new Demon King. The Demon's Aid celebrates that a new king has been born, while the Scourge, now with a new look, stares at it, receiving the privileges of being the Demon King, and having all his stats increased tenfold. The hidden class also grants him a new ability called the Demon King's Authority, with the ability to rule over all demon clans. The former hero calls to the small creature and says this is his first command as the Demon King, ordering it to summon the entire demon army at once and destroy the human world. With no expression on its face, the little ghost remains silent, but soon after breaks into a smile, agreeing with its new lord. Bit by bit, it turns into smoke and rises through the ceiling. That slimy smoke begins to pour out from the top of the tower while maintaining a sickeningly happy expression. And soon after, we see that small creature transform into a giant mass of black matter, which has a face. The new Demon King orders all units to advance as the Death God opens a giant mouth full of sharp teeth, opening a spatial gate leading to the human world, and soon, the human world and the demon world, two dimensions that until now could not interfere with each other and only a few people knew the method of spatial teleportation, the first being the hero Yopi. Then we see the love captain looking up at the sky in absolute terror as the main character follows her gaze to see what made her react that way. He too ends up with the same reaction. The third person capable of using spatial teleportation is the demon's direct aid, the Death God, and it is thanks to this widely recognized ability that it became the direct aid. From the rift connecting those two dimensions, creatures begin to emerge with sharp teeth and a thirst for blood. That's how it all began. The start of the demon army's invasion had finally begun. Thousands upon thousands of demons started pouring out of the gate, finding the city engulfed in a sea of flames. The sin of sloth sighs upon witnessing the scene, while wondering about the extent of former hero Yopi's anger and why he would do all of that against humanity. However, the main character grabs his staff and even seeing that terrifying sight, still asks why he should care, while launching an upward strike, just a swing of his staff creating a massive blast of power that shoots into the sky and pierces through the atmosphere. The main character begins to sing cheerfully, saying that he launched a great attack, but then he gets scared by something. The gate seems to have grown even larger, as more demonic creatures appear. Luna warns that the demon race possesses unique physical strength and abilities. In addition to the endless source of magic in their horns, the already powerful demon armies have gained immortal bodies thanks to the energy received from the new Demon King, warning that the demon and undead are the strongest races and that not even gluttony could assemble such an army. After warning about the situation, she asks what our main character will do, and how he will defeat the hero Yopi. However, our main character just stares at her. Then a magic circle appears at his feet, creating a great gust of wind upwards as an orb appears before him. That orb condenses and forms a magic stone capable of creating the spirit priest skill, and the main character uses it to activate a blessing on his staff, as the holy attribute is the best for dealing with the undead. Now with a look of absolute ecstasy, he launches another upward strike, striking a rather suspicious pose. While showing off his beautiful and radiant muscles, those monsters are suddenly struck by something, and once again, the main character's attack is strong enough to make that energy blast exit the atmosphere. Luna watches the scene in disbelief while wishing she didn't have to witness it, The demon race is a tribe born with strong bodies and infinite magic, and on top of that, they received additional power from the new demon king, achieving immortality. It was supposed to be the truly strongest race, Chrono Life. However, it was almost completely wiped out in a single attack. This sight leaves the death god utterly terrified, while the main character laughs, saying they are nothing but weak monsters that die from holy attribute attacks. And as he's getting bored, he orders the hero Yopi to show himself at once. Suddenly, the smoke begins to gather at several points and the demonic monsters start to regenerate, scaring our main character as he sees this, because in just a few moments, all of them have fully recovered. The young man wonders what they are to be able to revive. Even after being hit by holy attribute attacks, the answer is that this is one of the hero's abilities that as long as he has mana, the demon army will never die. She says it would be difficult to fight until the hero's mana runs out, but he could just create an endless loop of the upward sanctification strike to avoid seeing that horrible sight, which almost made her want to gouge her own eyes out. Luna advises him to go fight the hero directly, but he says he doesn't know how to get to the demon world. Hearing this, the female captain suggests going through the gate they came from. Since their enemies came from the demon world, the gate must surely lead directly there. However, the waifu warns that the gate is a one-way hole, and if he enters from this side, he would likely be torn to shreds. She gets angry with Han and tells her to shut up. Hearing her rival insult her, the young woman asks who she thinks she is to keep mocking her, noting that no player has ever reached the demon world before. But just then, Lust asks who provided this information, because she, as a goddess, can use spatial teleportation to the demon world, then holds out her hand to the main character, telling him to take it, because the reason she came here was to take him to the Scourge. Hearing this, the main character wonders if that's really the reason, since she had just given him an item, but before he can finish his sentence, he realizes something, because she said she had turned off her divinity so as not to be observed, so that means in the end, no one can know about him. He takes the girl's hand and accepts her trip to the demon world. Seeing this, Han asks if he's serious, and if he trusts this woman. He says he has no other choice, and there's no other way to get to the hero either. Meanwhile, Luna is quite embarrassed that the main character is holding her hand. Then she gives a gentle smile while telling the protagonist to go to his destination. The female captain yelled, asking if she could come along, but it was too late as a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the Calamity of Lust said they had reached maximum capacity and could only take one person with her in her teleportation, then touched the main character's shoulder, saying that she would enjoy the encounter alone, and seemingly completed the spatial teleportation. And just like that, she vanished from sight. The female captain seemed quite displeased with this, as she decided that from now on, that woman would be her rival in the demon world. The Great Demon King's castle appeared as the main character finally arrived at the location, wondering if they were really in the demon castle, and started to look around a bit more. He spotted the hero and his subordinate, but Yopi was now a calamity. He replied that there was no longer a hero in this body, only resentment, and from now on, as one of the 7 deadly sins, he would destroy these filthy and disgusting humans. Suddenly, a huge explosion was seen from the castle, and we realize it clearly came from the main character, who had once again tried to skip the dialogue, but ended up destroying everything in his path, including the hero and his subordinate. He looked at his wife and said that they were done here, so they should head back to the village, but she said that it wasn't over yet and had just begun, leaving the main character confused by her words. Suddenly, the hero said that it was incredible and that not even the previous Demon King had such a powerful attack. Realizing he had dodged his attack, the main character was confused because his stats were maxed out, but as he prepared to attack him with his sword, the Calamity said that dodging wasn't just about stats, and unleashed a giant slash of demonic energy at the main character, explaining that the reflection of the pulse, the gaze, and even the opponent's breathing rhythm are what help predict movements and dodge blows. But what he didn't know was that our main character was already right behind him, saying that he'd keep that in mind. Yopi wondered how he got there so fast, then attacked again with his sword, but the only thing he hit with this attack was thin air, and while thinking he had disappeared again, he heard a voice coming from the ground. We then see that the main character had quickly slipped under his feet and was staring at him with a terrifying gaze. The warrior tried to stab him with his sword but missed, and we realized that all of this was just a game to our main character because with his extremely high agility, mocking the hero became incredibly easy. Yopi looked at him with an aggressive expression. Meanwhile, in the human world, the demons continued to attack Han. She ran for her life while screaming that the main character was a bastard for leaving her alone. While fleeing, she tripped and fell flat on the ground, trying to crawl away. Soon, the demonic creature approached the fallen girl and launched a fierce attack at her. But as she lay on the ground, she recalled the earlier events, becoming extremely angry and preparing to counterattack. Just remembering that woman trying to steal her man made her blood boil, then she landed a powerful punch on the creature's stomach. We learned that the demon's levels must be at least over 100, while Han was only at level 25, so she couldn't deal any damage. But the gauntlets she possessed had a power that overcame the level difference, and with just one attack, the creature was taken down. This power was the hidden ability of the Transcendent Gauntlets, which automatically changes her attack attribute to the enemy's weakness. A few system notifications started to appear, stating that she had received experience and leveled up. The amount of experience was so much that from level 25, she had reached level 39 because the EXP from the Demon Legion was immense. And with the effect of the high experience points combined with the main quest reward, one could get more experience than from most bosses. But the truth was, the young woman didn't care about any of this and just wanted to vent her anger on them. However, as she looked up, she realized that the real problem was the sheer size of the army. She then stopped her relentless attacks while sighing quite stressfully at the main character, saying she would deal with him when she got back. Meanwhile, at the Demon Castle, the main character and the hero stared at each other. Yopi said that he was very strong and that he surpassed him in strength and agility, thus assuming his other stats were also superior. But the main character said that all of his stats were already maxed out, and if he understood the situation, he should just die immediately and stop wasting time. The hero recalled that in the past, all his battles had been fierce with almost no chance of victory. Then, his old comrades, who were resurrected from the dead, appeared, and he said that with this group, they always achieved victory. The main character and the little dragon looked at the scene, realizing that the guy had just called his whole gang for a one-on-one fight, then said the heroes shouldn't do this, and should have a fair one-on-one. Luna suddenly told him to be careful, saying that the hero party's raid success rate was 100%, again asking the main character to party up with her. At this moment, we return to the moment Han was attacked, but for some reason, the creature's attack didn't hit her, because the monster's leg had been severed before it could land. Han was confused, trying to understand what had happened, while the monster looked at its severed leg and began to scream in pain, letting out a loud roar right after. The one who made this cut and saved the young woman was Captain Hong, who quickly unleashed hundreds of attacks on the demon, slicing it to pieces and finishing it off swiftly. As its pieces fell to the ground, she then stood up and asked if Miss Han was okay. She was overjoyed to see her friend again, but these good moments wouldn't last forever. As the horde of creatures was advancing towards the two of them, Han was very impressed, saying that so many rare demons were appearing in the human world and that this was like a war between humans and demons from classic games, once again affirming that Chrono Life was a lot of fun. But that left Han confused, not understanding what she was talking about. The guild leader ordered her members to attack, telling them to cancel their professions and switch to combat mode to protect the starting village. Since the enemies were blessed with immortality, they should sprinkle holy water on their weapons and fight as the battle against the demon tribe had begun. Soon, some assassins from the Robin Hood tribe started to advance, quickly eliminating the advancing demons. Han said that this was the famous summoning technique of the Robin Hood Guild. She had heard about it, and this was the first time she had actually seen it. Actually, Hong said that this was the second time she'd done this since becoming the third leader, as the first time was during the fight against her boyfriend. Hearing the woman's words, the young woman was delighted because she thought the two were a couple, but suddenly the conversation was interrupted by a fired arrow that pierced through multiple demons at once. Han looked back, already knowing who had done it, and then the man revealed himself. It was the leader of the Justice Hawkeye Guild. He said he had received reports from the lookouts and announced that the Justice Guild would also participate in this war. Seeing two of the major guilds unite to fight together, the young woman was very happy, but this wasn't all. Holmes said this was an all-out war, and soon we see the Divine Guild, the Cross Guild, and the Holy Land Guild approaching. And soon, a massive human army was formed in the war against the demon army. Those inhuman beasts continued to advance fiercely, while the human players fought to protect the game they loved so dearly. Inside the demon world, a battle was also taking place. The musician Skeleton began to play a song, activating a thunder ability, Seraphim's Hymn. Soon, the musical notes filled the entire Demon King's Grand Hall, impressing the main character, while his wife said that the thunder ability was a song that echoed to the rhythm of time, announcing that the hero's party had finally begun their raid, and that he should form a party, noticing the woman's insistence. The main character flips her the bird while cussing, replying that he doesn't want to form a party, and has no idea what she's plotting. However, to deal with a bunch of idiots like this, he alone is enough, then quickly prepares to advance. In just a few moments, Lee rushes into attack, approaching the hero party facing the poet. This speed was so overwhelming that no one could react in time, and he says he's just following the rule of taking out the support first. But before he can land a blow, his staff is blocked by the great hero, who had quickly reacted to his speed and with just a simple movement of his sword, deflected the trajectory of the main character's attack, sending the devastating blow elsewhere. Arrow says he deflected the attack by rotating the blade, and his 2D waifu warns that it's the perfect counter, a skill the hero acquired after much arduous training. However, it will fail if you're even a millisecond too slow. So if he keeps attacking, he can overcome it. But suddenly, the Seraphim's hymn is activated, and due to the time distortion, the party members' speed has increased. The hero takes advantage of the buff to attack the main character, who manages to defend himself, and says that although he's faster, it's still not enough. But perhaps he spoke too soon, because his pet dragon is quite scared looking at something, and the reason for this fear is the hero, who is powering up even more by using the hidden skill Hero's Glory, which sacrifices a large portion of his strength and temporarily doubles all other stats. Right now, the disaster heads towards the main character, with the goal of eliminating him, trying to land multiple attacks while he's only defending. Yopi, while representing his deadly sin, shows a lot of anger in every attack, while the main character just parries all those blows, realizing that this is practically like playing with an angry cat. But soon after, his attention shifts to something else, noticing the team's mage preparing a spell aimed at him. Suddenly, the skull spell is complete and a giant vortex begins to form above the main character. Unexpectedly, the mage cosplays Uchiha Madara and summons a meteor, which quickly falls towards the castle. The main character thinks this must be that OP ultimate magic spell, and this is the first time he's witnessed it firsthand. With his current agility, he could easily dodge this attack while preparing to deflect the meteor. He thinks it wouldn't be any fun if he did that. And right after, we see a massive explosion, comparable to a nuclear blast erupting from the castle, and along with it, the main character remains completely unharmed. As the meteor fragments start to fall, he has now blocked another of the enemy's attacks. He asks if they have anything else to show, looking disappointed as he thinks they've run out of tricks, and tells them to stop wasting his time and just end it. Yopi, the supposed final boss, looks quite tired but says that, unfortunately, they've only just begun. Quickly, a giant rainbow light begins to surround the hero party and the Seraphim's hymn. Second verse is finally activated. This skill has a hidden effect capable of halving the enemy's stats. And right after, all of the main character's stats, which were at 99, plummeted down to 49. Yopi replies that this is his trump card, and with his stats multiplied by 10, thanks to his hidden Demon King class plus the poet's buff, they are now on even ground. He announces that even if the main character uses Gluttony, with his perfect counter, those disgusting tentacles won't be able to reach him. And now he asks the same question back, wondering if the main character has shown everything he's got. Our hero just looks at all this without any reaction, but suddenly starts laughing and wonders if he should use that. These words spark curiosity in the revived hero, while Eros knows he's probably going to use his hidden ability. Our main character then starts pulling something out of his coat, and as he pulls it out, it completely startles the little dragon, who recognizes that in his hand is the Mirror of Habak. Activating the hidden ability, 8 trigrams, the main character's body begins to tremble, and soon after also starts to grow larger. The hero and his party watch the scene in horror. Then, in the demon world, a dimension far from the human world, its characteristic black sky has turned white. We return to the war between humans and demons. Without a moment's hesitation, Han charges forward to fight against her opponent, leaping up at high speed while spinning in the air, finishing the demonic creature with a beautiful kick to its face. She lands gently as the creature falls. And once again, the level up notification appears, and now we see Love is at level 74. Looking up, she realizes that even though she's killed a large number of them, they just keep coming. She even wonders if she's going crazy, because it seems there are even more of them now than before. But Hong tells her she's not crazy, and that normally demons can be destroyed by holy attacks, but with the Demon King's protection, all of them are reviving, and what's worse, Yopi has infinite mana, so none of them will die until he himself is defeated. The captain complains that the main scenario, quest should be difficult, not impossible, but just then something catches her attention. Quickly, from the sky, a demonic creature appears, aiming to devour her. And despite being tired, the young woman prepares to counterattack. Suddenly, we see someone's staff glow, and a woman using fire magic shoots a giant fireball, piercing the demonic creature in the middle and easily destroying it. The female mage says there's only one condition to complete the quest, and that is by defeating Yopi, the Sinner of Wrath. Hearing this, Love wonders about the point of the fight, since they could just log out and wait for Kukuna to defeat him. But she is then informed that if they do that, all the plants, animals, and humans living in this world will die. And if that happens, this world will also become a demon world. Though scared, she still thinks the game company can fix it with an update. But Han reminds her of the announcement they made, mentioning that from this day forward, the world's fate will be decided by the outcome of the main quest, and the future of the game is in the player's hands. This means that, for the first time in gaming history, everything, even the game itself, depends on the players. Then we see the headquarters of the Chrono Life company. There, we see the company's owner monitoring everything happening inside the game, determined to abandon it if things go south, while calling them crazy. She says this is a lazy way to manage a game, wondering how the hell the world's #1 game company has no solution. But right after, The guildmaster says that's exactly why she loves this game so much. However, Love is completely against these ideas and says that the other players need to know too. But before she can finish her sentence, she's interrupted by Hong as he destroys a demon in front of her. Abracadabra appears and tells the young lady not to worry, because most players are generally already aware of it, and that's why everyone is participating in the war. Then, we see a bald man and his party attacking a demon, knowing its weak spot is on its head. They all team up to try and take down its legs first. Witnessing this scene, Han is happy to realize that it's not just the top 5 guilds fighting. The female mage praises, explaining that everyone has been fighting together from the very beginning to protect the fate of this world, but the harsh reality quickly reveals itself, with the man being extremely happy about the unique item drop. All the players are there just so they can take advantage of the high experience from the demonic monsters to farm experience and items, witnessing the bizarre scene of players like maniacs fighting the demon. Both of them fall silent. Then we return to the main character's battle, where the supposed final boss is extremely terrified, while looking at the main character's giant underpants in the demon world's sky. The skeletal poet continues to play his tune, activating another effect of the Seraphim's hymn, reducing the enemy's stats down to 1/5. Seeing this, the little dragon complains that this skill is too OP, and the main character's recovery factor should have negated it. Then we see that the skill not only instantly recovers any damage taken but also provides complete immunity to status effects. However, Luna points out that this isn't a status effect skill, but rather one that reverses the target's time. Kukuhana, now Kuko, remains out of his reach, and soon, a voice echoes from the sky, calling out to the Demon King Yopi, asking if Perfect Counter was the name of the skill he just used. This is actually quite interesting since it completely nullifies the enemy's attack. With this terrifying expression as he emerges from the clouds, he tells the hero to try it again. The final boss now finds himself at a complete disadvantage, looking up as the main character has grown to the size of the entire demon star, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. He swiftly swings his staff, which is absolutely massive compared to the castle. It gets closer and closer to the structure while the Demon King and his party can only watch. Yopi watches in fear at the destructive attack, finally accepting his bitter defeat as the wooden staff smashes directly into the castle. It destroys not only the castle but the entire demon star, which then explodes into a supernova with the main character still on it. A notification appears, explaining that he pushed the amplification lens to its limit, and Lee, now drifting in space, finally shrinks back to his normal size. Looking at the magic mirror and seeing it shattered, he surveys the damage he caused and thinks that he's destroyed another planet, but this time the server didn't crash. Little Urus approaches, saying that he's back to his normal size, and explains that it survived the attack only because it's a spirit, right after which another survivor catches his attention. It's the goddess, and she asks him how he plans to deal with the consequences of his actions. Lee is confused, wondering how she didn't die, and quickly looks around, fearing that the hero might have survived too. Soon after, he spots Yopi sitting on a remnant of the castle. However, he's completely battered and his armor is totally destroyed, and the main character just remarks that he's really tough for not dying in the explosion, but Lima explains that the hero will die soon anyway, since he's on the verge of death, and even his companions have returned to nothingness. So he'll probably be next, and Lee asks if that's true, saying that he'll now complete the main quest, approaching the fallen hero. He explains that he won't have to do anything since the guy will finish himself off, and he says he knows, as he can barely keep his eyes open, so our funny guy takes the chance to tease his enemy, saying he's weak, and Yopi complains that heroes these days have no manners, and no humility either. Even so, he's probably the strongest person he's ever met, admitting that he was completely defeated. Back in the beginner's village, the demon's aggressive assault continues, with the creatures fiercely advancing on the players, who are already quite tired from the prolonged battle, are easily taken down by the monsters. In fact, the battle, which had been balanced so far, is starting to lean towards a one-sided victory for the demon side. A member of the Archer Guild warns his leader that they're being pushed back, but he tells them to hold their ground and endure, because their role in this battle isn't to win, but to buy time until that guy defeats Yopi. He's even accepted that after the battle, they will suffer irreparable losses, but they have to hold out for as long as possible. Love looks quite exhausted from the fight, sighing, and with her clothes torn and dirty from the battle, she no longer has the strength to stand. Seeing her friend fall to the ground, Hong asks if she's okay while the young girl tries to act tough, saying she'll get back to fighting as soon as she recovers. But when she looks at her real condition, she realizes something. The reason she can't fight anymore is that the girl has reached her mental limit. It's not just her, everyone present is exhausted, and if this continues, the entire beginner's village will be destroyed. Just then, the captain of the Robin Hood Guild is ambushed by a demon. The demon starts to overwhelm her, depleting her health rapidly, and just as she's about to give up the fight, a hand suddenly starts to disintegrate in midair, leaving Hong very confused by the situation. as she watches all the demonic creatures present begin to vanish into thin air. Like the day Thanos snapped his fingers, all the monsters turn to dust. Han keeps looking at the sky, confused about the situation, wondering what's happening. Love seems to know exactly what's going on. If the monsters are disappearing, it's probably because Lee has won. At this point, we see the main character looking at Yopi's body, which is now glowing brightly. He says his time is up and he'll soon disappear, but Lee has a question for him before he vanishes. He asks why the hero who once killed the Demon King in the past came to hate humanity so much. Yopi just comments that it's a boring and rather cliché story, explaining that it was actually because he was too extraordinary. Because of that, everyone around him loved him, but those same people were also jealous of him. Then tears begin to fall to the ground as the hero says that in reality, he was just someone who loved humans. Watching from a distance, the goddess remains neutral as she listens to the hero's final words, realizing that he was someone who loved humanity more than anyone. Like a burst of light, the hero vanishes and system notifications appear, announcing that he has completed the quest alone, along with the reward for finishing the main scenario. Also appears before him as he grabs the treasure chest. New messages pop up, stating that he was the top contributor in the quest, so he will receive an additional reward. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light begins to shine in space, and as it gets closer, it finally surprises our main character. The person arrives and says it's been a while since they last met, and that he didn't expect to see him so soon. This person is clearly the self-proclaimed god. He praises the main character, saying that he was watching the whole time and was sure he would beat Yopi. He will also grant the additional reward for being the top contributor in the quest. Then a screen appears in front of the main character, and as he reads the information on it, he's surprised because it's an invitation to advance to the Deadly Sin class. God comments that he can either remain human or become a calamity, explaining that the hero also received a similar reward when he defeated the Demon King. But he chose to remain human and ultimately met a tragic end, as we already know. He was reborn as one of the 7 deadly sins, filled with resentment towards humanity. But that's enough about that, and the only thing he wants is for the main character to make his choice. Now, our god of love looks at the man with a hint of anger in his eyes, quickly contemplating what he should do. But the truth is, he doesn't even need to think about his choice, and then clicks on one of the options. Meanwhile, behind him, the goddess and the little dragon are watching. She seems to have seen what the main character chose, while the little dragon tells her to move so it can see too, and it's also surprised by the main character's choice. Luna can only look on in shock while God seems quite displeased, asking him why he made that choice. But it should have been quite obvious given his personality. The next day, we see the building where the main character lives. While he's just lazing around in bed, his phone suddenly starts ringing, catching his attention, and when he sees who it is, he realizes he's received a message from Hansarang. She asks what he's doing, and Lee replies that he's just lazing around, so she complains that he's no different from an idiot if he keeps that up. But that ends up annoying the main character, who considers himself a legend for what he's done and needs a break sometimes too. Then Han informs him that her class is about to end, and if he has nothing to do, they should go get something to eat afterward. Reading this unexpected message, the main character is startled, wondering if she sent the message to the wrong person, since there was no reason for her to suddenly extend this invitation. But all of a sudden, Luna appeared beside him and warned him that the young girl was flirting with him. However, the protagonist still didn't grasp the situation and just said that students should focus on their studies. He was suddenly startled, wondering what she was doing in his apartment, and immediately fell to the floor, while the girl told him to be careful, since falling out of bed must have hurt. Annoyed, he said that he fell because of her, while also asking how she managed to get into his house again, telling her not to try and change the subject or he would call the police on her for trespassing. Luna handed him a folded shirt, explaining that he was being too hasty as she had only come to return a shirt she had borrowed. But of course, this confused Lee, as he didn't remember lending her any of his clothes. However, he eventually recalled their last real-life meeting and realized that the young girl had been wearing his shirt at the time. Luna explained that she had borrowed it from his closet without his knowledge, but she quickly changed the subject, asking what he was going to do now about the dinner invitation, immediately saying that she wanted to go too. Her audacity left him completely stunned, but talking her out of it was difficult. And soon after, we see an extremely angry Han at the restaurant. While Luna calmly ate her meal, our naive protagonist was caught in the middle. Knowing full well he'd made a mistake by letting her tag along, he was completely terrified when Han called his name, and with an incredibly scary look on her face, she asked what this woman was doing here. Since this dinner was supposed to be just for the two of them, he tried to change the subject, saying that since the three of them often met in the game, he thought it would be fun to eat together. But then he wondered why he had to make excuses, since he hadn't done anything wrong. He was just meeting up with another woman, so he didn't need to be concerned about her reaction. Hearing these words from the man she loved, her jealousy flared, and she asked what he was even talking about. Because just a little while ago, the two of them were lying in bed together. Faced with this revelation, our hero had nothing to say. "Oh, I'm so screwed." And Han immediately questioned her, asking what she meant in a threatening tone, while he simply thought his life was over. Luna said she didn't quite understand the situation, because frankly, the two of them weren't dating, so there was no reason for Love to question the protagonist like that. But she refuted that argument, saying they were party members and that there was nothing wrong with looking out for her companion, then asked what her relationship with the MC was, even calling her a stalker. Luna said that Mr. Loser and she had a very special relationship, both in real life and in the game. These words ended up reminding the protagonist of what happened during their last encounter, and the deep kiss the young girl had given him. Flustered, Lee just said that he wasn't so sure about that, saying it didn't count because it was in the game, not in real life, but she said that every sensation in Chrono Life was identical to reality. Even so, she moved closer, asking if they should take this opportunity to confirm that feeling for real. But they were immediately interrupted by the party leader, who yelled at them not to pull a stunt like that in public. She also demanded they stop talking about things only the two of them would understand, and asked what this was all about, a sensation comparable to reality. But then, something clicked, and she suddenly understood, immediately realizing what the two of them had done inside the game, and with a trembling voice, she tried to confirm the theory forming in her mind, while Luna didn't even wait for her to finish, saying that was exactly it and that she had thought Han was just a cute little girl who didn't understand anything. But it seems you're quite the adult too, Han. Furious, Han stood up from the table, and with a cold glare, she announced that she was leaving. Our waifu just smirked as she watched her rival leave, while the protagonist told her to hurry up and eat so she could leave too. A few hours passed, and night had fallen. The young girl smiled, saying she was full, thanking the protagonist because the restaurant was really delicious, but that next time, she would take him to a place she knew. Suddenly, the young girl stopped, her eyes fixed on him, remembering that this scene was identical to the last time when the sun was also setting. She was referring to their first meeting, and then quickly asked about his choice of reward, the one he got for being the top contributor. The MC asked why she was asking about that, since he had just explained his reasoning yesterday. But the young girl thought he had some ulterior motive, like his love for Hansarang, figuring she was probably the reason for his choice. Our hero just kept a poker face at this, saying he had no idea what she was talking about, and said his goodbyes. A while later, he logged back into Chrono Life, where he was greeted by Euros, who complained that it took him all day to log in. The little dragon began to look around, realizing they were in an alley in the starting village, and wondered why they were here, guessing it was probably because the demon world was gone. But that was also great because no one was around, and it could just relax in peace. The dragon was confused by this, since he could just rest in the real world, but our protagonist's reality was currently quite a mess. Just then, a wooden staff landed beside him, leaving the protagonist quite confused as he looked to see who had thrown it. He soon realized it was the boy he had met at the very beginning of the game. The little guy jumped up and down excitedly as he greeted him, but our hero seemed terrified by the boy's presence. Night has fallen, and we cut to the Chrono Life headquarters, where the chairman was watching something with intense focus. It was clearly our protagonist's encounter with the boy. A staff member asked what he was going to do about it, but the man just wanted to continue observing, thinking that he couldn't believe this encounter was happening now, of all times, and referred to the child as God's plaything. Back in the game, the protagonist said it was great to see the boy again, asking how long it had been, but we see that he's a little too excited and is vigorously shaking the child up and down. Afterward, he had the boy sit down, saying he never expected to meet him here again, and asked how much time had passed. The kid was confused by his words. Our hero realized the boy probably didn't remember, and explained that the last time they'd met was when he had tried and failed to enhance his equipment, but the boy still didn't seem to recall. Suddenly, a thought struck the boy, and it seemed like he finally remembered, but in reality, he just thought that. The protagonist looked like the golden statue in the village. Euros watched this and asked who this little bald kid was, making the boy very excited, while the protagonist asked if he could see it, but the little dragon quickly reminded him that he had borrowed its power to materialize it back then. Lee then introduced his pet dragon, offering to let the boy hold it again. The prideful dragon asked how a mere mortal dared to lay a hand on him, but the protagonist told him to shut up as the boy hugged him. The boy then held his large staff, talking about the day he received it as a gift from the bald guy, thanking him profusely because, thanks to him, his life had completely changed. Lee then asked if the boy wanted to hear some stories about his experiences. The little bald kid seemed quite curious, as the protagonist explained all the events of the story up to that point. In fact, this was quite fascinating and a rare moment for him, as he wasn't one for telling stories. He had never told his story to anyone, but at that moment, he was recounting everything he had experienced, even his deepest feelings. So, after a few long hours of conversation, he got to the part where he had to choose between remaining human or becoming one of the deadly sins, building a little suspense as he asked the boy what he thought his answer was but the excited kid had no clue, and the protagonist explained that he chose to remain human, prompting the curious boy to ask why. But as he got up, Kupina said he'd tell that story later because he had something to give the boy first. He then performed a powerful summon, scattering a few transcendent grade items on the ground. He said it was a gift, telling the bald kid to take them all since he didn't need them. But the boy humbly refused, saying he didn't need them either. While the main character couldn't understand why, as they were quite valuable, the bald kid then took out a piece of paper, wrote something down, and handed it to the main character. Immediately after, Lee read the note's content and was completely stunned. The scene then shifts to a large hospital, because the paper the boy gave him had a strange address, and at that location, someone was unexpectedly waiting for him. When he finally opened the door, ready to find out who the player behind that character was, he came face to face with the only person who had shared his stories, the only one he had opened up to, and realized that the boy was actually a little girl diagnosed with a terminal illness, with only 2 weeks left to live. The two stared at each other in that hospital room, while our protagonist looked extremely shocked by all of this. But the little girl just gave him an inviting look, patting the bed, signaling for him to come closer. So, he obediently grabbed a nearby chair to get closer to her bed, while she took out a notebook to write a message. The thing is, she felt very sorry and knew he was probably surprised by all this. She didn't want to be rude, but she really wanted to meet him, which is why she gave him the address. Her health wasn't good enough for her to speak, but the main character just told her she didn't need to apologize for that. She wrote in her notebook again, saying that the stories he told in the game were very interesting. So, she wanted her Appa to listen to her story, though it might not be as interesting, of course. But she still wanted this selfish request to be granted. He let out a small sigh at her determination, saying it wasn't selfish and that since he was free and enjoyed listening to stories anyway, he would stay and listen. But she knew he hated stories, because he always skipped the dialogue in the game. Then, she began to explain. In Chrono Life, there are many diverse class systems, and among all those options, the class she chose was to become a merchant. As a merchant, she could talk to lots of different people, while buying and selling items. And since she never had many friends in real life due to her shyness in the game, she could become a completely different person. Everyone in the beginner's village treated her extremely well, with bright smiles, and thanks to them, her everyday was wonderful. Then, we see the guild master. He said that the little girl was truly kind and charming. Whenever she had the chance, she would give free potions to new players, even though she knew she'd lose money selling items at such giveaway prices. Basically, she didn't have what it takes to be a merchant. But everyone loved that little girl, not just the players but even the NPCs. She might not have been the best player in the game, but she was like the light of a star, a subtle light that illuminated her surroundings. But one day, she stopped logging into the game. People thought she might have gone to focus on her studies or was just taking a break for a while. Everyone came up with different reasons to justify missing her, without even realizing it. A lot of time passed. The people who used to be with her had leveled up and left the beginner's village. As new players appeared, almost no one in that village knew her anymore. But one day, that little girl returned to the game. However, her appearance had changed a lot from before. She no longer had her beautiful pigtails and was wearing the cheapest clothes in the game. But her charitable acts continued. She still gave items to new players. But this time, she never messaged them, only sending emojis. She had probably given away all the items and gold in her inventory, because she started giving away even the wooden staff you could get for free from the shop. The man who received her gift wasn't happy at all. He threw it on the ground and said he'd been so excited when he found out someone was giving away free stuff. The little girl looked at her gift on the ground, still maintaining a cheerful expression as she picked it back up. Suddenly, she heard someone screaming in utter despair from an alley right next to her. When she went to see what was happening, she found the main character completely devastated, staring at all the items he had tried to enhance lying on the ground while tears streamed down his cheeks. She realized this might be the perfect time to give someone a gift, so she decided to approach him to offer the wooden staff. This was the end of the little girl's story, but it was the beginning of the main characters. The story of our MC and his level 999 wooden staff. In reality, she had tried to act as if everything was fine, but when she found out she was in the terminal stage, she couldn't hold back her tears. She wondered if she would ever see her old friends again, but she was afraid they would eventually forget her. And although most sick people pray for a miracle, that wasn't really her wish. All she wanted was for someone to remember her when she was gone. A few hours later, we see the city again, and someone is running through it at high speed. That person is clearly the main character. He's obviously very upset after what he heard. Finally, he arrives at his building and grabs his VR headset, automatically logging into Chrono Life. His spawn point, unlike last time, is the demon world. And without giving the monsters any time to prepare, he begins his frenzied assault, striking down and annihilating hundreds of demons at once. They evaporate into thin air as the shockwaves from his staff reach high into the sky. He continues to launch more attacks recklessly, creating a rain of explosions in the demon realm. The little dragon fearfully watches everything, shocked by what its master is doing. Because this was the first time it had seen him unleash all his emotions so violently, and since it didn't know what had happened outside the game, it couldn't understand why he had started slaughtering monsters like that. Meanwhile, the main character continues his rampage, recalling his last conversations with the little girl. He had asked her if there was any way to cure her illness, like surgery, for example. The little girl looked at him and explained that her disease was very rare and few people had it, and for this reason, the surgery cost would be a colossal amount, and her parents had said that they would do their best to get the money. However, our protagonist said that he would pay for the surgery. Millions or even billions. He didn't care. He just wanted her to have the surgery. Back in the game, there are no more monsters near the main character. His pet dragon seems to be afraid of its own master. And even with all his stats maxed out, the effort was so overwhelming that he was left panting. Meanwhile, we see that after he offered to pay, a dead silence filled the hospital room. The little girl seemed to want to say something, but quickly dismissed the thought and asked him not to give her false hope, because she didn't want to become even more miserable on a train of false hopes. Even if the surgery were successful, it wouldn't be the end of the disease, and the probability of survival was only 30%. Even so, the main character said it was still worth a try, as it was better than giving up and doing nothing for 2 weeks. These words hit the little girl hard. She fell silent and asked him to stop talking, as if it were a simple matter. She wasn't an in-game item that could be repaired and restored in a flash. Regardless, 30% was enough reason to at least try. But what would happen if she didn't survive the surgery? He had just said that it would be better than just giving up and doing nothing for 2 weeks. But what if instead of living for 2 weeks, she died on the day of the surgery? Lee told her not to worry about these useless things, because she would definitely survive. But this only made the desperate little girl start to cry, while she continued to write frantically in her notebook. As she had said, things weren't as simple as he thought, and explained that when you get sick, your whole world collapses. Family, friends, and everything familiar to you shatters, while all that's left is a lonely void. But this void was something the main character understood all too well at that moment. We're back in the game and suddenly see someone approaching. The little dragon turns to see who it is. Then, we see the goddess Yua running towards the main character. Mura's remarks that they've been seeing a lot of each other lately, and the goddess replies that she hates showing up all the time too, because she feels like her mysterious aura is fading. She then leans on the main character's shoulder and says she came to help him with something. Lee is silent for a moment, but then asks if she brought what he asked for. She confirms that she did. He then looks determined and tells her to proceed with the plan. Later that afternoon, we see the little girl's hospital again. In her room, she's curled up, hugging her knees. She's replaying their entire previous conversation in her head. She's trembling, afraid that things might go wrong. But her real despair is the thought that everyone has already forgotten her. And for the first time, the little girl breaks down like a real child, thinking about how scared she is. But just then, a hand reaches out. We see it's the main character, placing his hand on her shoulder. Lifting her face, she looks up and wonders when he got there, but a moment later, she's completely shocked by what she sees. Her hospital room is packed with people. Meanwhile, the main character says, "Like I said, no one was going to forget you." The little girl looks too shocked to even speak, as she watches a girl thank her for the sweet potato, saying that because of her, she was able to change her class. These two girls were the ones who bought items from her when she was a merchant. Another woman says that the weapons she bought from her are still being used by her party, and that she wanted to thank her, but when she went to the beginner village, the little girl wasn't there anymore. We then realize that they had never forgotten the little girl. Overwhelmed by the emotion of the moment, she can't hold back her tears and starts crying with happiness. Seeing that everyone is there for her, the love from everyone is incredibly overwhelming, and she hadn't been forgotten despite the time they were apart. A few days later, the girl promised to make a brilliant comeback and went in for surgery. The players that Luna had seen and gathered with great effort were the main reason for this. So, she found the courage and decided to bet her life on that 30% chance, and even though she looked like an innocent little girl, she was braver than anyone they had ever met, despite going through unimaginable hardships in the real world. She always returned to the game with a radiant smile, a smile that lit up the entire space around her, and warmed the hearts of everyone around her with her somewhat goofy and generous personality. She was a merchant who always ended up on the losing end of a deal. Just then, someone approaches the main character from behind, and when he turns around, he's utterly astonished to see the little girl in front of him. Lee is completely speechless seeing her actually back in the game, and tears start to fall down his face. Because this was the only person he could open up to, the girl gives a radiant smile while introducing her name. In the game, with all her cuteness and shining presence, her character is named Starflower. A moment later, we return to the demon world, a dimension separate from the human world that was recently completely destroyed and had just had its data restored. However, this ended up causing a problem, and all the demonic monsters began to attack each other. The newly revived tribes started a conflict between factions, The end of the suffering caused by the long-lost Demon King only fueled the rage of the demon race, and all of this culminated in a war, an unforgettable war. Seeing this scene, it seems someone is extremely worried about their world. This person is the death god who realizes that everything is in pure chaos, which was to be expected, and there's only one way to calm the spirits of this mob. He then takes the Demon King's essence out of his pocket, because he found this beautiful thing lying on the floor when the world was recreated. The Demon King must have dropped it while dying. Unlike the sword, this energy isn't sealed. But it's also not something that can be given to just anyone. The little ghost doesn't want to wait either, until another Demon King appeared and thought about finding someone to become the Demon King. At that moment, scenes of the absolutely terrifying main character flash through his mind, and a brilliant idea strikes him, making the aid to the demon race rejoice, because he just thought of an excellent candidate. Then, we return to the human world. The main character is clearly holding his staff, preparing an attack, aiming upwards and striking with only 1% of his maximum power, causing an instant defeat. A level 4 rabbit bear falls to the ground, completely defeated. His goal in beating such a weak monster is to collect its teeth, and it seems he's been at this for a while, as he has a whole bag full of rabbit bear teeth. He then tells his little dragon that it's time to go because they have more than enough. And besides, there are no more monsters left in the forest. The two of them then return to the beginner village, and he seems to be looking for someone he was supposed to meet near the entrance. While walking through the streets of the beginner village, people are gossiping about him. But the young man ignores everyone and focuses on one thing, calling out to that person and saying he's finally here. Starflower calls him Staff Bro, looking incredibly happy to have found him. It seems the person he was meeting today was the little girl, Biol, who is now back to her old routine as a merchant. Until recently, she had been living with a rare disease and only had a few days left to live. But even when faced with this grim fate, the girl bravely confronted and overcame the illness, making a full recovery and returning to the game. Staff Bro hands over the rabbit bear teeth she had requested, making the girl incredibly happy. She then uses her potion crafting skill, turning the materials into countless potions. Seeing that amount, the main character celebrates that the little girl will make a lot of money if she sells them all, but the truth is, she didn't make them to sell. Upon discovering this, the main character is a bit taken aback, but then he sees the little girl running towards the workers, while telling them to drink the potions. Some people ask who this girl is, while others recognize her even though it's been a long time. Lee just watches the scene, impressed, because that kid isn't just loved by the players, but even by the NPCs in the game. Seeing this, he can't help but feel happy for her, while thinking he should go hunt some more rabbit bears. Meanwhile, in the real world, we cut back to the main character's building, but this time, it's not him, but Han who appears, who is sitting dejectedly on her bed with a sad look on her face because of what happened at the restaurant. But suddenly, her older sister bursts into the room and yells, asking if that guy who only wears underwear is the one who made her like this. Han tries to cover for him by saying it's not really like that, but it only makes her sister even angrier. She then goes quiet and decides to say that a friend of hers is having a problem. Recently, this friend said she's interested in a guy. At first, he was just an unremarkable player, but as they spent more time together and shared various experiences, she started waiting for this person without even knowing why. She just kept waiting for him, just to have him help her when she was crying and to be able to smile with him again. But suddenly, she realized she was thinking about him all day and wanted to know just a little more about him. But of course, she doesn't like him yet. She just wants to see him more and more. Actually, multiple times a day. At least, that's what her supposed friend told her. But this lie doesn't fool her sister, who just asks what kind of relationship she wants to have with him and warns her that she is a celebrity, so she should watch who she associates with. Han realizes her lie isn't working, and that her sister saw right through her from the start. She then confirms that the guy she's interested in is the one from her party. Her sister then warns her that if an idol starts dating, she'll also lose most of her fans, and she shouldn't even complain about it, because the primary role of a celebrity is to receive love from fans. In a way, she would be betraying all of them, and all the hard work she put in to get there would crumble in an instant. The young girl just listened to this in silence, but her sister added that she wouldn't try to stop her either. After all, her life was her own, and no one should tell her what to do or what not to do. So, she would continue to support her no matter what she did, offering these words of comfort. Han paused for a moment, realizing her sister was on her side, but her sister quickly added that she could always find another celebrity when one was gone, but she was just kidding. She asked the young girl again what kind of relationship she wanted to have with him. Han thought for a moment before answering, saying she didn't know either, but as she recalled all the moments the waifu goddess had spent with the main character, her jealousy finally flared up a little more, and her true feeling of wanting to make him her own was revealed, and her sister seemed to agree with her decisive attitude. But she pondered the situation for a bit and said that the guy was an adult, so he would get arrested if that really happened. But Han then came up with a solution that would solve the problems. She decided to make him fall in love with her, and then she would just have to wait another 3 years. And they could start dating, after which she humbly asked for advice from her sister. Because she had never even talked to a guy, let alone imagine what dating would be like. Her sister agreed, saying, "Just trust me," which made her little sister extremely happy. As she logged into the game to meet the guy for the first time, she looked at her young singer character. Completely drunk on love, she decided to start her research right away. She took her cell phone out of her pocket and started Googling how to flirt with a guy who's a manager. Originally, she was a talented person, famous in her region for her skills. But in reality, this girl was 27 years old and had never dated, and now we return to the game, where the little Death was wandering wearily through the human world, thinking this was like finding a needle in a haystack. He wondered how he could possibly find that guy, but then he thought he couldn't just ask the demon clan to find him. He heard a loud noise that left him very confused as he looked to see what it was. But right after, he saw a huge explosion rising from behind the mountains, and thanks to that, he immediately realized it was him. Our main character was clearing out the rabbit bear monsters in the forest, saying that the item drop rate was very high. So the farming was going very quickly. But before returning to the village, he heard a noise and then saw someone running towards him, and this person was Captain Love, who seemed to be facing a rabbit bear. She quickly dodged the monster's attack with just a single jump, while spinning in midair to prepare a kick that landed hard on the monster's face, causing several of its teeth to fly out as it fell to the ground and was completely obliterated. Lee was extremely confused by what he had just witnessed. Because he didn't expect Captain Love to show up there so suddenly, she held out her hand to offer something, and showed him a few teeth she had just pulled from the monster. The two of them stared at each other for a moment without saying anything. While the main character seemed a bit unsure of what to do, he soon apologized for what happened at the restaurant, because he shouldn't have taken that woman with him without asking for permission first, and to apologize, he said they could have dinner later if she wanted. Realizing he genuinely felt bad about what happened, the young girl gave a slight smile, and said she would make time in her schedule to eat with him, but right then she moved closer with the same threatening tone, and asked about what that roach had said the other day when she mentioned they had slept next to each other in bed, and also about how the sensations in the game were identical to real life. These words had sparked curiosity in the young girl's mind. She asked in a completely threatening tone what she meant by that, but with her cute face, she scared the main character too much to answer, so he just tried to change the subject, saying that it wasn't anything important and she shouldn't worry about things like that. But the young girl insisted on trying to find out, and when she realized he wouldn't talk, she immediately tackled him while they both struggled on the ground. The Demon King's aide approached to find the main character. He was sure he was there. But just then, he saw a terrifying scene that would make all the hairs a ghost doesn't have stand on end. Because you can imagine that the guy who defeated the Demon King was being completely annihilated. This was definitely a plot twist. And as they say, there's always someone stronger. The demonic look that person had and the expression of pure, brutal anger made this person have all the qualifications to become the Demon King. Han looked at the creature, who had suddenly appeared with something green, and asked what it was, but the aide simply said she deserved his orb and should take it. The female captain still didn't understand what he was saying and asked who he was, but just then, everything around her began to glow, and a notification appeared saying she had received the essence of the Demon King, along with a class change notification that would change her original class to a hidden class. The Demon King, meanwhile, the self-proclaimed god, said that he had finally gathered all of them. Each of his pieces had been put in their proper places. Originally, the final component was supposed to be Yopi, but recalling Luma's actions, he realized she was openly opposing his plan. However, none of this mattered because this was the final chapter of the game. Meanwhile, Han was emitting a blue glow, and the main character below was bothered by the intense light. But he was suddenly surprised to see Captain Love floating in front of him, as system notifications appeared, indicating she would change to a hidden class, the Demon Queen, whereby all of her stats were increased tenfold. Even so, the young girl didn't seem happy at all and asked how she had changed classes without even agreeing to it. Lee asked the dragon what was happening, but it didn't know anything either. Han kept screaming to stop the class change, yet the system continued to grant her other privileges. Suddenly, the Demon King's original skill was activated, and Captain Love's hair, which was usually pink, finally changed to a shade of white, and her signature outfit also underwent a transformation, becoming something much more worthy of a Demon Queen, and with that, the transformation was complete, and she had completely become the Demon Queen. However, the young girl in real life was even more terrified when she realized her hair had turned white, while the main character and Muris discussed how she had been forced to change classes without even a yes or no question. Death explained that the Demon King's original skill allows you to transform into an infinite magic body, a magic body that only kings possess, and she could only use unique skills in this form, except for the passive skill Authority. But even with this explanation, the young girl still didn't understand what it was, and as if listening to what she said, the system itself provided an example for her to understand, Suddenly, the gem on her necklace began to shine. Not just it, but all 3 gems scattered across her new outfit. Then a pair of mana wings formed on her back. And the synchronization with the demonic body reached 1.3%, creating a few horns on her head, along with a change in her eyes, which were now much wilder. With all this, the essence of the Demon King was unlocked, and the main character, along with his dragon, just sat and watched the whole show from the front row. The young girl then pointed her index finger to the sky while activating a destruction skill, creating a small energy orb on her fingertip, but this orb, initially small, quickly grew until it reached a considerable size, and with its size now stable, she fired the energy upwards, causing an explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb. Witnessing all the destruction caused by just one of her powers, the young girl was left speechless, while a notification appeared stating that the skill demonstration had ended, showing the giant explosion had now created smoke, spreading across the blue sky, and finally, the horns and mana wings created during the transformation vanished into thin air. Just then, the main character appeared, saying she had become quite strong and that the skill was very good. But the young girl just asked what she should do now that she had suddenly been turned into a demon queen, and now that she was a villain, she should theoretically be fighting against him. Even the fact that her hair suddenly turned white was affecting her, and she thought she looked a bit strange with her new clothes and hair, but seeing her beauty, the main character blushed a little. He told her he didn't find her strange at all in this form, and just then, the aide appeared, praising the young lady for achieving 1.3% synchronization, which was even higher than the previous Demon King. This meant she had more darkness in her heart than even the hero Yopi, but as she desperately grabbed his face, she said this wasn't what she wanted, and that she wanted to return to her normal form, but the ghost said it was impossible. Her body had already absorbed the essence, and it wouldn't leave her until she died. The other problem was that if she died, her character would be deleted because she had just become a unique boss monster. Seeing his friend squishing Death's face, the main character thought he looked pretty comfortable. But the little dragon got jealous, saying that it was much more comfortable to hold than that little ghost. Han asked if she had to stay in that form forever and if there was any way to cancel it. But that was the last thing the Demon King's aide wanted, as it was better for him if she remained as she was. But his words only angered the young lady more, and she started squeezing the ghost's face violently. Hearing this, Lee thought she was being a bit of an idiot, since she could probably just say something like, "Cancel Demon King mode to revert the transformation." A few hours later at Arden Castle, we learn that it's one of the main castles in the game, boasting a massive wall and a commander, earning it the nickname of the most impregnable fortress in Corona. Suddenly, something caught the attention of one of the fortress knights. It was a monster, and it was approaching fast. The creature looked like a wolf. It quickly leaped onto the castle walls and scaled them with ease. It jumped over the guards' heads and glared at them with a ferocious gaze, leaving them to do nothing but cry for their mothers. They were easily defeated with a single attack, both falling to the ground in front of the last remaining guard. He desperately tried to identify the invading monster, realizing the creature was a werewolf. But then, something incredible happened. The monster spoke, asking if the man's eyes were playing tricks on him for mistaking it for a monster. Obviously, the guard was shocked to hear it talk, and soon after, 2 other creatures appeared around him. The lizard-like one explained that they weren't monsters. In fact, their species was called beastmen. Hearing this, the little guard knew his fate was sealed and began to despair. Moments later, he took a hit that instantly took him out, and he fell near the bodies of his 2 comrades. Meanwhile, more and more castle guards approached the creatures, who were a bit confused by the sudden appearance of so many humans. Soon, the 3 creatures were surrounded by an army, and the commander appeared, saying he couldn't believe this. They dared to break into Arden Castle, even if they were just beasts with low intelligence. This was still unbelievable, whether they were beastmen or whatever they were. He didn't care and just ordered his soldiers to take care of them. Soon after, the army advanced to fight, while their general just silently observed everything. But soon he started talking to the audience watching his live stream, commenting that he'd never heard of beastmen who could communicate. He kept rambling on while his chat started to get annoyed because he was only showing his face while the battle was raging. But suddenly, something caught his attention. When he looked ahead, he saw his entire army had been defeated. Only those 3 creatures were left standing, looking at him with a menacing gaze. Faced with that sight, he could only think of one thing: to get the hell away from those monsters. At that moment, his live stream had 38,933 viewers, and even though they were fans of dramatic content, they were all spamming the chat, telling him to run. His judgment and that of his viewers were the same, and the man simply bolted, wondering what the hell was going on. But even though he was an elf, a naturally agile race, it wasn't enough to escape. With just one bite, he was done for. The castle was taken in the blink of an eye by 3 mysterious creatures that appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the little ghost told the Demon King it was time to summon her entire army and destroy the human world, but the Demon Queen refused. Her aide insisted they should destroy the entire continent and pile the corpses into mountains. However, She continued to refuse and asked why they had to do all that. The little ghost said it was the law of the jungle, where only the strongest survive, and the demon queen said no again, stating that she was too weak to do it. He was confused by this, asking if she wasn't the strongest demon and comparing her to Kukana. She said her level was still low. Casper asked what her current level was, and she said it must have gone up during Yuppie's quest. After thinking for a moment, she said her level was 92, having jumped from 25 to its current number, after defeating a demon army. The ghost was shocked. He then asked Kukana what his level was, and the boy with the staff replied that it was 999, the max level. The Demon King's aide said that he'd been defeated by the previous Demon King before, and this person was Captain Love, and Lee said there were circumstances behind that. Casper said he was screwed. Suddenly, a blue rift began to open in the sky before them. They asked Lee if he saw the sky cracking, and he confirmed he did. Then he started to wonder about the nature of this rift, thinking he'd seen it somewhere before. A giant demonic hand emerged from the rift, carrying a person along with an eye that observed everything. The person in the monster's hand was Luna. She looked at them with a serene yet deathly cold gaze as the team watched in silence. She approached the Demon King and said, "You've grown even more delicious since we last met." She floated in front of the white-haired woman. Luna asked if she should take a bite. The two stared at each other for a moment while everyone else watched. Luna began to raise her staff until Lee stopped her, telling her to knock it off. He said her staff reeked of blood and asked if she intended to kill Captain Love. She closed her eyes and nodded, but then changed her mind, saying it would be a waste to kill her now. Luna admitted she'd almost done something pointless, and even though things turned out this way, she could only let out a sarcastic laugh. Captain Love gulped nervously, repeating what Luna said about taking a bite out of her. Luna called her Han, musing that in this world her name was Love. She congratulated her on becoming the Demon King, and said she looked beautiful. She said Han was so beautiful it made her want to kill her. The boy with the staff called her a cockroach and asked why she had helped Bill with his surgery not long ago. He declared he didn't know if he could trust her anymore. Luna said he had a way with words and asked if he preferred a kind woman. She said that if he wanted, she could pretend to be a completely innocent and gentle woman. The boy with the staff said it didn't matter, and if there was nothing else to discuss, then she should leave. She smiled cheerfully and said that Chrono Life was in its final stages. She declared that the game would soon be over. Kukana said that was absurd because online games never end. It all just depends on whether the developers keep updating it. Luna said she used to think that way too, but soon he would discover the truth, just as she did. She also stated that Chrono Life was changing rapidly. The powerful existence of Euros of Pride had become a hot topic, and his severed head had become gluttony. Then, Leo of Sloth suddenly appeared, followed by the revival of Yopi of Wrath. Luna said this scenario had provided content for decades because normal players couldn't defeat Yopi's army. Therefore, despite its extreme and deadly difficulty, Lee had cleared it in no time. Not long after, the Demon King was reborn, absorbing the essence of the fallen Demon King Yopi. Luna pointed her staff at Captain Love, and it began to glow with a blue light. Lee shouted, asking if she hadn't heard him say not to kill Captain Love. She told him not to worry, as she had no intention of killing her right now. She screamed the word teleport, and a magic spell began to envelop Captain Love. The protagonist realized it was a spatial teleportation spell. Captain Love screamed Kukan's name as she vanished. The boy was horrified to see her disappear, asking Luna what she had done and where she had sent her. With a smile on her face, she said she had sent her to the final stage of the game, an unknown destination. The captain reappeared, wondering where she was as she saw countless corpses strewn about. She soon realized it was the massive Arden Castle. Lee asked why she had sent her to the castle. Luna said it was the first practice run for the final chapter, featuring the ancient race from the northern continent. Meanwhile, the captain felt a strange presence behind her, and when she turned around, she saw a giant werewolf monster, one of the beastmen, a creature with blazing red eyes. It drooled the moment it saw the girl there, and she was terrified by its immense and brutal presence. Back with Kukan, he let out a sigh of relief, saying he had expected something worse. He said that if they were beastmen, they were still just animals, while she was the Demon Queen. He wondered if there was any chance she could lose to a bunch of beasts. Luna said he was right. The Demon Queen used her dragon's descent kick on the werewolf. It seemed effective as the ground cracked. The monster growled and spat out blood, while the Demon Queen felt her body was incredibly light and agile, saying she'd never felt like this before, almost invincible. The monster grew enraged and stood up. The Demon Queen was shocked that it was still standing and could even speak human language. The monster said it would eat her alive, and she wondered if it was just an ordinary werewolf. Chatting with Kukan, Luna said they weren't ordinary beasts. Luna also mentioned that, although she had boosted her stats 10 times over, the ancient beastmen were 10 times stronger than humans. Lee was shocked and asked if the beastmen could have abilities similar to the Demon Queen. She reaffirmed that they weren't just normal beasts, but ancient beastmen, and according to the original storyline, This race was supposed to appear 10 years from now. Finally, she said. It would be tough for the newly reborn Demon Queen. The beast used its Beast Claw skill against the Demon Queen. It created a massive gash. She dodged it, but the forest was split in two by the attack, and several buildings began to collapse. Captain Love realized that if she had been hit by that attack, she would have been torn to pieces. The ancient beast caught her attention and charged at her with a purple aura on its claws using the skill Wild Hunt. Suddenly, everything in the castle exploded. Lee complained that it was too unbalanced. Just like how the hero Yuppie used his demon army to invade, Luna was surprised to hear Kukan use the word unbalanced. It was rather ironic coming from his mouth, and she asserted that he had no right to say that, and that everything that had happened recently was connected by a single thread: Leo Storm, Yuppie, and his army, the Beastmen. The thing connecting all of this was the game's ending, and the cause of it all was him. The protagonist pleaded his innocence to her. Luna told him to stop pretending he didn't know, and said that he should be aware that he's a very special person. She also mentioned other reasons, like his plus 99 enhancement staff, saying his importance was directly tied to that staff. But he didn't believe it, since weapons depend on their wielder. Kukan said he didn't care what others thought, and declared he was going to find Captain Love to save her. Shamelessly, the protagonist asked Luna to take him to the castle, but she refused. He got angry with her for that and started considering whether to turn off the touch control option and try to fly. He quickly reconsidered, realizing that even if he did, he wouldn't get there instantly because the castle was too far away and running wasn't an option either. He began to feel like he had no other choice. Luna tried to convince him to give up and play with her, since the Demon Queen wouldn't lose the fight. In a mocking tone, she said that if the Queen did lose, there was nothing they could do about it anyway. Suddenly, the protagonist flashed a confident smirk. He knelt down while Luna stared at Kukan's underwear, and she became mesmerized by the sight of him, kneeling before her. A moment later, she snapped out of her trance and asked about the great idea he had mentioned. The protagonist smiled with concentration as his feet pressed firmly into the ground before launching himself. Suddenly, he gained momentum and started running. Luna wondered what he was doing, until she realized he was running in circles. The wind grew so strong that his clothes flapped wildly. A tornado suddenly formed just from him running around the spot. Meanwhile, the Queen was exhausted. The monster congratulated the Queen for surviving so long, saying she must have reached her limit, and that it would now devour her head. In the middle of the forest, the tornado continued to rage on. Luna realized he had been running in circles for 10 minutes without moving from that spot. She then realized that he had met the 3 conditions to use a hidden skill. Abruptly, he stopped moving and stood still. The hidden skill allowed him to reach the speed of light. The protagonist activated the light speed running skill, and a massive burst of energy erupted from him. He shot across the globe, moving like a rocket. The monster and the Queen were interrupted by the hero's arrival. Both were stunned. Carrying his staff and wearing his underwear, the protagonist announced he was there to rescue Captain Love. She remarked that he was a little late but breathed a sigh of relief. The boy with the staff began to walk toward the beast. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he asked if they had hurt the captain. The monster laughed at the appearance of another human it could eat. 2 other beasts appeared behind him, one resembling a giant lizard and the other a bear. The bear seemed pleased to see another human, since everyone else in the castle had already been killed. The werewolf said they were just trash and their job would be easy. At this, the bear, who believed there was no need to worry as everything was going according to plan, casually stated that they just had to follow orders. The protagonist smashed his staff right into the bear's face, and a huge explosion erupted from the impact. The lizard watched in horror as the bear fell to the ground. In response to this scene, the boy simply taunted them for a moment. His expression shifted, and he told them they were about to die. The 2 remaining beasts charged at him in a rage. They frantically demanded to know who he was, but Kukan said he wasn't going to explain. However, before he could attack, Captain Love stopped him. He stopped in front of their attacks as if they were nothing and began to listen to her. She recalled the scenes of the protagonist with Luna and realized her own weakness, so she asked him to let her defeat the wolf, to prove her worth, and show she could stand alongside Kukan. The boy agreed, saying he would leave the monster for her to face. Suddenly, he grabbed the lizard's tongue and started dragging it away to fight somewhere it wouldn't bother the captain. The lizard desperately said it would rip his tongue out. The boy faced the situation with complete sarcasm. The Demon Queen got into a fighting stance and challenged the wolf to fight again, yelling for them to finish what they started. The wolf said she had already lost to it, but it was now wondering about Kukan's existence. The monster realized what had happened was unusual and that it had to report to some mysterious person as soon as possible. Confidently, the Queen said the battle wasn't over yet, and the monster replied it would grant her death wish. However, it mulled things over and concluded that it should run away to avoid death. But before it could react, she landed a flying kick to its head. Spitting blood, it wondered how the girl had managed to hit it. It concluded that she was even faster than before. The Demon Queen charged at it again, this time kicking it in the stomach. The creature began to rage and used its beast claw technique. However, the queen dodged with an acrobatic move but was pulled back by the gust of wind from the attack. With no time to think, the monster lunged at her again. This time, the beast used Wild Hunt once more. She easily dodged it with another spin, noticing her body felt much lighter. And as her movements matched what her mind envisioned, the werewolf grew enraged. She made a weapon gesture and pointed at it, shouting the word for destruction. The Demon King's unique and ultimate technique. Pure destruction. Her gems shone and she activated the Demon King's essence. She activated synchronization and her crimson wings appeared. With a completely different and authoritative expression, she declared that the beast would die by her hand. A giant red lightning bolt was fired at the creature. The monster gulped nervously with a look of despair, and let out a final scream as the skill hit its mark and everything exploded. The Demon King's essence was deactivated, and the queen breathed a sigh of relief. She received a massive amount of experience, leveling up from 92 to 139. Suddenly, Kukan appeared and congratulated Kathleen Love on her achievement. Saying she could now protect herself, she wondered if there had been some kind of mistake. Seeing as she had gained 40 levels, the protagonist said no, because they were ancient beasts, and in theory, they weren't supposed to appear for another 10 years, which is why the experience was so plentiful. She wondered about the ancient beasts, and he gave a brief explanation. Stating that they were likely related to Chrono Life's main storyline, the queen became interested in the main quests, and asked the boy where he left the lizard so she could get more details from it. The staff-wielding boy revealed that they were actually eating the lizard, causing Captain Love to get annoyed with him. Since he had killed the only source of information about the main quests, she demanded he revive the informant immediately. But the boy said it was impossible because they had already eaten it. Reluctantly, the queen accepted. The sun began to rise in the forest near Arden Palace. Black drops fell to the ground. They were dripping from the dark elf's body. A creature told him that everyone from the south was foolish, the griffin, an ancient beast. Saying the elf wouldn't be able to escape it, the beast told Hawkeye that he was the regent of the palace, and if he died, he would be revived in the palace. Tired, Hawkeye sighed and said he wasn't actually aiming for the palace. He said he could take over the palace if he wanted to, but it insisted on chasing him. The griffin laughed and said their target was never the palace, but him. The elf was shocked by this news. However, he joked that he wasn't into furries, and the monster became irritated by the comment. The beast asked him if he had the ability to telepathically communicate with people. Hawkeye retorted that he had never learned that skill. He wondered if this question was related to his YouTube live streams. The monster pressured him to send its message to all the races on the southern continent. The elf started a live stream. The live stream began and comments started popping up while the injured elf had his head bowed. The live stream, which had previously ended, was now restarted by the account owner, Hawkeye. He had created good and important content for the platform, but when he saw the palace being destroyed, his pride wouldn't allow it. So when he was killed by the werewolf, he ended the live stream as quickly as possible. The creature forced him to speak during the live broadcast, and the chat started to worry about him. The broadcast began to show the griffin, and everyone in the chat became terrified. The monster introduced itself to the southern races, saying that it came from an ancient beastman race and needed to send a message. The live chat went into an uproar. It said that it had recently seen the southern continent stop the Demon King's army, and that battle must have been very fierce. It congratulated them on their success in the battle, even if it was a miracle. It continued by saying that demons are rival creatures to the ancients. It pointed out that in 30 days, they would invade the southern continent, and on that day, there would be a massacre. It added that they were too weak to stop the ancients. It suggested they should surrender and submit to them. A notification for a Chrono Life main quest appeared. After the demon invasion, the invasion of the ancients from the northern continent will begin. A notification appeared stating that this part would be much more difficult and challenging compared to the demon invasion, and although they managed to stop the last one, this time it would be even more impossible to stop. A random person praised the Chrono Life developers for their ingenuity. A notification about Hawkeye's livestream reported that it had reached a number of viewers far exceeding the average. This topic had become one of the most discussed not only in the gaming community, but in all other communities as well. Clearly, the Chrono Life company had become the center of criticism. The developer's image had plummeted. Finally, the griffin said that was all it wanted to point out. It turned its back and said it wouldn't be worth killing Hawkeye. It concluded by saying that they could live in peace for 30 days before the massacre happens. The creature left while the elf maintained a stoic and determined expression. Meanwhile, in one of the Chrono Life gaming pods, the guild master of Robin Hood Home appeared. The young man started to think that life in Chrono had become difficult lately, and considered switching to another game. The girl, however, thought things were getting more interesting because they were no longer stuck in the same old monotonous routine. She added that everyone was angry about the invasion, but that just made them even more addicted to the game. The boy next to her asked if she played Chrono Life, and if he could play with her since he had a high level, but she refused. The boy realized she was probably reading news about the ancient beasts. He approached her kindly without being a bother and asked if she was watching a video about the ancient beasts. He said that major events like this were happening frequently, and that life in the game was exciting. His attempt to start a conversation failed, as the girl seemed annoyed and politely declined. She became interested in the topic of the ancient beasts and started researching them. Anger began to well up inside the players due to the recent events. Chrono Life was a game created for entertainment and to make people forget about reality. However, now, they felt so much stress and pressure that it was almost impossible to do anything in the game. Anger and determination rose within them. This emotion blended with the scene of Hawkeye, who, after a long time, changed his expression to one of anger. There was a complaint hotline, but no one used it. Everyone realized that this time the Chrono Life company would do nothing about the issue. The game director said they had become the villains again and he was used to it. He added that this time the quest would not be easy to complete. A news board showed the company's ratings had dropped to their lowest. Conversely, the number of online players had reached a record high. The Demon King asked QQana if he had seen Hawkeye's broadcast and exclaimed that the ancient beasts were going to invade. All the players were panicking, demanding a level boost. Since the quest wasn't supposed to happen at this time, she wondered if they could win by leveling up in 1 month instead of the 10 months originally planned for the quest. The queen exclaimed that the werewolf was very strong, and if more like him came, there would be nothing they could do. McQuinn gritted his teeth and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. The captain worried about him. With a darker tone, the boy said they would have to wait a month for something as amazing as this. He made a bizarre face and expressed his desire to go north immediately. In an instant, he activated his lightspeed ability. He ran north as Han said the beast should run from him. Up close, we can see him flying through space at the speed of light. He stared into space with a crazed look. Hovering over a continent, he imagined it was the place he was looking for. He activated his light speed again and was enveloped in orange energy. Flying at extreme speed, he suddenly crashed into a light blue sphere. Lee determined it was a barrier or a shield. A game notification said that the northern continent is currently unavailable. The boy knew it was a tactic by the game developers. Meanwhile, the game developer himself burst out laughing. The developer said the protagonist was very predictable, and that's why he placed the barrier there. His assistant asked, when asked if he was going to stop interfering with the players, the developer revealed that he didn't care, since they were already considered villains anyway. Han asked if he was unable to access it, and said that must be tough for him. He asked Lee if that was why he was upset. He added that if the developers blocked that area of the game, he would only be able to access it after another month. The protagonist revealed that he was bored and wanted to destroy the world again. Just then, Luna appeared and said that wouldn't help since it would just restart the system. That wouldn't change anything. Kukona said he just wanted to say hi and asked why she came back. Luna revealed she wanted to know who won, the new Demon Queen or the Ancient Beasts, and said she was waiting for the results, adding that she had expected at least the Demon Queen to have a leg torn off. The Queen got angry and asked why this woman was doing this, and if she wanted to start a fight since she didn't even know her. The goddess said that, although they had known each other for a long time, they had never been formally introduced. The Queen was annoyed by the presence of the Goddess of Life, but the goddess introduced herself to the new Demon Queen, Captain Love. Captain Love said she didn't care and didn't want to know anything about her. Luna ignored this and continued her introduction, saying they also knew each other in real life. The goddess told her to tone it down since she was only 17 and called her by her real name. Han asked why he should respect her when she herself was disrespectful and killed other players. The ghost asked the Demon Queen if she was still alive, and she wondered about his question. The ghost said that if she had died, he could have found someone stronger to be his vessel. The ghost asked the king what he was doing here alone and noticed Luna had disappeared. Just as she turned her back, Luna started flirting with Lee again. Realizing she had been left behind, the queen ran after them. Kukona simply advised them not to fight in the village. With that advice, they went to the largest desert area in the west. Something started moving underground, and suddenly a giant sandworm emerged from the ground, and a few people were ready to confront it. The Emperor Sandworm roared at these people. These people, who appeared to be mages, attacked at the same time. The magic hit the sandworm, and it screamed in pain. A stern voice from behind ordered everyone to continue the attack. Hawkeye stood with his arms crossed, observing the battle alongside Hong and the Abracadabra Guild Master. Hong said the members of the Justice Guild were getting stronger due to the guild's recent defeat against the beasts. They had even cut back on sleep to level up. However, Hong wondered if this would be enough to stop a threat that was supposed to appear in 10 years. Abracadabra, another guild master, said that just one ancient beast was as strong as a high-level boss. In the end, Hawkeye reluctantly agreed that they would have to rely on the hero again. Hong said they couldn't just rely on him alone. The purple-haired guy said that others couldn't be trusted because they had to deal with the entire demon army without the hero's help. Silence fell until Hong had an idea. He said that if things went well, They would be able to fight on equal footing with the ancient beasts. The masked man asked Hong about this. He continued, saying it was impossible to complete 10 years of training, but they should try. The masked man added that they would have to count on the hero's help. He concluded that even though a few ideas were thrown around, in the end, it still came down to relying on the hero. In the city, the little blonde girl shouted for Lee and asked why he had disappeared. She asked if the people behind him were Amor and Luna. Captain Amor asked who the little girl was, and Lee said she hadn't met Estrella yet. Kakuna said he had met her in the hospital and told her everything. The captain melted at the girl's cuteness. She collapsed from crying so much. She hugged Estrella tightly and asked if she was okay now, and the little girl said she was. Estrella said she had a question, and the captain told her she could ask anything. The little girl asked which of the two was Kakuna's girlfriend. Lee cut in, saying neither of them was, and told her to go get the ingredients. Estrella analyzed the situation and realized that Captain Amor was in love with him after everything they had been through, and Luna was also very interested in him. The little girl decided to play detective and concluded that this was some kind of love triangle. She asked him who he liked more and if it was both of them. The boy dodged the subject and said she was too young for this. She said it must be tough since they were both so pretty and asked if he had his eye on anyone else. Kukuna joked that he actually liked Urus. Urus and Estrella didn't take it as a joke and were shocked. He changed the subject and expressed his annoyance at having to wait a whole month. Estrella suggested he just enjoy a normal life in Chrono Life until then, saying he always played in a rush and should relax a bit. Lee recalled the bearded old man giving him similar advice. He remembered the developer saying Chrono Life was a kind game, because instead of destroying everything, he could enjoy it a little. The protagonist was outraged at the developer for interfering with the player's freedom. Suddenly, Hong appeared out of nowhere and stopped next to the team. He said he was relieved to have actually found the hero in the village. The protagonist asked if he was okay, and Hong replied that he was okay thanks to him. He then asked what he was doing in the village. Hong apologized for asking for a favor related to the ancient beasts. The three of them stared at the guild master. Elsewhere, a figure could be seen on a hilltop. A griffin announced its arrival to its lord. It said that, as per the leader's instructions, it had announced the continent's destruction in the next 30 days. A giant blue dragon named Lord Adventure revealed itself from the shadows. The massive creature congratulated it and told it to prepare for the attack. It concluded by saying that the entire southern continent would be taken by them. The dragon began to emit a blinding blue light. Suddenly, it transformed into a man with blue hair and horns. The dragon, an ancient beast, began to walk and said that he missed his younger brother, Urus. Meanwhile, the team was gathered around a campfire. Hong said that this plan required the hero's help. Changing the subject, he asked what they thought of the food. The Demon Queen said it was delicious, and added that it would be difficult to face the monsters, but they still had a chance. Luna said she was against it. She pointed out that Lee wouldn't get anything out of it, so it would be more of a sacrifice than a favor, and she said that if people got used to it, they would just keep asking for favors. Luna pointed out that this could cause a conflict with the Chrono Life company, which would get Lee blacklisted. The boy in nothing but his underwear burst out laughing at Luna's comment. He said he didn't care about going against the company, and he wouldn't feel guilty since they were the ones who started the fight. Lee, with a strange look on his face, said he would do it because he really liked Hong's plan. He stood up and said he would go right now, once again activating his light-speed running skill. He shot off like a shooting star, and a huge gust of wind formed in the village. Estrella was sad that her friend had left in the middle of dinner. Han added that he had gone to carry out his plan, but there was no need to do it immediately. Estrella gently asked what the favor was, since she hadn't heard during dinner. Hong offered to explain it briefly. He said that in 30 days, very strong monsters would appear, and they needed to become stronger than them. He asked how to do that, and Estrella said probably by leveling up. The masked man agreed and said, "That's why the training grounds are getting crowded. However," he said, "it was possible to get stronger without reaching the required level. This method was called gearing up." The little girl panicked and asked where the hero had gone. Hong said he went to the strongest training ground in the game, Uros's Nest. He added that he went there to get the gear they needed to sell later. Many giant and grotesque creatures surrounded Kakuna. The hero began to attack with his sword, and countless explosions went off. The little girl said in despair that it wasn't a good idea because it would devalue the items and destroy the economy. Hong said he knew, but there was no other way, and he added that Estrella knew he wasn't the type of hero who cared about that. The only reason he was doing this was because the company wouldn't let him go to the northern continent. Meanwhile, Lee was in a frenzy. They say you should never mess with someone who has nothing to lose. With a megaphone, he started announcing an irresistible offer, his items that everyone had always coveted from Urias's nest. The boys started persuading the warriors to ditch their gear and buy new stuff from him on the cheap. A level 19 boy asked to buy a sword. The boy bought a unique purple sword-grade sword for 10,000. Many other warriors started paying for these weapons, and everyone started buying. Captain Amor remarked that there were still a lot of buyers, and it was only the third day. She wondered why he didn't take it to the auction house and to speed up the process. Estrella was helping Lee with the sales. Hong said that the hero didn't want to sell at the auction house because the big merchants would just buy everything up. The queen was reminded of Riot. Hong was startled by the appearance of a rough-looking man with a scar on his face. The man stood 6 feet, 7 inches tall with a giant sword on his back. Lee was excitedly using his megaphone to sell items until that man appeared and his demeanor changed. He looked up to face the man who was practically a giant. The giant asked to buy the same weapon the level 19 boy had bought, the purple sword. The people in line started complaining that he was cutting. When one man spoke up to complain, the giant grabbed his face with one hand and in the blink of an eye tossed him aside like he was nothing. The man went flying and crashed right through the wall he was thrown into. Everyone was shocked, except for Kakuna. The man who was thrown was still alive but badly injured. The giant asked if anyone else had a problem with him cutting the line. Obviously, no one answered. Lee carried on with his sale as if nothing had happened and said, "The purple sword costs 10 million gold. The man became furious because he had sold it to the other kid for just 10,000. The protagonist said that the higher the level, the higher the price. The big guy got annoyed and called it a scam. The boy in his underwear said if he had a problem with it, they could fight. Captain Amor asked Hong who this guy was. Hong explained that he was a high ranker named Benedict. He added that the guy had a really nasty personality, one who was capable of killing someone for just slightly annoying him. He began to seethe with hatred and suddenly coughed up the 10 million gold. Hong said that this time, he'd been forced to be polite. The masked man asked if the Demon King had managed to level up. She said not by much. She hadn't gained many levels and was now around level 210. Hong was surprised because she had just been at level 139 a few days ago. She said she was always farming while Kakuna was at Urias's nest, but she had only managed to kill 2 monsters there. The masked man thought to himself that the captain didn't understand that with her strength, it would have taken 2 years to reach level 200. Hong asked if the captain was going to level up again today, and she said she was just waiting for the hero to finish his sales. He realized that Captain Amor would be one of the great hopes in the upcoming war. Meanwhile, at the Valley of Death, a giant creature appeared. Captain Amor was fighting and dodging its attacks. She taunted the giant creature, asking if that was all it could do. The creature hurled its tentacles at the girl. The queen was disgusted. She soon began to activate her Demon King essence, and her crimson horns appeared as the monster's tentacles closed in. She also charged forward, enveloped in a burst of energy. She flew right through the tentacles, approaching the monster's face. She gently touched it with her finger and used her magic of destruction. The magic pierced the monster's body, causing it to scream in agony. Then, she unleashed another massive explosion of destruction, and the monster dropped dead almost instantly. The queen gained experience for killing the monster, and she deactivated her Demon King essence. She said she had been terrified by the monster's tentacles. Lee appeared to congratulate Captain Amor. With a modest look, she said it was nothing. Lee appeared amidst a pile of gear. Captain Amor felt sad and asked to stay there. Luna watched the scene with a mysterious expression. Time flew by like a magic trick, and we see time passing in the village. At the crater where Hawkeye was, Abracadabra was preparing spells while the little boy was grinding levels. Then the day of the Great War arrived. In the monster's lair, the ancient dragon, in its human form, said it was time and ordered the invasion to begin. The monsters roared in a frenzy. As the dragon stood on a hilltop, cheered on by the monsters, he thoughtfully observed the 1 million beasts in his army and roared that the southern continent would be wiped from history today. The dragon transformed back into its ancient beast form, spreading its wings and letting out a gut-wrenching roar. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sun was setting beautifully. The royal guards trembled in fear, witnessing an army of 1 million creatures approaching the castle they were protecting, the greatest fortress in Chrono Life. Arden Castle. It was located at the northernmost point of the continent, and the beasts had to pass through it. In other words, Arden Castle would be the first and last line of defense to stop the advance of the bloodthirsty creatures. Explosions began to rain down on the beasts, and they shouted to the others to be careful as they were under attack. A dinosaur-like creature looked to see where the attacks were coming from. On a hilltop, Abracadabra and all the mages raised their staves to cast their spells. He shouted for everyone to prepare their incantations, and they complied until he ordered everyone to fire at once, hitting thousands of creatures. A griffin was enraged that they were fighting outside the castle. Suddenly, a green arrow shot out and struck the griffin's wing. The attack came from the other side. The archer was none other than Hawkeye, saying they had no intention of fighting inside the castle. On the other side, he ordered all the archers to fire. Thousands of arrows flew towards the monsters, hitting and injuring many. The large and majestic castle gate swung open. From inside, 2 people in noble attire emerged. One of the men smiled and said this would be the first time they'd fought together since that fateful day. The woman said she felt nostalgic about it, and on that day, They had lost at the hands of just one person. Sugo, the guild master of the Cross-Line Guild, said that now they would reclaim their honor. Sentry, the guild master of the Sacred Guild, agreed with him. The two ran side by side towards the monsters, and Sugo shouted for everyone to charge. The knights obeyed and charged. All sides of the castle began to attack in unison. A notification panel indicated that there were about 25 million players in this war. Later, this war would be classified as the largest-scale battle in gaming history. However, this horrific war would end in an instant, all because of one person. And that person was Kukuna. The protagonist raised his sword and said he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now he was ready to shine. He said it was time to get this party started. Captain Amor warned him that if he used his area of effect attack skill, everyone would die. He laughed and said that when players die, they respawn, but the monsters don't. So, he concluded that they would still win in the end. She was about to disagree, but ended up siding with him. Lee prepared for the attack and suddenly vanished, only to reappear in a completely blue space. Completely confused, he wondered what was happening until he remembered he had been here before. A man with long blonde hair appeared and said it had been a while since they last met. Kukuna said he was sick of meeting him like this and asked if he was the god from the last time. The long-haired man said that was correct. The protagonist told him to get straight to the point because he was busy. The god said that he brought him here because he missed him. He said they should use this moment to get to know each other better since the developers couldn't interfere. He said the developers were too busy with the war against the ancient beasts. Lee refused, saying he had waited a whole month for this war and had no desire to get to know him better, and he ordered the man to send him back to the castle, or else he would attack him. The man sighed and refused, saying that if he did that, Kukuna intends to end everything with a single attack, just as he did before, wearing a sinister expression. He says that this time, things won't be over so quickly. The main character concludes that the man is a spy sent by the developers, but he denies it. The main character repeats the question of who he is and why he brought him to this place. He says that if the man doesn't answer, he will attack, even if that man is a god. He decides to answer, stating he has no connection to Chrono Life and that the reason he brought the boy here is to resolve all the sins. Meanwhile, at the castle, the knights continue their assault, led by a woman with a spear. She uses her Storm Spear skill against one of the monsters. However, the monster parries the attack with ease and says that's enough as it tries to bite the woman. A divine shield appears, created by Sugo, who is now summoning the god's hammer. A giant blue hammer made of mana descends upon the creature and crushes it. Sugo defeats the monster and gains experience, telling Sentry she doesn't need to thank him for it. Sentry tells him to shut up, saying she could have defeated it herself. The players had been preparing for 30 days. Their efforts paid off and made an impact. They had leveled up and created strategies, trained in group attacks with their respective brigades, and last but not least, the weapons from Eurese's nest were highly effective, which put them in a completely different class compared to 30 days ago. At this point in the war, they were fighting on equal footing until a blinding light appeared in the sky. All the warriors stopped to look, and in that moment, everything changed as the dragon appeared. It unleashed a sparkling blue beam that destroyed everything it touched, devastating the soldiers in an instant. Meanwhile, back in that mysterious place, a man with a staff asks about the sins. He gives the god a chance to explain everything before he leaves. The god thanks him for the offer but says he cannot reveal any more. A flame appears in the god's hand, and he offers him the ability of fire, called the Embers of All Things, which allows him to see any place or person he desires. Lee uses this ability to see the battlefield and is shocked by what he sees. A critically injured Sugo is protecting Sentry with his shield. Spitting blood, he says he never expected a fiery dragon beam to suddenly descend from the sky. At that moment, he collapses to the ground while Sentry watches in shock. The dragon from the far north, Aventador, begins to walk over the corpses. Urus tells Kukuna that he is the king of the demi-humans. Lee asks if Urus knows him, and he says yes. He says that is Aventador, the dragon of the far north, one of the 3 great dragons. The protagonist asks Urus if he knows him. Urus explains that he is one of the 3 great dragons along with Aventador and Gallardo, and together they are the strongest dragons in the history of Chrono Life. Kukuna says he has never heard of the others. Urus explains that they were only supposed to appear later in the game. The boy asks if the others are stronger than Urus, but he denies it, saying he has defeated both of them in battle before. Urus remarks that the important thing is that the dragon is the sin of greed. An injured Sentry slams her staff on the ground and says she never expected the leader of the demi-humans to be a dragon. However, she remembers they have the weapon of the strongest dragon, Urus, on their side. She says that with his firepower, they will be victorious, and that will guarantee Sugo's revenge. The dragon begins to transform back into its human form. The blue-bearded man stands before Sentry with an overwhelming presence, mentioning Urus. He says he never thought a mere human would dare speak his name. The humanoid monster calls Urus his brother and says it seems he has adapted well to humans. Lee feels uneasy knowing they are all brothers. Sentry tells him to stop pretending, since he's even using his human form. She says this is perfect, because now she can sever his head. She gets into an attack stance and uses her spiral spear skill, aiming for his neck. The dragon doesn't move and scoffs at her, as the spear doesn't even make him bleed. The dragon says there are those who think they can touch the sun just by seeing its reflection in a puddle. The creature says she can try as much as she likes, but she will never reach him. 3 purple tentacles sprout from his back, all 3 latching onto different parts of her body like leeches. Captain Amor witnesses this and is completely shocked, while Hawkeye seems to recognize the skill. The dragon drools as he explains that he is the embodiment of the sin of greed, and also the sin of gluttony. He lifts Sentry with his tentacles, while Lee wonders how he can possess 2 sins. Kukuna is furious that he killed Orakin, and the fact that Aventador possesses 2 sins is completely absurd to him. The main character asks the god what's happening. The god sighs and says he won't hide it from him any longer. He asks if the hero remembers why he brought him to this place. To complete the sins, the blonde-haired man snaps his fingers, and a giant hourglass appears out of thin air. Oris and Lee look at it, confused. The god explains that the 7 main bosses of Chrono Life represent the 7 deadly sins. The man asks the hero why he thinks the sins exist. It's because their mission is to fulfill the sin they represent. Gorbis of Pride completed his sin a long time ago. Yaffe of Wrath, despite being close to his goal, still couldn't complete it. Reckon of Gluttony was unable to complete his sin because the hero killed him too quickly. And now, Aventador has inherited the sins of greed and gluttony, as he is the only boss in the game at this time who can do so. Even so, the god is surprised that he inherited 2 sins, though it makes sense since his very nature is greed. The hourglass next to him is the hourglass of sin, and when it's full, it means all the sins have been completed. The hero asks what exactly it means to complete a sin, and what the grains of sand represent. The man scoffs at him and asks if it isn't obvious. Each grain of sand represents a human life. Hawkeye shouts an order for the entire army to assume a defensive position. Countless tentacles sprout from the dragon's back. In that instant, the tentacles rush toward the archers. The archers don't have time to react and are hit by the monster's attack. The dragon says the word absorb and absorbs the archers. He gains their levels and stats. Hawkeye orders them to act, not just stand still, waiting for death, but in that very moment, he himself is attacked by one of the purple tentacles. In the blink of an eye, he is absorbed. A horrified Abracadabra witnesses it and screams his friend's name. Other tentacles fly toward the purple-haired mage, who is attacked just as easily as his army of mages. All of them are absorbed. The dragon begins to grow in power after absorbing their stats. He says it's ridiculous how weak the people from the southern continent are. His army of humanoid monsters cheers and chants his name. The monsters roar their leader's name in unison, growing louder and louder. Hong falls into despair despite the player's efforts. The game has once again become unbalanced due to the dragon's appearance. Players can die and respawn, but respawning becomes impossible once absorbed by the gluttony skill. This factor alone completely changes the game. The short-haired girl screams over Hawkeye's death. She becomes the new commander-in-chief and lets out a cry to boost morale, telling them not to falter and to keep fighting because the battle has just begun. She also orders them to split up the enemy and to avoid the gluttony skill at all costs. She continues, saying that if a comrade is attacked, they should kill them before they're absorbed so they can respawn. And finally, she orders everyone to advance. The army, filled with determination, charges forward with renewed vigor. Hong slashes her sword straight into a griffin's head while other knights attack its belly. The dragon uses his absorb skill again with his purple tentacles. The woman manages to slice one in half before it can touch her. She avoids getting a single scratch. She speaks with a determined voice, that she wouldn't let him lay his filthy tentacles on her. The dragon crossed his arms, smiled, and simply agreed. Immediately, another tentacle flew towards her, and along with it, hundreds more sprouted from his back. The maximum number of tentacles Aventador could summon was 100,000. Right then, the entire army was attacked and began to be absorbed. The female commander was the only one left, in a state of absolute panic and horror. The dragon activated the unique attribute of the sin of gluttony. His maximum level cap was unlocked, and he reached level 1,389. The female commander dropped her dagger to the ground and surrendered. The dragon's title of the sin of greed only further strengthened his new power, with the sin of gluttony. The skills of the sins of gluttony and greed had perfect synergy with each other. The Arctic dragon walked towards the female commander, who was completely stunned. A purple tentacle approached her face. The players had tirelessly grinded levels for 30 days for this war, and in the end, it only created the strongest enemy they had ever seen. The dragon reached level 3,890. The demon queen snapped her fingers. Her essence was activated, and she used her destruction magic. Crimson energy shot towards the dragon. The female commander asked Captain Amor what kind of attack that was, but didn't get an answer in time. The Demon Queen unleashed her magic and annihilated everything. However, the female commander was still alive. She wondered if this was the Demon Queen's unique skill, destruction. She admitted she had no idea how powerful it was. Captain Amor stood in front of the girl, who felt relieved by her presence. She praised the Demon Queen and was impressed by the skill, thinking she was about to die. The Demon Queen commented that it would have been tragic and told the commander to stand back. Because her attack didn't even scratch the dragon, there was no way she could fight Aventador, while also protecting this woman at the same time. The female commander noticed her personality had suddenly changed. Captain Amor now had a completely different, dignified, and mysterious aura. The ancient beings silently watched the scene. The Demon Queen realized her chances of victory at this moment were 0%. She summoned the Grim Reaper, and as the Demon Queen, she declared that the entire demon race was in a state of war with the ancient beings as of this moment. She ordered the Grim Reaper to open a spatial gate to the demon world. The small spirit smiled and said that he would do so with pleasure. A portal began to open beside the Demon Queen. Above the entire castle, the Grim Reaper opened its giant mouth and used a spatial teleportation spell. But before he could complete the spell, something stopped him and knocked him down. The female commander was startled by the sight amidst the smoke, but a barefoot man appeared, apologizing for accidentally bumping into the Grim Reaper. Captain Amor deactivated her essence, and from within the smoke, Kukuna appeared, holding his staff. Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel. See you next time. Goodbye.